Welcome. In this video, you're getting part 2 of the bookshelf tour with Greg of Reddit. That original video went viral with over 200,000 views, and we're now going to be going more in depth into how Greg manages his library, how he reads, his own professional and personal background and backstory. We're also going to be doing a tour of his office in this video and going over his favorite books in more depth. So if you recall, the original video is going to be over 12 hours, so we had to cut it into 2 parts. The original 9+ hour, and then this is about 6 hours. And within this 6-hour video, there's actually multiple sections. So first, we go over Greg's backstory, how he reads, his whole way of managing his library. Then we get into his favorite books and some more recent acquisitions. And then we get into doing a bookshelf tour of his office, which we didn't cover in the first video. So there's timestamps down below in the description, so you can skip to whatever part you're most interested in. And following this video, we're also going to be having 2 AMAs that we recorded. One in 2024, at the end of 2024, and another that we very recently recorded just this past weekend in November 2025. So those are going to be coming soon on this channel as separate videos. And then finally, I should just mention there's a free resource kit that comes along with this video. That's going to be the first link in the description. You're going to get all the high-res photos that Greg took of his library, as well as the new photos of his office and the bookshelves in there. And you're also going to get a spreadsheet that I've created that collects all the different information about these facing page translations. So the Loeb Classical Library, the Itati, the Dumbarton Oaks, the Murty, where they have the original language on the left and then the English translation on the right. So there are other sets like this put out by other publishers. I've collected all that information into one place, which has never been done before, and it's very difficult to find a lot of this information. So you get that spreadsheet completely for free, and that'll be in the first link in the description. So without any further ado, let's get into the video. Welcome. Today I'm here with Greg. He's got a fantastic library that he's going to give us a tour of. I'm also going to talk to him about how he started building his library and all the different elements of it. He's got several of these sets put out by Harvard University Press, the Loeb Classical Library, as well as a bunch of other cool stuff we're going to be looking into. So, Greg, thanks a lot for coming on. And why don't you...
Sure, thanks for having me.
Why don't you start off with just giving us a story, the story of how you...
The story.
how you got into all of this, and how you started building your library, and when you started, and how it's built to today.
Wow. This is one of those things where I could go back and back and back to the point of, I was born on a mountaintop, but I think we all have entrees in our lives, or moments, I should say, where we enter into the things that we love. We discover them for the first time, and it's not necessarily always one thing. It can be several things. And for me, it was certainly several things. I came from a very well-educated family, but not necessarily one that liked to read for fun. There was some reading that went on, and certainly my mother, when I was very young, would read The Hobbit to me. So I have an affinity for The Hobbit, and that kind of turned me on to fantasy literature when I was very young for a while. She used to read a bunch of fantasy and sci-fi herself, so she kind of got me into that. But after a while, all of her books ended up neglected in the garage, and I would kind of look at them all and go, wow, Mom, why don't you read anymore? And she's like, well, dude, I'm too busy with you being a little bastard. So no, she didn't say that, but that sort of first intrigued me about books. I was like, oh, okay, so books can be kind of cool things. The Hobbit was kind of cool. Maybe other stuff is cool. So through my teens, I was generally interested in fantasy literature to a point. I played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons with my friends as a kid, and that got me into books. And in fact, I actually collect Dungeons and Dragons, which is what you see behind me right here. This is my Wall O Dragon. From there, gosh, I'm trying to think. It was easy once you get into that game, which comes with books. It's easy to understand that books themselves are cool. It was a small jump. It was kind of a gateway drug. I guess Dungeons and Dragons is a gateway drug to books in general, to bibliomania, which is what I ended up developing. I'm trying to think, jumping ahead, I read off and on through middle school, little less in high school. In college, it started up again because of course everybody has to read in college, and we're constantly reading all kinds of crazy stuff.
I'm just curious, what did your parents do? Like, what were their occupations?
Well, my mother was more of an academic for a while. She worked as a geologist for a while, but she was sort of educated on a bunch of different topics. And my dad was more of an entrepreneur, businessman, not a lot of enjoyment out of reading, except for maybe, older books that he had heard of as a kid and stuff like that, for reminiscing purposes, but not so much reading, let's say, contemporary fiction.
Yeah,
that wasn't something that either of my parents really did. I started getting into that, like I said, about in college, once we started reading more and more esoterica. I'm trying to think, but really, it was probably my college advisor. I was an English lit major, and he was retiring, and he had an entire office, wall to wall, floor to ceiling, filled with books. And I came in one day and I said, "Dude, what are you going to do with all these books now that you're retiring?" He goes, "I don't know, man. You want them?" And my eyes just, and suddenly, everything came into focus. It's like kind of like those trans-dimensional beings out of science fiction where, they can see the past, the present, and the future all at once. And I went, oh my God, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And at the time I was living in a single dorm as opposed to a double dorm, which fits two people. A single dorm only fits one person. So I could reach, one direction and the other and touch both walls. That's how small my space was. It was like something like 7 feet across. And now suddenly I'm trying to grapple with how am I going to handle all these books? Because he probably had a good, I'm going to guess, 600 or 700 books in there.
Wow.
Maybe not quite that many, maybe more 5 to 6, but it was a lot. And I ended up saying, well, okay, I guess I went down the shelves while he was in there. I said, I'd like this one and this one and this one and this one and this one. And he said, Greg, if you're going to be that interested, you've got to promise me, you've got to take them all. You can't just say that you want them and then walk away. And I said, no, I promise I will take them all. So I spent the next, I think I had to skip a couple classes to just cart all those books back up to my dorm. It was crazy. And it was, of course it was up a hill. And I was just like this, having to walk about half a mile between trips to get up there. But hey, the passion began. And what was lovely too about that was that he taught a lot of classical. So there was a lot of, the Odyssey, the Iliad. He had various translations. He had Fagles, he had Fitzgerald, some of the others. But all of the Greek plays, the Euripides, all that stuff. And he had Marginalia just out the door. And the Marginalia was really what I thought was cool. I could read where he would say, and this is the hypothesis of the main character here, whatever it is. And those were great. I just loved that stuff. So I held on to those for a long time and used them as reference, used them just to read for fun, to remember the guy, to remember the whole college experience. And after a while, I think they didn't make it on various moves. And then I think they got damaged a couple of times. So I still have a bunch of them, but I don't have all of them anymore. But that's okay, because like I said, it's another one of those kind of gateway moments that led me into collecting in general.
Were there any specific books or book sets that he had in there that you particularly remember?
I'm trying to think. He had a bunch of Plato's. He had some Socrates. What was it? Did he have
any Loebs or any?
He had a couple of Loebs, yeah. He had a couple of those. I'm trying to remember what they were, because unfortunately, back when I was in college, that's when the dinosaurs roamed the earth. So it's hard for me to go back quite that far. But I'm picturing right now, I remember his tiny little office with the books just sort of looming over him in the tiny little window. I don't remember too many books in particular. It was, for me, what I loved was just the collection of all of them together. Mm-hmm. Seeing everything together, going, wow, you can actually decorate an entire room with books. How cool is that? And then my buddy took me over to the school library because he was also interested in books. And he goes, oh, if you like books like what your advisor gave you, you got to check out a couple of these books that they have in the library. And he was showing me some books that I actually ended up getting my own copies of. I've got them right back here. And that was the one, the 2-volume History of the Crusades by Joseph Francois Michaud with illustrations by Gustave Doré. And those were, I think, printed in 1896, something like that. They're these big, giant volumes right here. Actually, I think, should I try and pull them out now? Yeah, I'll try and pull them out. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if I can get this up to the camera. Focus. Don't focus on my face. Focus on the book. There it is. So what makes these so cool is these plates, these illustrations. Whoops. Hang on. I got to be careful. This book is really heavy. There it is. So this book has just hundreds of these illustrations, these 2 volumes. And of course, you can buy the illustrations separately. You can get them in paperback format, along with the entire collection of Doré's work that exists. But it's obviously wonderful having them in the books themselves because there's added context. As you're reading through it, you go, oh, wow, there's the picture with it. Cool, cool. And he did that with the Bible, too. I've got a copy of Doré's illustrated Bible as well.
Who is Doré? What's significant about him?
Gustave Doré, I knew absolutely nothing about him. He was an illustrator from the 19th century who was all in demand. He did these woodcut illustrations. Here's one. Let me see if I can get this to the camera. He just did these really great illustrations, and he was in high demand in publishing because he shows up everywhere. And I don't know much about.
Are they
19th century art? Yeah.
Okay.
I just know that they're absolutely gorgeous, and the shading that he used, it's just mind blowing. They really tickle your imagination. At least for me, they do. So I have been collecting little books of his here and there, and when I can, I try to get a book that actually has his illustrations in it, as opposed to a collection just of his illustrations. Like I said, for that added context.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of research on woodcuts a month or two ago, and I know very little about them, but one thing that I thought was interesting is that in the time period when they were produced, they were really the more popular type of art, and there wasn't reproductions of all these oil paintings and other types of fine art that we identify with those periods of history today. It was really the everyday person. To the extent they were seeing art, they were seeing woodcuts. So they're an important part of understanding just the history of art.
Yeah,
periods.
And they're definitely beautiful. And like I said, I think he was so popular that he was continually hired by everybody because he's got a hand in anything that I feel like was printed between about 1850 and 1890, roughly. I feel like that was, and again, I have not actually, I can't believe I haven't done this, but I haven't even gone to Wikipedia to see, when he lived or what he worked on. I just always know, like, oh, he's my go-to artist. If anybody ever says, hey, who's your favorite artist? Doré, are you kidding me? Shut up. It's not even a conversation. I mean, he also did this. This is Dante. He did Dante's Divine Comedy.
Is that an Easton press, or is that a...
I know it looks like it, right? It looks like an Easton. I thought it was too. It's actually a Franklin, but Franklin, Easton, they're all kind of. Let's see if I can get that. There it is. Yeah, just more of his cool illustrations.
Do you get into collecting, or do you have any thoughts on Easton Press versus Folio Society versus Franklin Library?
I actually do, and I was thinking about that before our talk, and I was thinking, well, I'm not sure how, everybody, of course, has their opinions. I guess I should just cut to the chase and say that I can appreciate that some books are made to look good on a shelf, and they look great on a shelf. Easton, Folio Society, Franklin, whatever they are, that every man, they look great on a shelf. Not every series, though, or every publishing company has the same kind of quality of content.
Yep.
And for example, I know there are a bunch of translations of some series. Well, series, what I call them? My default is I always go back to Homer, and I go back to all the different translations of Homer, and I've really only ever found one that I like, and that was the Fitzgerald, as I said, Robert Fitzgerald. And to a certain extent, yeah, I feel that I don't really want to collect, let's say, Easton Library too much, and I don't really want to collect Folio Society too much, although I do have a lot of Folio Society because they just look so damn nice. Oh man, they look good. And I tend to purchase faster than I read, so I have a collection that's a little too large. I should either start reading it or stop purchasing it. But I do prefer libraries that are personal libraries that are more personal, as opposed to, oh, I like this set, so I'm going to buy everything in this set. I think they're much more interesting and more telling about a person when they are about a specific book. Oh, I really liked this one particular edition, so I got it. Things like that. This one, again, I picked up because A, I like the binding, and B, it had the illustrations by Doré. I'll purchase anything that has illustrations by Doré in it. That is a given. Whether it's an Easton or a Folio or a Franklin or whatever, I'm not as interested in it. I think I kind of danced around your question there. Sorry about that.
Well, we took a little bit of a detour from the timeline of when you were in college. And so you got this initial sort of windfall. And then what happened from there? How did you start? You have over 6,000 volumes now, I think.
Yeah, I think it's, I have an app that tracks every single thing that I have. And I want to say it's at about 6359 or something like that right now. It's at this point, I'm going to need a larger place to live. And that's going to be dicey.
And what's the app you use? I'm sure people are going to want to know.
It's called Readerware.
Readerware.
Yeah. I've been using it since 2005. So what's that, about 19 years? And I'm constantly trying out other apps, other services to see if there's anything that's better. And I have not found anything yet. I am not paid by Readerware to say that. But I feel like their user interface could be a little bit nicer. It looks very dry, but they have a mobile app, so I can scan everything in, on the computer, and then export a mobile app version of it that I can have on my phone. So when I go to a bookstore, I go, oh, do I have this copy? And look it up. Oh yeah, I have this copy. Okay, I'm not going to buy this one.
So do you tend to buy stuff mostly on Amazon, or you go to physical bookstores?
Physical bookstore. Well, I mean, who doesn't purchase most things on Amazon these days? Unfortunately, I'm probably this person most singularly responsible for Jeff Bezos going to space. That was probably on me. Sorry, you guys. But I do like the local bookshops, and I've traveled around, lived in different parts of the country, and when I went to Powell's in Oregon for the first time, I lost my mind. That was amazing. I don't know if have you ever been to Powell's in Portland, Oregon? No. It's an entire city block of books. It's something like 3 or 4 stories. It's just it's nirvana. I mean, you walk in there and wow, you can just go from room to room to room to room, and they have a lot of used books, and they have a rare book room. I know there are others. I think what is it? Is it the Strand? Is another famous one on the East Coast, or the original Strand? I'm talking out of my ear now. Help me out here. The original Strand is in London, I think, but isn't there a New York City version? A really famous used bookstore. Anyway, be that as it may, yeah, I go into the used bookstores, and depending on what my budget is, I'll certainly at least enjoy looking around. But between my inability to read Latin and ancient Greek as well as I'd like, or old High German or old French, it gets dicey. And I try not to, again, purchase books just because they're going to look good on a shelf. I'd like to be able to enjoy the contents. So if I can't read the language, I'm less likely to get into it. But if I'm learning the language, like I'm learning Latin, I might pick up something in Latin to give it a try. But of course, the farther back you go in Latin, the more ecclesiastical it becomes, and I'm not particularly interested in the ecclesiastical stuff.
Yeah.
So I know they're doing some Latin books now. I'm trying to think. I think somebody did The Hobbit in Latin. Oh. They did. What was the? Is it Maurice Sendak's Where the Wild Things Are? My favorite childhood book. They did that one in Latin. Something. What's it called? Oh, I can't remember my Latin. Everybody who's listening to this, you're gonna know what I'm talking about, but I can't think of it right now. Something Erasunt. Where the Wild Things Are. Yeah, I'm blanking on it. But yeah, good book.
So going back to your post-college career, how did that change things, and how did you start adding to your library? And then at a certain point, I also want to get to other people's libraries that you visited and how those have influenced you. But I want to kind of go through the timeline first, and then we can get to that.
Yeah. So how did I get into or go forward with my love of books?
Just that 700 volumes, and you somehow got
right.
63.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm not done yet because I've seen those videos online of Umberto Eco's library. Have you seen those with, what was it, about 30,000 volumes? And then there was that professor, he passed away a couple of years ago he was on the East Coast, I want to say,
or something
like that, where he must have had 60 or 70,000 volumes. So that's my dreams. I got to get there. But
I think he had a barn or something.
Yeah. That's the thing, is I need a barn. I need the lottery and a barn. So if you're watching this, can you hook me up? Yeah. After school, because I was a literature major, well, maybe not because, but while being a literature major, I had this thought of, dude, why don't I try to write and do writing as a living? So I jumped into writing short stories and long form fiction, and picked up a lot of books on writing, a lot of stories that I wanted to emulate, so I'd have them as references. And that right there, just between those two, that was hundreds of volumes over the course of maybe 6 or 7 years. And I had always been meaning to go back to school after that, but I had delayed it a little bit. I ended up actually making a left turn and going to film school. So I ended up getting into screenwriting for a little bit and was doing some of that. But even I'm trying to remember. I picked up a bunch of screenwriting books, and for a while I had a huge collection of screenplays, just entire walls filled with screenplays.
What do those look like?
Those are just unbound. They're bradded. They're 3-hole punched and double bradded on the top and the bottom with the middle hole. For some reason, it was always important that the middle hole not have a brad in it. If you put a brad,
it's just the little describe it. Yeah.
So a brad is a little gold thing that you stick through the hole, and then you you open it up like this on the back side and you flip it back. I'm trying to think.
It's like two tongues that come down.
Yeah.
And then
it looks like a golden nail, but instead of a nail has 1 point, it has 2 points, and you stick them through the hole and then you bend them backward like that so that they won't go back against the pages. Kind of like,
a rivet almost. It's almost like a rivet.
There you go. Yeah. I was going to say those things that they use in drywall. When you have to mount something on drywall and you can't nail into the stud, you use something similar. But I just thought it was funny that they always said, if you put 3 brads in, that means you're an amateur. A professional only puts 2 brads in. And they were serious about that. And I thought, oh, you guys, you got to be kidding me. Come on, give me a break.
Is there anything on the front and the back, or is it just pure?
So the front and the back
paper.
It'll usually be like manila colored heavier paper, and it might say, well, usually for archival purposes, then it'll say, the name of the screenplay, Chinatown by whatever, I can't remember the guy's name who wrote Chinatown, and then it'll say the name of the person, and then the contact at the agency, like CAA, representative, call 212 or 310 or whatever it is to reach the agent for the screenwriter. And then it'll have a stamp on it, WGA, Writers Guild of America, West, usually, WGA West. And then you open it up and it's screenplay form. There'll be one title page and then roughly between 90 and 120 pages of screenplay, and then a blank page at the end.
Did you ever write on a typewriter?
Are you kidding me? Of course. I was the asshole. Wouldn't it be funny if somebody who's listening to this or watching this realizes they might actually have seen me? I was the asshole right before laptops took off and became a huge thing. I was writing on a manual typewriter at an airport and on an airplane. I was that asshole. I'm sitting in my little coach seat on the airplane, feeding my paper in. And there were a couple people there who were, again, this was before laptops were huge. Yeah. So I have a little bit of leeway for being that asshole, but I was still a little too much of an asshole. But it was fun. Yeah. I enjoyed the key structure as opposed to, these types of keys nowadays that are just, they feel kind of dead. And I know there's a whole keyboard movement where people get keyboards that have just the perfect everything, the perfect pitch, the perfect feel on the fingers and stuff like that. But I was always partial to the manual and the electric typewriters, specifically the IBM Selectric. Oh, the IBM Selectric. When you plug that thing in and turn it on, you can smell the ribbon heating up. Oh, it's so nice. And it had the encased carriage return, so it wouldn't shoot off to the side. It would stay in. Oh, it was lovely. I love that thing. And then, of course, it weighed about 40, 50 pounds. Lifting it up was just boom. But yeah, man.
I remember seeing some videos about Tom Hanks. He collects vintage. So which model were you using on the plane? It must have been a pretty small.
I was actually using modern ones. I never really liked the old ones. I was using Olivetti. Was making some for a while. They stopped. There was another company too. I had several Olivetti manual ones, and I would generally only use those rarely. Most of the time, when I had electricity, I would be using the IBM Selectric. That was my go-to one. And while I can appreciate and think that old typewriters are really cool, they're actually hard to type on. They're really difficult to type on. And the nice thing about the Selectric was you could just, you can go so fast and it'll keep up with you.
So it was a time where you could smoke on a plane also, right? So you could.
There you go. Yeah.
The whole thing go.
Oh my God. Yeah. There were smoking and non-smoking sections. Fortunately, I never got into that. That's one vice out of my many vices. That's one that I never got into.
So this was, did you have this thought? You have the Vogler book. I don't know if this would be a good time to look at that, but
oh yeah,
that's one of my favorite.
Yeah, I don't have it with me. I can run and get it. Did you roll it?
Well, you have the B-roll of it. So maybe you can just talk about Christopher Vogler and
Yeah,
any other.
Chris. Yeah, when I was in film school, Chris Vogler had just come out with this book that everybody was talking about, and it was amazing. It was the go-to book for a while. I think, like any other art movement, screenwriting is also influenced by trends and fashion and stuff like that. And he was the it boy for a while, and he wrote The Writer's Journey, which was a send up of Joseph Campbell's The Hero's Journey. And in it, what he did was he reverse engineered a bunch of movies and talked about how all good, memorable movies have these Jungian archetypes, and you follow the archetypal hero's journey from, he starts off in the ordinary world, and then he has this call to adventure, and he meets the mentor, the refusal of the call, entering the what is it, the unknown forest. I can't remember at this point. It's been many years, but I remember just absolutely devouring that book, just going, wow, this is the coolest thing ever. And for me, I tend to spin off. I get sometimes caught up in the minutia of it, and then I lose sight of the bigger picture. And that's kind of what happened to me, because I started thinking, well, the only good story now has to be a Jungian archetype. And I would make my stories fit into that, because by God, Chris Vogler said I had to. And yeah, I was pretty young. Let's just leave it at that. I was pretty young. I still think that his book is amazing, and I think that it's a great way to examine story structure in general, to look at that, but I don't think that it's the end all be all. I would still recommend it. I recommend that anybody who's starting off in writing look at it, because it's good to be informed about it. And certainly there are a lot of examples of it in Hollywood, but even in Hollywood, there are, it's one of those things where if you look for a pattern, you're going to find it. And what's that? What's the word for that thing that all people do when we see faces in things?
Projection.
There's like a cool name, like onomatopoeia, but what it means is that we always see, like, we see faces in clouds, for example, or we see the Virgin Mary in a cheese sandwich, that kind of thing. We see what we're looking for, but we're also, biologically pre-programmed, if you will, to recognize faces, because that helps our survival. So we see those types of things. And I think that in examining all of these movies, you can see, if you're looking for the Jungian archetype, you can find it. That doesn't mean that the writer necessarily put it in there. Mm-hmm. But it's a fun book.
Yeah. I was just thinking of Christopher Nolan. I think he's one of the top screenwriters of our time, and directors. And I get the feeling that he hews pretty closely to some of these patterns, and maybe that's what gives them their kind of epic feel.
Yeah.
The Batman movies and Interstellar.
I'm just trying to think of, should I even admit this? I'm not really a Christopher Nolan fan.
So, well, he's sort of my go-to person. So,
well, I will say I love Batman. I love Batman in general. I think the Batman archetype is a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm trying to remember when I was in film school, it was Shane Black. Everybody was talking about Shane Black and Lethal Weapon. When Lethal Weapon 1 came out, and before Shane Black even became a director, when he was just a screenwriter. And then he wrote, no, wait a minute. Shane Black wrote Lethal Weapon, but now I'm trying to remember, Joe Esterhaus was the other guy. Joe Esterhaus wrote Showgirls. And the only reason I remember Showgirls was because, again, it came out around the time that I was in film school, and it was awful. It was just awful. But Joe Esterhaus had done some amazing writing before that, and then everybody thought, dude, what are you doing with Showgirls? Mm-hmm. Where did this come from? But, we all have hits or misses commercially. I think as long as you're following your heart, I suppose that's all that really matters.
So is film school 2 years?
Yeah, it's gosh, I think it was actually a 3-year program. I did a non-academic version of it just to get it done quicker. So I didn't actually get a degree in it, but I went through the whole program.
Okay.
I went back, actually got a degree in it later on, many years later, like probably 20 years later. I went back and actually ended up getting a master's in both fiction and screenwriting. But at the time, that was just a quick blow through the course, meet all the teachers, go through the whole curriculum, and really, at that point, I had started. I was going, okay, because I was living in LA at the time too, and I was thinking, I'm gonna do this, man. I'm gonna be the next big screenwriter. We got to have dreams, right? Come on. From writing on a laptop, on a manual typewriter, on an airplane to I'm going to be the next it guy. Yeah.
So this is like your late 20s. You're going to a film school in your early 30s.
Yeah. I was going to say, let me think about this. Film school was actually going to be probably early 20s, actually.
Oh, okay. So then after college.
Exactly. Yeah. I went right after college. I went into film school, and then I tried my hand at that for maybe a year.
Screenwriting,
yeah. Okay. And I mean, I didn't have any contacts. I didn't know what I was doing. I knew how to structure screenplays and teleplays, and so I was writing them, but I didn't know how to get them in front of anybody, and I didn't have contacts or anything like that who could show them to people or read them themselves and give me a lot of feedback. So I sort of moved away from that into something that was a little more doable, which is I had met a fiction writer who sort of became a mentor and was teaching classes, and they were telling me, to get short stories published, all you have to do is submit to magazines, and it's a lot easier, and then you can sort of get your name out there and get your writing out there that way. So I moved into writing short stories for a long time, and I think I published a couple of them years and years ago in very, very small, forgettable places. It's more about the journey, I guess. I wouldn't sit there and say that I wrote anything that was super special, but the act of writing it was super special to me. And I learned a lot about myself, and I learned what I enjoyed actually ended up not being writing, just in the sense that writing is, even though I spent a number of years doing it and thinking that, this is what I'm going to do, this is how I define myself, it ended up not being for me. So I moved away into an entirely, I would say, a related field, but most people would refer to it as a completely unrelated field. And that's commercial imaging. So to me, I think that they're very similar in that they both use the story creation muscle, but they're just used in different ways. And at least with commercial imaging and photography, it's working with people, as opposed to staring at a word processor going, what does she do next? No, why did he say that? No, should he have said this? I eventually realized that and this is just my opinion, but to be a really good writer, you have to really, really get into the details. And I am not a detail person at all. I very much paint with broad strokes with everything I do. And that works very well in photography because the camera handles the details, so I don't have to.
Interesting.
Again, as I see these things,
imaging.
Yeah, commercial photography.
Okay. So does that
image making? Yeah.
Is there a difference? Because I'm not too familiar with that term. Is it like a broader scope of like developing film or Photoshop or?
Well, no, commercial. When I say commercial imaging, I guess I mean that interchangeably with commercial photography. Okay. And the only difference between that and regular photography, of course, is that it's commercial sized and it's to businesses only. Like I don't, for example, shoot bar mitzvahs or people's pets. I only work with companies on advertising campaigns, or corporate this or that or marketing things. whether it's internal or external. Either way, though, it's a chance to work with people, which makes my day so much easier, so much more fun.
Yeah.
I like getting out of bed and knowing that I'm going to actually get to see people, as opposed to getting out of bed and going, okay, well, now from 4 a.m. to about 9 a.m., I'm going to write. And then I'm going to go have my real life and then go to bed at like 7 p.m. because I'm exhausted now, and then get up and do it again. That wasn't for me. And I know there are a lot of writers out there for whom the writing process is a mania. I'm thinking of Joyce Carol Oates in particular, but there are a bunch of others who just they just are able to say, this is my time and I'm going to write and I'm just going to make it happen. And I find that I get a little bit distracted easily.
Did you say that name again?
Joyce Carol Oates.
Carol Oates. Is that
three names? Yeah. Joyce, yep. Joyce, Carol, Carol, and then Oates, Oates.
Okay.
And she is a very prolific author. I think she's got to be 93 now, maybe older than that. I think she's gone through something like 4 husbands.
Wow.
But she has probably 140 novels that she's written. It's insane how much she's written. And a lot of her stuff, especially her earlier stuff, was really, really good. And after a while, though, you kind of look for something else to read. It's like, okay, it's, not to slight her, but, you don't want to eat chicken every day for the rest of your life. You know what I mean? Or salad.
I know some people I know there's going to be some people that want to know what kind of gear you're using for your photography. So could you give a quick kind of rundown of what the major camera or cameras are that you use, and any other kind of special types of stuff that maybe people be interested in, major pieces of equipment or brands or models?
Well, so I am a portrait photographer specifically. So I shoot people as opposed to shooting, let's say, food or e-com, which would be clothing like shoes or t-shirts and stuff like that. I tend to shoot people. And I use a Phase 1 IQ4. It's a 150 megapixel monster of a camera that captures detail and like it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I started off my career shooting with 35 millimeter digital. Actually, I started off with 35 millimeter film, switched to digital very early on. Was happy to get away from film because I never liked film. I didn't like the darkroom aspect of it. It just never worked for me. Then I switched. I was getting really sick of small format because I couldn't get the images as sharp as I like. And so I checked out a Mamiya 645 film camera. Thought, okay, this is pretty nice, especially shooting slide film. But then from there, I went to a digital back on the Mamiya. And then from there, I switched completely over to Phase 1. So the Phase 1 cameras now, it's the XF body with the IQ4 back. It's an absolute monster, just a monster of a camera. But I still keep my 35 millimeter as a backup, which is crazy because, some of the nicest cameras in the world are 35 millimeter digitals. And yet I refer to them as backups because they're my small cameras. They're not, if I really need to get the job done, I don't use those. Those I just use it in case something happens to my big camera.
Interesting.
And those things are restrictively expensive. You either buy them used or you lease them. Nobody I know can afford. I mean, a camera purchased new, if you buy the body, the back, and one lens, you're in $70,000.
Wow. So
everybody I know buys used or they lease. That's the way to do it. And then, of course, you pass all your expenses on to your clients, which is what we should all do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so you go to film school and you give screenwriting a chance for a year, and then you discover you're more interested in photography. So how do you continue building your collection as you make that transition? And does anything change?
Photo books. Yeah, he said with a manic gleam in his eye. I ended up getting a lot of photo books of photographers whose work I really admired. But honestly, even those tend to be oversized, and you probably see photo books. They're usually relegated to coffee tables because they're like, this by this, and you open them up with two hands and a crane and everything, and they look really good. But they take up a lot of shelf space, and I probably have too many of them. But that was certainly the love of stories never went away, because photography and writing, it's still stories. It's just the only thing that changes are the tools.
It's kind of counterintuitive. Could you go into that a little bit more? Like how, when I think most people think of a portrait, maybe they think about capturing an emotion, but they don't think in terms of there's enough there for a full story.
So I suppose it depends on your definition of story. I tend to be pretty, to use the term of the day, seems to be loosey-goosey. I tend to be pretty loosey-goosey when it comes to my definitions. And for me, the story muscle, the creation of an idea, whether it's in written form or in visual form, is the same. So that doesn't change. Whether or not you can claim that there's a full story in a one frame image, that's debatable. And I'll give that to the naysayers. I though feel that there is a story in one frame, and it's my job to come up with the story. Let's say if I'm trying to sell, I don't know, a piece of technology that some company made, and so we're working with the creative team or the agency to, okay, we've got to come up with different ways to tell the story of this product and of the person using this product. There's very much a story craft that goes into that process. It's a roundtable discussion with a lot of people. It's very collaborative. Ideas are bouncing back and forth. And we can't do that one because, we would need an airplane over the Arctic, and we're not going to get an airplane over the Arctic. Okay, so, our budget's only $50. What are we going to do with $50 or whatever? It's more than $50, but.
I thought of a counterexample to my own kind of presumption, which is YouTube thumbnails. And I never really understood why people put so much effort into their thumbnails. And one of the top guys' name is Mr. Beast, and he's got over 100 million subscribers, and he has a whole, I think, several dozen people on this team that just focuses on the thumbnails, and he has a whole studio dedicated to just taking pictures for his thumbnails. And the idea behind it is you want to get people into the story and kind of see how the hero is put at risk in some way, or one of the highlights of the story, kind of like a movie trailer, but in image form, to get people to click on that thumbnail. And so, but almost sounds like you're kind of a creative director and a photographer rolled into one. And so there's more going on than just being a photographer and looking for images that, like, I'm thinking of like the small amount of videography I've done of like filming a wedding, and I feel like having an understanding of story helps you look for the little clips or look for the little moments that are those special moments.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. You know that a wedding has a beginning, a middle, and an end. First there's the empty altar, and then the couple shows up, and then the couple is gone. Mm-hmm. And like you said, in that time, there are the little moments of, the tying of the shoes, or the handing off of the bouquet, or, the kiss from the mother, and wiping the lipstick off the cheek, that kind of a thing. Those are all fun little moments that can add to the overall experience of this story is, and it doesn't have to be a unique story because people get married all the time, but it's unique to them because their only time that they've done it. And the same thing with photography. With what I do, a lot of times the story comes from the client, and they'll say, this is what we're doing. We're going to go out and shoot it. And I tend to prefer the clients who allow for more collaboration. I've had clients in the past who just say, Greg, you're handling all the creative. Just give us something. Go do it. Whatever it is, we're going to pay for it. And okay, absolutely. Those are the best. And then you just go nuts. As long as you both have an honest discussion and agreement that you're not going to go completely insane and shoot something that they can't use, it all works out and everybody benefits. But yeah, the clients who come in with an idea and then they just want somebody to press a button, those are tedious. Yeah. But it happens.
It seems that there's also, to a certain extent, going back to the sort of collective unconscious, there's these scripts that people have in their mind as a viewer. And so they kind of project that onto a situation that seems to match, like a wedding. And so picking the pictures or picking the moments is kind of hanging things onto hooks that people already have, or putting things into a framework people already have in their head as they're watching or as they're looking at an image.
Yeah, well, certainly with a wedding, everybody knows that we need to see the first kiss. We need to see the bride crying. And if we get the groom crying, even better. Oh, my God. Nobody ever gets the groom crying because he's always like, oh, yeah. I say that as somebody who cries a lot. So I was totally the crying groom myself. But yeah, we definitely expect those moments. But again, the audience for those are only the people in them. Which is very different. So I think the definition of story cannot be tied to the audience. Who is the audience? And then that will affect how you define the story. Certainly. If the audience is, if I'm shooting something that is never going to be seen by the public, but it's going to be used by the company internally, then it doesn't need to be as over the top and entertaining as I would otherwise make it. But if I'm shooting something that the public's going to see, then I want it to be entertaining and silly and stupid and fun and memorable. And to your point about, Mr. Beast shooting all of the thumbnails. Yeah. When you scroll through YouTube and you look at all the thumbnails, the ones that catch your eye are, where there's a weird angle, or it's somebody who's exceptionally attractive, or somebody that like, oh, that's Deadpool. I recognize Deadpool. There he is. That's Wolverine. Oh my God. For future generations, you can tell when this video was filmed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think thumbnails are important.
So you're in this first year post film school. What happens, and you get into collecting photo books? Where do you go after that?
I never stop enjoying stories in general. And so I am picking up more and more books and just sort of reading for fun. And eventually I realized, what, after many years have passed and I just keep purchasing books that I enjoy, including, different copies of the Iliad, which has got to be one of my favorites, by the way. And I much prefer it to the Odyssey. Everybody says the Odyssey is a better story, but I think the Iliad is hands down much more entertaining than the Odyssey. I can come back to that. That's that's a weird thing to say. But to answer your question, I was just kind of
I was thinking, like, in terms of movie renditions of the Iliad versus the Odyssey, there isn't, I was looking this up of like, what's the like famous movie of the Odyssey? And I don't think there is one.
I think there are several that have been made. You're right. And I can't think of anything off the top of my head. And I know that they were probably done in the 50s, 60s, or 70s. And there might even be silent film versions of some of these, maybe, for all I know. But over time, I would go into a bookstore and go, oh, that book, that looks really interesting. I'm gonna read this one, and then I'd read that, and then I would have to read the whole series. And if I enjoyed the series, then I'd have to go pick up other books by the same author. And so it's this snowball effect. You start with one little thing, and then suddenly you end up with 20 books. Or I used to go to estate sales and then you could just buy 40 books for $3, and provided they were of some sort of interest, I would take them, whether they had, again, marginalia, or they were somehow related to something that I knew something about or was interested in, or a place that I had been to. Like, oh yeah, this takes place in Mackinac, when I've been to Mackinac. So, oh, okay, yeah, cool. Stuff like that.
Yeah. What about nonfiction?
Nonfiction, I have struggled to get into all my life. Much more a fiction person, but I do find that I'm reading slightly more nonfiction now than I was, but not to any great degree.
What about like history and autobiographies and biographies?
I actually have a lot of biographies that are a combination of just straight traditional biographies, but they're also letters shared between famous people, and you can sort of read their biographies through their letters. I've got a lot of those, or interviews with famous people. There's what's it called? Conversations with literary conversations. It's put out by University of Mississippi Press, and it's still going. And they've got something like 200 books in this series. I have a few of them, and I'm blanking on the name right now. It's, if you type in conversations with authors and then add University of Mississippi Press, I think it'll come up. But so I have a bunch of those. Still, though, fiction has always been the thing for me. It's always make believe, and that goes back to my my youngest days, when these books right here behind me were the books. It was always make believe was where it's at. You create something with your brain.
So those were pre-college, actually, the ones behind you.
Yeah, this is all pre-college. This is well, I didn't get all of these pre-college days. A lot of them I collected afterward, but they go back to my love of that whole thing that started probably in the third grade. How old are we in the third grade? Are we 8, maybe 7, something like that? Yeah, that's kind of when I first started getting into it, and going, wow, okay, this is. I love the idea, and I can't say enough about the idea of creating something that doesn't exist from your vision. You have an idea, whether you're a writer, whether you're a photographer, you're creating something just with your brain. And nowadays, we can have AI do it too. But I've tried some AI to see if I could if it could come up with ideas that I thought were valuable. And most of the time I go, yeah, I don't think so.
Did you try Midjourney?
Yeah. I tried Midjourney. I had a dream the other night where I pictured this beautiful, beautiful room, and I tried to recreate it with Midjourney, and it just couldn't do it. Mm-hmm. I had every detail. I tend to have almost, but not quite, lucid dreams, where I can see very, very fine details in my dreams, and so I could describe it perfectly. And if I could draw really well, I would just draw the darn thing. Or if I could build a set, I would build the set and photograph it that way. But then again, what's the story behind it? To whom am I selling it? Who's receiving that? That's what holds me back from it.
I found the University of Mississippi Press, or University Press of Mississippi, literary conversations series.
There it is. Yeah,
213 titles, and it's one author per.
Exactly.
Volume.
Like conversations with Salman Rushdie, conversations with, Toni Morrison, and stuff like that. And it's a fun series. And I couple that with, I have a bunch of books about, I'm trying to think of anything in specific. Letters exchanged.
Yeah. I thought I'd remembered the letters of FDR and Churchill. I don't know if that was your collection.
That wasn't me, but I do. But I do have things like that. Well, I've got like the journals of Dorothy Wordsworth. I've got letters between was it Peter Taylor? Not Peter Taylor. What? Oh, I'm blanking on the name. Who was the famous lover of Anais Nin? What was his name? I want to say it was Peter something. Maybe you can do some Google faster than I can.
Miller.
What's the first name?
It's just coming up with
It's just Miller.
Miller.
Henry Miller. That's
Henry
what it
Miller.
is.
Yep.
Yeah. So there are some love letters exchanged between Anais Nin and Henry Miller that are fabulous. And she was an erotic writer, but she wrote it. It almost really deflates it to refer to her writing as just erotic writing. It's phenomenal. It's unbypassed. It's amazing how good it is, even though it's also erotica. And so I can't recommend that stuff highly enough. And so getting into series like that was just a lot of fun because you learn, what they're thinking as they're in the process of writing something.
This is the letters.
Yeah, the letters. Anytime you read, letters exchanged between people, like I've got some of Rudyard Kipling's letters, and of course that was from a very different time period, and to see things like, "My dear sir," as they're writing to their best friend, "My dear and kind sir, your letter forthwith whence to." We don't talk like that anymore or write like that. But it's so, I feel like it's just insightful to see what the creative process was like while they were doing it, because they'll say, "Oh, I was working on the Jungle Books and I thought I'd stop and write this letter to you." Wow, okay, that's cool. So he's between like chapters 4 and 5 right now, or Tolkien, Tolkien's letters to, I'm trying to think. I don't even think I have many of Tolkien's letters. I'm sure that there's something out there. I don't think I have them though, but he must have written letters to people, and to be able to read those letters to say, "Oh, how cool is that he wrote this around about the time that he was writing that other thing." It just sort of helps us know
the Eats and On the Road.
Kerouac?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Do I have
or Stream of Consciousness? Or just
not so much. I tend to like it a little more structured. I do think I have On the Road though. I have a huge list of what I would consider to be classical titles that I have not read yet, that I'm trying to go through my backlog on, and that's one of them. But certainly those people were prolific, and they were also prolific in talking about their prolificism. They spent a lot of time saying, "This is how I do what I do," or "This is why I do what I do," and I think that's fascinating. And there's certainly, I think we have come to appreciate where we are nowadays in the act of creation as much as, or I should say, the process of creation as much as the act of creation. Like it's as interesting to people to know how something was done as it is the fact that it was done. And I think that's interesting, because it used to be that it was just the fact that it was done. Oh, you wrote something amazing. That's great. Okay, and we're going to appreciate what you've written. But now we want to know, well, how did you do it? How did you write it? Where, what state of mind were you in? You were divorcing your cat at that time. What were you thinking? We tend to, I think, get more into those details nowadays than we used to. As I say, though, I'm painting with broad strokes, so I think for everything that I say, there's a counter argument out there.
The Sunday morning, CBS News Sunday Morning just did I think it was a re-upload or something of J.D. Salinger and how he sort of went into hiding.
Oh yeah.
After he published The Catcher in the Rye, and I was thinking about J.D. Vance, and I thought of like J.D. Salinger.
Yeah, they're so similar, right?
And
they're almost the same person.
I was looking at your library. You actually have the Oxford Dictionary of Surnames, which is a lesser known part of the Oxford and like part of the OED is they really don't include surnames for the most part unless they've become something greater than that. And then there's a separate dictionary just for surnames. And that Sunday morning piece is really interesting, but kind of how he didn't want to. I think there's also an argument to be made for artists don't want to have to explain what they're doing. And part of things that are maybe more avant-garde is that it's doing the homework for the reader, or it's making it too easy, or it's telling them what to think instead of having them. I think some of the best fiction or some of the best classics force you into the TV show, What Would You Do in This Situation? And there's the guy who's like, they create these stunts and then they get people like in a restaurant to say, oh, what would you do? Or why did you step into that situation? And I think some of the best fiction is when they kind of put you in a situation and you ask yourself, well, what would I do in that situation? Or what's really going on here? And they cause you to really think deeply about one of those situations because you're really in the mode of the protagonist.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. How do you move through the world when you see that there's a little kid choking or being beaten by his mother or something like that? I've seen those types of things before. And we've all heard the stories of how the guy kidnapped the girl in broad daylight and the onlookers just stood there. Yeah, and nobody did anything. And I think that those stories like you're talking about serve to kind of break us out of that, or at least make us aware of the idea that, well, we don't just have to be bystanders. You can actually interact with the world around you. And I think we all like to see ourselves as the heroes, and we all like to hope that in a sticky situation like that, we would be the ones to step up. I certainly hope I would be. And I don't know though. That's what a question, man. Yikes.
I think one of the other things that you brought up was like understanding the diversity of human experience through fiction and collecting classics from underrepresented cultures and stuff that maybe isn't part of the Western canon.
That was mythology specifically. Yeah.
Mythology specifically. Okay.
It's like if you say mythology, anybody's going to say, oh, Zeus, or, oh, yeah, Thor, right? And like, well, yeah, okay, so the Greco-Roman and the Norse are huge pantheons that everybody knows, but what about, the Japanese culture's mythology, or some of the countries in Africa? Some of the cultures in Africa, I shouldn't say the countries, the cultures in Africa of the many, many, because every language is going to, have its own culture. It's going to have its own mythology. And when I was originally trying to source mythology titles, I had a lot of trouble finding things that weren't Greek, Roman, or Norse. And so that's been kind of a journey, is trying to find more mythology or stories. And a lot of times they link mythology with fables and
Brothers
folklore. Yeah, exactly. And so I actually ended up in my personal archive, I put all of that stuff together. I shelved them all next to each other because I feel like folklore and mythology and religion, it's all kind of the same thing. So it all goes on the same shelf in my place. But yeah, I want to know about, the Inuit. Yeah. Inuit stories. Those are cool. And I picked up a couple of those books and I've been meaning to sit down with them and hopefully in the near future, because they're lovely knowing that they exist. And yet nobody ever talks about them, or Native Americans, First Nations. There are a bunch of those.
So I want to circle back to the Dewey Decimal, because I know people are going to be wondering, how do you organize? And I actually have some material on this subject, Library of Congress and coming up with your own system. But I do want to linger on the subject of reading people's letters and letter writing, because I think that's one of the skills that's most quickly died out, where millennials and younger generations don't know how to write an email. They don't write letters really at all. They just do texting, and texting has its own conventions to it. So the whole idea of reading letters and how that gives a window into somebody's mind, reading journals as well, which are sort of a letter to yourself or future self in a sense. Could you talk a little bit more about just what that's like, and maybe give a little bit of a sales pitch to people who have never even thought of reading that genre?
Yeah, well, the first thing I would say is I wouldn't necessarily pick on millennials for this. I think that the degradation in the process of writing letters probably began with the boomers, and possibly even the generation before them. What would that be? The silent generation.
Silent.
I think the silent generation, those are people who were born in, I want to say, the late 30s to mid 40s, somewhere around there. Certainly a lot of them used to write letters, but even they kind of stopped as technology progressed. And I think it's just simply the progression of technology that has led us away from it. But when it comes to sharing your feelings with somebody, if you can share them on a text and they can get it instantly and they can share it instantly back, there's something nice about that. I'm not a traditionalist in the sense that I think, oh, well, it's got to go through a postal carrier. You've got to wait 2 weeks to get the letter from your loved one. It's like, if you can get it instantly and share it instantly, I think that's awesome. As long as we're sharing whom we are truthfully with people, I think that's what matters. I don't think the medium really matters. If you can do it on a text, more power to you. As long as you're not just going, here's my cat's butt, and like, oh, here's my cat's butt, and then thinking that that's a meaningful conversation. But if you're being earnest and saying, this is what's in my heart, and I really do want to study that thing, even though my parents want me to study this thing. If you're talking at that level, I don't think the medium matters. So I guess that's how I would differentiate it. And certainly going back to all the classic authors who would share letters with each other, that was just the technology that they had, and they were opening themselves up because that's what they did for a living too. They writing was very, very easy for them, so they did a lot of it, and they would just share themselves. And so I think, yeah, I mean, I'm beating a dead horse at this point, but I think as long as we share who we are honestly and openly with those around us, with those we care about, I think that's what's most important. I don't think the technology matters.
What about your journals and diaries?
Absolutely. I think that's helpful. I used to keep a journal for a long time. I stopped doing it after a while because my journals, I felt, were becoming repetitive. But I used to keep a journal for story ideas. Long before phones existed, I kept a handwritten journal that I would always have, like a pocket right here on my shirt, and I would always stick my journal in my pocket with a pen in it. And I'd be like, oh, so yeah, this guy falls out of an airplane and turns into a bird as he's falling, or whatever it is. Like, that'd be a cool story. So keeping a journal for stuff like that was, I think, important for me. For a while, I tried to keep a journal where I would be open with myself about, what I was going through. I'm struggling today with whatever problem I was facing in either my writing or my personal life or anything else on the side. And for me, that was a little too much. I preferred my problems to work themselves out in the act of doing whatever it was I was doing, whether it was writing or photography, whether it was work or something personal. I wanted them to come out that way, and I had trouble examining them too closely in a journal, because that's kind of like saying, I have a headache, and then you go on to WebMD and find out that you have brain cancer and you're going to be dead in 5 minutes. It's like, no, okay, that's just too much. I can't look at it that closely, or staring at the sun.
What about, I meant more like, I guess maybe it's a slightly different question, but can you think of like a situation where you were reading somebody's letters or their collected letters or their journals, and you had a eureka moment, or you really felt like you understood storyteller, author, who you really admired because you had read their letters or their journals?
Gosh, I feel like there are a bunch of them, and I'm just trying to figure out which one in particular. I tend to go back to Rudyard Kipling because he was one of my first real loves he won the Nobel Prize for literature, an Englishman living in India a long, long time ago, back before Indian independence. He had some letters, but man, and I'm putting myself on the spot because I'm thinking I need to go back and read some more of those things. It's been 25 years or more since I've read some of these.
He's got his famous poem, If. There's The Jungle Book. There's Kim.
Oh, my favorite poem of his is called The Little Hunter. It's an absolutely phenomenal poem. It's through the waiting and watching. Oh shoot, I can't remember it. Through the
song of the Little Hunter.
The song of the Little Hunter. Yes, that's it.
Ere more the peacock flutters, ere the monkey
people cry, ere chill the kite swoops down a furlong sheer, through the jungle very softly flits a shadow and a sigh. It is fear, O little hunter. It is fear. I'm getting goosebumps. Oh, that's
another kind of lost art, which is memorizing poetry.
Wanted up with his shoulders so the Dorcht of March hath person to the road, and bathed every vein and switched the core of which ver to one genre is the floor. Yeah. For that was the opening to Chaucer's Canterbury Tales.
So that's Middle
English. Yeah, Middle English. That's sorry. I feel like with every sentence we branch out into other avenues that we could go to.
I wasn't planning on bringing this up, but I'm going to be doing a video on this in a little bit. This is the Middle English Dictionary.
Oh, nice.
So I'm going to be doing a video on that, but this is sort of the OED stops at 1150, and it doesn't cover any words that went extinct or before that time. And so the Middle English Dictionary was never, it was published as these fascicles and was never published as the full volumes like the OED. So,
okay.
It just made me think of that. And I've never heard Middle English spoken like that. So that was pretty cool.
I was just going to say, I totally screwed it up. I think people who are much more knowledgeable about it than I can pronounce it better. I learned it from one of my teachers actually for several of my teachers who were medieval scholars specifically, and who, like, one of them, her entire work outside of teaching was the scholarly examination of Chaucer. Mm-hmm. And she was the first one to teach me that it's, wandet April with his short assault, the drocht of March hath person to the rotte, and bathed every vein in switch liquor of which virtue engendered is the floor. And I mean, my breath marks are off and stuff like that, but I generally memorized the entire prologue, which is something like, what is it, 100 lines? Something like that.
I'm not sure.
It's a fair amount. But Middle English it's one of those things that it's cool because it almost sounds like you can understand it. You're almost like, wait a minute, did I just hear that wrong? What was that one little thing? But when you go back to Old English, then it's crazy. Like,
well, at first I thought you were reciting Beowulf, but it didn't sound like Beowulf.
Yeah, no, Beowulf doesn't even sound like English. Beowulf is so far from what we sound like. It's, well, I'm trying to remember. Wait. Oh shoot, I can't remember it. I should probably have it called up so that I can reference it. But what on?
And the funny thing with Chaucer is, I think the Middle English Dictionary actually originated out of a work on Chaucer, where they were kind of putting together a glossary of all the words in Chaucer, and the Canterbury Tales and Chaucer's work are so fundamental to Middle English that the dictionary actually kind of grew out of that. That's just a little piece of trivia.
That's interesting. That makes sense.
Yeah. And they were doing a concordance. So a concordance is where they take each word and they tell you every single place where it shows up. So like they'll do one on Shakespeare, they'll do the King James Bible, King James version of the Bible. There's a very small number of works that have, they're kind of these crazy books where it's just alphabetical, every single word and every single place it shows up within their oeuvre.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I want to go to, actually, let's talk about the OED since we're kind of on that topic of vocabulary. What different dictionaries have you collected and do you use? Maybe you could go, you also have the Oxford collected book of verse, I think it's called. Maybe let's just talk about let's just talk about kind of all the different Oxford dictionaries and other kind of related books that you have.
Well, first of all, dictionaries.
Yeah.
So I actually had this one rebound. Is it going to focus on? I have to hide my face to get to focus on the spine.
The trick with that is to put your head down like this and see your eyes. Yeah, that's why that works for me.
I'll try that one. This is actually just a Webster's from, I want to say the late 80s or something like that. This is just.
And it's got the thumb index. That's what those.
Yeah, exactly. Those thumb indexes, which are lovely. But yeah, this was just something that I had to rebound because I had ripped it. I had shredded this thing from using it too much because once upon a time, I was marking every word that I had looked up. And so you can see like you probably can't see, but there are little X's next to all these different words on a page. I could flip to any given page and there was a little X there from a word that I had looked up. And I thought, you know what, I got to save this. So I actually paid to have this thing rebound in leather and looking really nice. And that kind of got me started on dictionaries in general. And I was always interested in vocational dictionaries about particular topics. I should say not vocational, but like the dictionary, occupational maybe, yeah. Just there weren't necessarily lists of words, but they would talk about words as it relates to a subject, like the dictionary of, more like encyclopedias, I guess, but like the dictionary of reptiles,
yeah,
or whatever it is. But the cataloging process of knowledge that dictionaries do was very interesting to me. And when I stumbled upon the OED, I remember, who did I see who had it first? I might have seen it first in a library or in a bookstore or something like that. And I went, oh my gosh, that's cool. Because I think I was always looking for something bigger than this. Because occasionally I would come up with a word that wasn't in here. And then somebody told me, well, the whole point of the OED is that it has the historical etymology of the word. Like, oh, so I can look up when it was first used, where it came from. That's really cool. And at that point, I knew that I had to get a copy. And I had seen people with the oversized copy where you have the magnifying glass. I think you mentioned that one.
Yeah, compact,
the compact one. Yeah. And I thought, well, that's cool and all, but I mean, let's not fuck around here. Let's get real. So I ended up picking up the 20 volume set, which is an absolute monster. And I love it to death. And to this day, I'll tell my kid, hey, go grab, whatever the volume is that starts with the thing, because we got to look up where does, nightingale come from, or whatever word we're talking about at the moment. And then we run over and grab that thing. And of course, she can do it online now, but I try to avoid that. Come on, let's look it up in a book. Let's not use Google, please. Although technology exists for a reason. So
I really like that X system that you have with your dictionary, and it's actually a technique that I have in one of my courses on like going through it. Like people wonder, like, what is it like to actually read a dictionary? Does anybody ever do that? And there are some people that have done it. And what I think, I like those type of occupational or subject specific dictionaries also. You can kind of go through, or even just a glossary, you can kind of go through and mark off. I like the idea of marking off. Actually, one of your books that, I don't know if you have it with you, but like rare words, or the one that was part of your stack.
I do have it, yeah, and I can certainly run and get it if we want to take a quick pause. I can.
Yeah, let's just do a quick pause. And can you talk a little bit more about just building your vocabulary and like any other Oxford dictionaries or other dictionary or word collections that you...
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of books on idioms, phrases, parables, aphorisms. What's the other one? Synonyms. Dictionary of slang, dictionary of British slang. All kinds of, how do people say the things that they say? Because of course there's the school of thought that if it's not in the language, how do people conceive of the thing? And so that, language focuses our ability to think, or we could say that thinking, focuses our language. But if we didn't know how to say quantum mechanics, how would we think of it? Let alone how would we discuss it? How would we even think about quantum mechanics if that phrase didn't exist? And certainly in older cultures, that they didn't have those, or some of the smaller cultures that have disappeared over the years that don't have the modern vocabularies, they didn't think of those things. And it's interesting. It's continually fascinating to me to look at those things and then to look at how the different cultures used their languages to form their thoughts. For example, I'm trying to think, is there
There's also certain authors who have generated their own language. Well, I don't know if it's J.R. Tolkien and...
Yeah. There's Sindarin, and there's also, there's Klingon from Star Trek. Mm-hmm. There are all kinds of fun things. Kapla. Yeah. I've been watching Star Trek lately, so now I'm all about Klingon. But yeah, I'm trying to think, even in simple stuff, I'm not nearly as multilingual as I want to be, but I know that even in things like if you compare English to Spanish, in English you might say, oh my God, or my God. But in Spanish, it's Dios mío. It's, God that is mine, or God mine, or the little things like that, even little phrases like that can sort of subtly change the way we think about things. And then I would imagine it would be difficult for a Spanish speaker who is used to saying Dios mío to say my God and not saying Dios mío, or something like that. So as I said, I'm fascinated by how language and thought go together.
What kind of Latin,
different cultures?
Yeah, what kind of Latin? Because Latin is sort of a key language to know. How have you? I think people would be interested to know how you've been learning Latin later in life, and maybe some people don't think that's possible or it's too difficult. So could you talk about that, and maybe any books you have that, like, do you have the Oxford Latin Dictionary, or do you have any Latin?
I need to pause it, and I need to go downstairs. Really, the disservice that you're doing to your audience is that you're not here videotaping this in person.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll do that at some point.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I do have the Oxford Latin Dictionary and a couple of others. And at one point, I said, you know what? I'm so sick to death of trying to teach myself Latin and not having a clue as to what I'm doing. I'm just going to see if there's an online class. And by golly, there are about 17,000 of them. And for, anywhere from a small amount of money to a large amount of money, you can learn Latin. And it's really cool, especially if you want to read some things that were originally written in Latin. Or even things that have been translated into Latin, if you want to read those. So I ended up taking an online course that I just loved. I took it first as a group course, and then I started taking private lessons. But the strange thing about it is, with some of the other languages that I have studied, and I wouldn't say that I am proficient in any of them, but a lot of the modern languages that I've studied, let's say German or Spanish, you can pick up the very basics pretty quickly. With Latin, and it might be because of the declensions, it's very, very difficult for me to pick up Latin quickly. I can learn some vocabulary, and I can learn pronunciation, But beyond that, it's wow, is it difficult? I mean, I'm to the point where the only thing I can say right now is hello, pretty much. And I have maybe 50 words that I can recognize, and if I read very basic Latin, I can make sense of it. But I certainly can't say, "Hey, how you all doing today? Welcome to my channel. Let's talk about whatever." Although there is some guy, and I can't remember his name. He's on Twitch, and what he does, oh, this is going to kill me that I can't think of his name. He plays video games live and talks about them in Latin, only in Latin. And so he's playing like Star Wars, whatever the latest Star Wars game is on console, and he's just saying the whole thing in Latin as he's talking about it. And here we are, we're jumping over the chasm, and here I'm going to pull out my sword now, but it's all in Latin, and it's phenomenal. I've listened to that guy, and I'm like, I don't know what he's saying, but I could listen to this guy for hours. It's so cool. I'm sure you're probably way ahead of me. You can Google him quickly.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to find the exact guy you're talking about.
If I find it, I'll send it to you later on. But it's pretty cool. And he, of course, he's a Latin teacher. And so he's just doing that on the side because it's fun.
Like being able to connect Latin to the different Romance languages and kind of see how they all are connected in that lineage going back to Latin. I think that's really interesting to be able to like connect the dots with that.
Yeah. Well, I remember being in Italy many, many years ago, and I had no Italian, and I was desperately trying to get this guy on the street to understand what I was saying. And I accidentally slipped into Spanish, and then he just got angry with me. He's like, "You're not even trying anymore, dude." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, lo siento mucho." Oh God, it was so bad. And I remember thinking afterward, why the hell was I trying to speak Spanish to an Italian guy? When honestly, I probably could have just, said, "I am so sorry, I don't speak Italian," in English, and he probably would have gotten it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's the thing I think people should know also is that even with the 20-volume OED, there's still exclusion rules where they don't put everything in there. And so slang and technical vocabulary beyond a certain point, that does go into these separate volumes. So you're not just collecting these other or getting these other Oxford dictionaries because you want it all in one place. It's literally not all in the 20-volume OED. So you do have to get these separate volumes to have full coverage of these other parts of the language.
Yeah.
And so like the surnames is another example. Those are generally excluded.
I think also the weirder words, the ones that are, because I don't think that it has the book that we were talking about a minute ago that has the more I think it's called Preposterous Weird Wild Words or something like that. I think a lot of those are not necessarily in there in the OED because they're either out of use or they're archaic, and I think the OED to a certain extent is trying to be a topical reference.
The Word Lover's Dictionary.
The Word Lover's Dictionary. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. But I'm just thinking like, what's the big one? Well, for a while it was anti-disestablishmentarianism, and then there was Floxenos nihilopilification, which is the act of deeming something as unworthy. But the latest one, to your point about sort of it being jargon, was, I think you're going to remember this, pneumo-ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis, which is the disease that you get from breathing in volcanic ash in your lungs.
I'd never heard of that.
Pneumo-ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis, I think.
Sounds like something in Harry Potter.
Right. Well, then there's
had that book actually. What was that? The spells or the esoteric. What was that book?
Harry Potter. I mean, I have a bunch of pagan witchcraft books, but
yeah. Can you talk a little bit about those and like because Latin actually shows up in these spell casting esoteric stuff to an extent.
No, it does. And it's funny how much, you can trace art back, whether it's a movie or a show or an idea or a story, you can trace it all back to its genesis, which when it comes to these sorts of things, specifically what we're talking about, it goes back to religion and Catholicism and Christianity. But certainly I ended up developing, well, do I have it right here? Hold on, I'm going to grab a book from right behind me. I'm not going to go that far. There we go. Okay. I talk about books that got me interested in things. So there's this one and this one. And both of these books are catalogs of people or creatures that existed in all these different mythologies and all these different cultures. And one of the beauties of that game of Dungeons and Dragons is that they brought them all together and said, no, all these things are real and they all exist simultaneously. And, you can interact with any of them. And I thought that was really cool. And to your point, before I spin off too much about Latin, you were talking about.
I found the book actually, the Malleus Maleficarum.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, the Malleus Maleficarum. Yes. Okay, so the Malleus Maleficarum was written in, I want to say, was it 1485 or something like that? It translates to the witch's hammer, and it was a book that was written by devout Christians talking about how to uncover and execute witches. And one of the first things that it did, it's steeped in misogyny. It's absolutely, it's awful. It's just awful. But one of the things that they said was that Eve was created from a bent rib of Adam's. And as a result, all women have a bent nature, a bent or twisted nature. And so all women are by definition evil because they come from the bent rib. And they were, of course, using that as an excuse to just be horrible, horrible human beings to women. But it's fascinating historically, even if it's awful. But that one, that was Malleus Maleficarum. Was, of course, the title was in Latin. I'm trying to recall what your original question was because I'm in danger of spinning off. So you were asking about my interest in demons and
let me give a couple factoids from the Wikipedia because I just pulled it up while you were talking. It's published in 1486.
Oh, it was off a year.
And well, they have 1486 and 1487 years. It's not clear which one is. 1486 is the date, and 1487 is the date of issue. Okay. But there was one other little factoid here. Some describe it as the compendium of literature in demonology in the 15th century.
That, certainly demonology, and that's where I was going with these books, is they showed me early on an appreciation for demons and devils and how all of these things, these ideas that existed in religious doctrine could be real creatures. And that got me into studying wider, non-game specific versions of these things. So I've got, books on the history of the devil, where, why does the devil exist? There's a great book, I think it was The History of the Devil and the Idea of Evil by Paul Carus, Carus. That was one of the first ones I've read, and I couldn't quote it to you anymore because it's been so many years, but I remember reading that going, whoa, this is a lot of fun because it takes it as a real idea. And the devil, of course, is a real idea. And the question sort of philosophically is, why do we have devils in the first place? And for that matter, why do we have angels? And for that matter, why do we have religion? And, that's a whole nother topic. That's a whole nother YouTube series right there. Um, but those questions are fascinating, and so I picked up over the years books on encyclopedias of witchcraft and demonology because I want to see all the different. There's Asmodeus, there's Beelzebub, there's Old Hob, there's Satan, there's Lucifer, uh, all these different names for sort of one generally considered a negative idea. And of course, nowadays we have, what is it? The Satanic Temple, which is the exact opposite of all of that. The Satanic Temple being amazing and being, political activist group that supports, women's rights and, the separation of what is it, church and state.
I don't know. I think they're not necessarily true. I don't know if this is a true Scotsman argument, but I don't think some of them are true Satanists. I think there's a certain extent to which they use it as a tool to sort of make a point. And
exactly. So, exactly right. Exactly. But using, I was referring, I think, to the idea of using the name, using the words, because the words are going to have different meanings obviously to different people. But it's fascinating, no matter how you slice it, to consider where these ideas came from, why these myths exist. And again, I call them all myths because that's how I see them. And whether it's folklore, whether it's myth, whether it's religious, religious truth, it to me, it's all kind of the same thing. And that it's a story about the human condition. And it's one facet, I should say, to the story of the human condition, which is, who are we? Why are we here? What are we doing? And I think that there was one of the best summations of all of human history was in Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, when, spoiler alert for those of you who haven't read it yet, there was a scene toward the end where they were talking about how the Earth was actually a giant computer whose job was to determine the purpose of life, the universe, and everything. And oh drat, the Earth got destroyed. I think it was like 30 seconds before it was going to spit out the answer of why are we all here. So I guess we didn't learn it. Oh well, oopsie. But I loved that idea that all of our lives together on this planet are the story, are the summation of, they answer the question of why are we here and who are we? Mm-hmm. And that it's not something that you can sit there and say, well, the answer is to, eat your greens and respect your elders. Or, the answer is to, do as much heroin as you possibly can. It's everybody's story put together and all summed up. You stick it all in a blender and whirl it all up and squeeze it into a nice ball and then have it rotate through the cosmos for, 5 billion years and see what you got. That's the story. And that's endlessly fascinating to me. And so that's partially why I'm into books on demonology as well, because it's equally a facet of who we are. And when we look at our shadows, we learn as much about ourselves as when we look at, who we are in the light.
Yeah.
What's that famous saying? It's like you see it's a meme on the internet now. It's like, if you can't handle me at my,
my
worst, you don't deserve me at my best. I always love those things, but that's true. It's like, if you can't appreciate the shadows and the darkness that we have, then, how can you appreciate the other parts?
Could you talk a little bit about Bullfinch's mythology?
Oh, Bullfinch. Yes, Bullfinch was one of the first ones also. After these Dungeons and Dragons books, getting into Bullfinch was lovely as well, because Bullfinch was, for many years, it was the book. Like, if you wanted to know about mythology and you hadn't read Bullfinch, what the hell were you even doing? Well, it was a joke. You had to have read Bullfinch. And it's not necessarily that his writing was Shakespearean or that his ideas were seminal or anything like that. It's just that it was one of the first widely known, widely published books on mythology. And he did a great job of summing it up. It's readable. It's not a huge book, especially if you just want to, you can read certain stories are, 2-3 pages long at the most, and you can just blow through them. And then you learn a little bit about that particular idea. And that's what I love about it. They're like short stories or poems almost in many cases. It's just short little pithy moments of knowledge that you get, and then you move on.
Does it cover a fair amount of non-Western mythology, or is it mostly Western?
All Western. Yeah,
Okay.
it's Greco-Roman
Yeah.
and Arthurian, and I'm trying to remember, is there Norse in there? I can't remember if he has Norse. I think it's just Greco-Roman and Arthurian.
The subtitle is The Age of Fable,
Yeah.
Chivalry, and Charlemagne. So,
yeah, there you go. Yeah. And, you could argue that you could get a lot of that, too, from reading Don Quixote.
Mhm.
But I think it's best to read those two together. I would say read Bullfinch first and then read Don Quixote, because you can appreciate Don Quixote much better after you've read Bullfinch, after you get the idea of where these people are coming from. But for that matter, there are do I have any good books on chivalry? Chivalry is a weird.
You have the Crusades
philosophy.
book. Well, we already talked about that, but
You have a bunch of books on the Crusades.
so what interests you about the Crusades? That's what I meant to ask you earlier about that.
Oh, yeah, no. The Crusades to me were fascinating because so many people got involved, and it was really for such a simple reason, which was that life really sucked in Europe at the time. And the Pope Urban II in 1095 had this brilliant idea. Well, I shouldn't say brilliant. He had this idea of, let's have people not focus on their problems. Let's go give them something else to focus on. And he somehow convinced, or I can't say that he did it all himself, because it is one of these things that became a huge movement. But everybody in Europe, and this is, of course, before television, before telephones, before the internet, all this stuff. I mean, this is the year 1095. Word got around all over Europe that he said, hey, guys, you should all march to Jerusalem and take out the people who don't believe in our Lord Jesus Christ. And they all said yes. Can you imagine? And I think it was like 100,000 people or something like that. I was about to say, can you imagine 100,000 people doing something really crazy? And then I realized I stopped myself, because yes, we can't imagine that. That's a little too close to home these days. But back then, it's fascinating. The idea of everybody just marching on foot from Western France to Jerusalem. You don't have a horse, you don't have a wagon, you don't have a train or an airplane or a car. And you're just going to go for weeks and weeks and weeks, because life sucks so much at home, because there's famine, there's poverty, because the feudal lord is, he's killed 3 of your children already, and he's coming for your 4th one, who's, your baby girl or whatever. It's mind-boggling to me that these people would do these incredible things. Just kind of like it is when we think about, how did they build the pyramids? We think about these crazy things that people were able to do. Just simply marching that far with that many people who had no training, who had no particular desire other than that they wanted to get away from where they were. And I guess you could call it the first sort of immigrant exodus. It was definitely, they were leaving all the troubles that they had and going to a place where they thought the troubles were more manageable. I guess they knew that they were going to go to fight, and that anger fueled them.
Yeah,
I can only imagine.
I mean, with the current conflict in the Middle East, it's kind of, and with it sort of being the first TikTok war, and social media giving us a new picture into the reality of war. I've heard some people talk about how that kind of fundamentally changes things. And this was one of the big questions I wanted to ask you, which is, in those times, a book might have, these were copied by hand until Gutenberg. And so a book was sort of the price of a car.
Yeah.
And so the information asymmetry, where basically the church controlled through the monasteries all the books and all the knowledge. We live in such a different world now with Google, with ChatGPT, with the affordability of books, where a normal person has, I think Steve Jobs used to say, like, the president of the United States had access to less information than you now have through your iPhone. And I think, going back several hundred years, it's sort of impossible for us to comprehend what it's like to have never read a book, not know how to read. Just you're kind of in your small tribe of other people on the feudal lands, and you really don't know anything. So my big question was, how does having all of this knowledge physically around you, how does that change how you think? How does that, the same way I think part of what the mystique of the presidency is, just you're sort of the one person who has access to all the information. You're getting that presidential daily brief, and you get to know all the secrets that nobody else really knows. And so in the same way, with having a library like this of several thousand volumes, how does that kind of change your brain? And what is it like? Is there a way to give people a sense of that?
I guess I'd like to think that I'm a bit of a survivalist in that sense. That, instead of guns and canned goods and things, it's just books. I jokingly tell my family some days, I go, if we ever had to, we could probably restart civilization from what we have in this room, just in terms of the shared knowledge from, all the encyclopedias to all the histories to, but then I think I'm really heavy on the fiction. So maybe not so much. I would need more medicine and law and economics and things like that to really restart civilization. But in terms of the thought process, yeah. For me, I like learning. I like knowledge. I like people who are curious, who are asking questions, who want to know, like, why do you think that way? And what would happen if, you thought this way instead? That's just fascinating stuff to me. Plus, I also like, categorizing. I like putting things in cool little places, and a book on a shelf is lovely. And having been in commercial libraries and some people's personal libraries, and of course my advisor in college, his little office, seeing those books there and just thinking, these are all of the greatest minds in the history of the world, and they're all in this room together. And you can, to a certain extent, you romanticize the process, because I can talk with all of them. They're all my best friends. I say that in that voice because it's silly to say that, but the knowledge is there. You can learn a lot from it. You don't need to totally go off into romanticizing them too much, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But having that knowledge present is endlessly fascinating to me. And I'm not sure that I can overstate it enough. There's something about having access to, just like, I pull out my Oxford Book of English Verse here, and I can just instantly go, oh yeah, let's look at what John Milton or Leigh Hunt or oh god, there's this great poem by Leigh Hunt. I have a bookmarked because I love it. I want to read it.
Yeah.
Leigh Hunt wrote this poem called "Jenny Kissed Me." Jenny kissed me when we met, jumping from the chair she sat in. Time, you thief who love to get sweets into your list, put that in. Say I'm weary, say I'm sad, say that health and wealth have missed me. Say I'm growing old, but add, Jenny kissed me. I mean, having access to that is. I've always loved that poem too.
It reminds me of an Einstein quote. Put your hand on a hot stove for a minute and it seems like an hour. Sit with a pretty girl for an hour and it seems like a minute. That's
There
relative.
you go. Exactly. I actually hadn't heard that one, but I love it. I love it. I can't believe I haven't heard that one. That's great. That's exactly right. Yeah. And do we love books because of what they teach us? Or do we love books because the books themselves are lovable? And I think it's a little bit of both. I think there's something about the quietude of a book that you don't get with TikTok screaming in your face or Elon Musk or, whatever the hell's going on.
I was going to bring up Elon Musk earlier because you had the Douglas Adams thing, and that's like his go-to thing when people ask him about like what is his religion and what is the meaning of life. He always references the number 42 in Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Of course he does.
What is Milky Way? What is
Yeah, it's the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But
yeah,
I mean, all I can say is, of course he does, because he knows that it's such a memeable, stupid thing to say that makes him sound pithy without him having to put any effort into it at all.
Yeah. So, I mean, the metaphor I was thinking of as you were talking is kind of like learning how to fly or being in an airplane for the first time. But also you'd mentioned the Egyptian pyramids. And I think, especially with some of these book sets, the sense that you get with some of like the OED, where it's this collective project that took several decades, and just the amount of person hours that went into it, you kind of know that it is the arbiter, and there is no kind of, it's the Mount Everest. So you have these sources of knowledge that are considered the best in these different areas. And to be surrounded by that, I think it's kind of like the old personal development saying is you become the average of the 5 people you spend the most time around. So when you're surrounding yourself with these great works and these great reference resources, you're surrounding yourself with the best of what humanity has been able to produce. And that's going to rub off on you to an extent.
Yeah, I think so. I think that I'm taking that to its logical conclusion. If all you ever do is talk about cars and hang around people who know about cars, then you're going to learn by extension a lot about cars, and you're going to think a lot about cars, and you're going to start dreaming about cars. And if you open that up to a bunch of different things, then the same thing holds true, is that you're going to learn and think and be more preoccupied with all of those things, whatever they are, whatever those 5 people are.
President Lincoln was obsessed with Shakespeare. And I always think about like, why were his speeches, Gettysburg Address, and that's one that a lot of people have memorized. What made him so good at writing speeches or just writing in general? And I think it was having that classical education. So one thing you brought up a little bit, but I'd like to hear more about is just how do you think about educating your children, and like, how do you think about the classics, and maybe that seems to be missing in a lot of public education. So I don't know how you've thought about all that stuff, but maybe you could talk about the importance of kids getting exposure to these classic works, and just have it like, what is it, how is it different having this, like, what are some things you do differently as a parent because you have this kind of library? You mentioned looking things up in the OED, but could you give some other examples, and then give a big picture of kind of how you try to do education differently as a parent?
Well, certainly my son, having been a student of public education, occasionally will say a class will have them write a poem. And I'll say to him something along the lines of, you could write these rhyming couplets, that's a poem, but you could also write a poem that doesn't rhyme, or you could write something that's in dactylic hexameter, like, Homer. So why don't we go back and look at the sources? Maybe not Homer, because of course that's in Greek, or actually ancient Greek, but you could look at other versions of poems by other authors who wrote in English, and just to kind of see what's out there. So we'll go and we'll pull down poetry books for things like that. Or if he's researching for school, well, you mentioned Einstein. Einstein. Well, let's see if we have any. Excuse me. Let's see if we have anything interesting about Einstein that maybe isn't common knowledge. And I happen to know we don't have a lot about Einstein, but as an example, we might have had biographies on, oh gosh, I don't know, John Cheever or J.D. Salinger. I've got a great biography on J.D. Salinger that I think you were referencing earlier.
Which one is that? Do you know the author?
It's called, I think it's by, is it Ian Hamilton? It's called In Search of J.D. Salinger. And the whole book is about how he was tasked by his publisher to go interview and write a biography about Salinger, but he couldn't find the guy. He couldn't get the guy. And so the whole book ended up being about just his search for this guy. And I remember reading that and just being fascinated by it. Going like, wow, here he is. He's driving down this country lane and he stopped to talk to this person who is not giving him the time of day. And he thinks that, maybe that was Salinger's shoulder I saw disappearing behind that building over there. Maybe I should go over there. And it was fun to realize that, a biography doesn't have to have the willing participation of the person involved. It would have been helpful, but, he ended up writing this thing all about it. And people have done the same thing with Bill Watterson, the author of Calvin and Hobbes, because he's also famously reclusive, but not to Salinger's extent, I don't think. But he certainly, in terms of not giving interviews, it's hard for people to imagine that these people who have created such famous works just want to be left alone. Mm-hmm. And I always wonder, would I want to be left alone in that case if I had done something amazingly famous? I don't think I think we have a weird fascination with celebrity. Very, very strange. Whether you're an actor or an author or whatever you are, it's odd, and I think it comes from the fact that when we don't have a lot of huge successes for ourselves, we look for them in other people and take them as our own. Like with sports, for example, I might not be winning at my life, but if my sports team is winning, then I'm going to feel better about things. But to your question, which was, you were asking about
parenting, education, in the big picture.
In the big picture, I think that I didn't have access to Latin as a kid in public school. I wish that I had. I know that there's some schools who still teach it, but I am constantly telling my son, if there's anything you want to learn, we can find an instructor who teaches that thing, because I think it's worth learning that thing. I personally believe, even though I didn't come out of public education fluently speaking another language, I personally think that all students, by the time they're in seniors in high school, should be absolutely fluent in 2 languages, their native language plus one other. I think we all need that. And ideally, it would be 2 or more. And I don't think that they put enough emphasis on language learning in schools as much as they should, because everything is nowadays, it's about, science and math, which is very, very valid. But I think learning languages is really where it's at.
Why is that? Why is it important, though?
I think that language is important because you can learn what other cultures are thinking about. You through learning their language, you can learn their thought process. Through learning their thought process, you can understand them. Through understanding them, you can make the world a smaller place. I think. I mean, again, I'm not trying to sell short math and science. I think they are absolutely crucial to a functioning society, and we need to keep those up. But I also think that languages need to be in there too. And I would even go so far as to say I think that art appreciation needs to be in there too. I mean, we need to have not only how we can live. Like, for example, math and science will make the act of living easier or better, but life itself is improved through knowing other people, through knowing other cultures, through knowing other art. So I guess there's the act of living, and then life itself is the differentiator. And I think that just generally, the more education you can throw at somebody, provided it's a decent education and it's not, not a questionable school or a questionable program or something like that. I mean, certainly I'm considering going back and getting a doctorate. And if I could make it financially feasible, I'd go back and get 3 doctorates. I would just keep on trucking.
Because I think 3 doctorates be.
Well, really, the only one I really want to get right now is doctorate in mythology. That's what interests me the most. After that one, I would probably go back for literature. I might go back because I know a little bit about how doctorates are structured. I know that a lot of them I'm not really interested in, even though I have a passing interest in the subject. Like, for example, I'd be interested in getting a doctorate in, let's say, Latin or learning more about it. But I know what's involved in the process, and I'm not really that interested in it. I just want to know more about the language. I don't necessarily want to do all of the PhD requirements that are involved. But for mythology, absolutely, I do. I would love to get a doctorate in that, because the program that I'm looking at, I'm hesitating because there are very, very few programs, and a very quick Google search will tell everybody everything they need to know. And now I'm wondering if we should edit this out.
Yeah, we can just leave it ambiguous. But so what's the third doctorate? So you have literature, mythology, and then what would the third one be?
Literature, mythology, probably. Well, poetry would be with literature. Okay. It would probably be mythology, literature. It could potentially be history, classical history. That might be interesting to me.
So till the end of the fall of the Roman Empire.
Yeah, something like that. But then again, I'm also interested in architecture. I'd love to go back to school and learn how to become an architect. That would be fun. I like building stuff.
All right, you just mentioning you actually built the shelves to your library. You just
and they're not great shelves, but they work. They function.
I wanted to ask you, like, visiting some of the other. You must have visited some other people's libraries, personal libraries that are of a similar scale to your own, and I'm just curious what that's like and what you've taken away from those experiences, and like, who are these people? Like, I would have never thought a commercial photographer would be the person with one of the most impressive personal libraries out there.
Oh, first of all, you're very sweet. I don't think my library is. I guess it's impressive by a certain standard, but I think to people who are real collectors, or really interested in this stuff, who have just thousands and thousands and thousands beyond what I have, they might go, well, it's a good start, but keep on going. Give it another 20 years and we'll see where you are. I recall that a buddy of mine from college, his dad was really into books. And I remember going over to his dad's house and just seeing, again, wall to wall, floor to ceiling, just books everywhere. And it was a small room, and he probably only had maybe 1,500 volumes, but still 1,500 volumes is, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's still a lot, especially with modern living these days. So I remember thinking, oh, wow, he's an older dude, and it's cool that he's into books. And he was not somebody that would strike you as one of the literati. He was a salt of the earth kind of guy.
What was his occupation?
Outdoorsman. He forestry, I believe.
Wow.
So it was, and yet he had, Don Quixote. He had all these classics. He had, books in Spanish. Well, of course, Don Quixote, but some others. I think there was some Gabriel Garcia Marquez there. uh, just all kinds of different things. And I just thought, it's cool that books can be cool. Is I guess what it comes down to. And I think that's something that gets missed a lot. Is people just don't think that books are cool anymore, and I don't know, man. How could they not be? How can they not be? These are just, oh my god.
Maybe the other question. Yeah, go ahead.
Look at this. Look at this. This is from. I've got a set of Victor Hugo. I don't know. Here, I'm going to look down, like you said.
Yeah,
This is Toilers of the Sea, from a complete set of Victor Hugo's complete works. And this, by the way, was a great but a very sad book, Toilers of the Sea. But how is this not amazing? Just having, sorry, I'm holding it upside down. I don't know what I'm thinking. It's just lovely. You can't smell it, but I'm going to smell it. Oh, yeah, the smell of the book. Actually, that takes me back. That is a point that I think you're asking about, which is when I was about 3, I would go to visit my grandparents, and they lived in the Midwest, and they had a basement. And in that basement, they had their entire lives. They were quite old at that point, and everything they had was down in that basement, including boxes and boxes of books, and everything from candlesticks to sheets to old winter clothing from the 30s to all kinds of crazy things. And I remember just going through this dark basement by myself as a kid, just finding adventure around every corner, and just opening up a box and going, whoa, what is that? And like, oh my gosh, the Oxford Book of whatever, it was amazing. And so there's a lot of love for books that comes from that. And I failed to mention that earlier, so I thought I should throw that in. That there's just, and that's what I hope, is that someday, my grandkids would be like, can we go over to Granddad's house? I want to check out that library. I want to see what he's got. And then they come over and like, oh, well, your granddad got something new. Check this one out. It's the complete whatever, the Oxford Book of How to Have Grandkids. I don't know. It's fun. And I mean, don't get me wrong, it's expensive. And there's a big reason why people can't get into it, because it's so expensive. But if you've got the room and, the income to handle it, yeah, I think starting a library is a great thing to do on whatever subjects you're into. If you're into, being a YouTube creator, you're going to pick up books on broadcasting, on how to video edit, how to tell, story. Sure, you can watch things online, but you can also have a book about it. And then the book, you can sit on the couch. And for me, I learn better, I think, from a book than I do from a video. And I've just always been that way. And I think that's partially my generation. I think as they get younger, the generations are more willing or able to accept the newer technologies. And I've tried, and I would like to think that, I still do use YouTube a lot. And I think, like what you're doing is awesome. But I think for people of a certain age, it's harder for us to really get into it to the extent that we would want to, or to appreciate it as much as we should.
I think we should, so get into how you've we talked about like kind of giving people a tour through the different sections of your library, of how you've organized it, and you've used the Dewey Decimal System. So we'll have B-roll for this, but could you kind of start out with the Loebs, which are off in their own area, and then kind of go from 000 to 999 in your Dewey Decimal System, and describe each of the major bookshelf sections that you have, and why you organized it that way?
Yeah, so what I do is I use a modified Dewey. I didn't really like the straight up Dewey system, which had a little bit of weirdness to it. And if you look up, why a lot of people have claimed that the Dewey Decimal System is has various problems. And I'm not even going to bother going into it because you can Google it and find out what people think those problems are. But for me, what I ended up doing was modifying it because I wanted to put certain subjects together that weren't together. Like I mentioned earlier, I wanted to put folklore, mythology, and religion all next to each other. So I put them all around 291 because I think that even though like folklore is, I want to say it's like 385 or something like that, I just feel like they all belong together. But starting at 0, which is sort of general knowledge, I went through what I've done with my cataloging software with Readerware is I've put in Dewey Decimal System, or I put in all of the books, which generally when the software searches the internet for the book, it finds the Dewey number on it. So then I put all the Deweys in order and I look at them and I go, does this one feel like it fits there or should it be moved over here? But generally speaking, there's a sort of a general knowledge in the 100 and the 0 to 100s. And then from the 100s, it starts with philosophy and psychology. So my general knowledge subject area is pretty small. I only have, maybe half a shelf. For the 100s, for the psychology and philosophy, I've probably got 3 shelves, which will have things like, strangely, it'll have, I'm trying to think, Kierkegaard, well, not strangely, but it'll have Kierkegaard in there along with, gosh, I wish I had the shelf in front of me. Do I have the shelf in front of me?
You have the pictures, so we could.
I was going to say, I could pull up the pictures. That would probably be helpful. Then I could actually talk about them. Okay, there it is. Okay. So yeah, in my 0 to 100s, I've got things like this book right here. But I also have, this is sitting next to what fantastic fiction do you read, which is a catalog of just different fantasy authors. I've got books on libraries, like how to decorate your home with books. Some books about books, which tells you that I've really gone off the deep end. And then, of course, the Guinness Book of World Records. That's all in the sort of the 0 to 100, which they're calling computer science, information, and general works.
Can you talk about that chaos book a little bit?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, what you're referencing is something that I'd mentioned previously, which is that it's very silly, but I was reading this book a number of years ago, and I was carrying it around with me, and at the time, I was in film school, and I had the opportunity to visit a film set for a movie, and I was hanging out with the director on set. I was actually visiting the friend of a friend who was acting in the movie, and so but I got to hang out with the director. So the director and I are hanging out there, and then the actor says to the director, "Hey, I need something to do with my hands. What should I do?" And I said, and I just piped up and I said, "Hey, I've got this book. You want to be reading this book?" He's like, "That's perfect." And so he grabbed the book, and so the book ended up in the movie. And he was only reading, I think, for about a half a second or a second total before it just cuts away. But it's like, that's my book. Oh my God. I mean, not that I wrote the book, but
it's the movie.
The movie was, Money Talks, I think, with, I want to say, what is it? It's Chris Tucker, but was it Jackie Chan? Was he in Money Talks? It was directed by Brett Ratner. And I got to hang out on set with Brett Ratner for probably about 2 hours. And despite the fact that he's been blacklisted, he was super chill with me. He was a super nice guy. And it was, for somebody who was very young at the time and very new to what the filmmaking process was, it was fascinating to be on set of a big, A-list movie like that. And to see what was going on. And then, of course, to, that was my own little bit of myself that I was able to put into that movie. It was, dude, read this book.
So
and the book is cool, by the way.
What's the book about?
So the book is about, literally the subtitle is Making a New Science. The book is about the history of developing the study of chaos. And what is it? Is it the uncertainty principle? Heisenberg's uncertainty principle? Yeah. And how the scientists came up with this stuff and how mathematics was limiting them here and there, and they were really trying to develop something new and to explain some of the things that they were seeing. And it's fascinating because I'm absolutely not a mathematician, and I, even if you're not really interested in math, I would recommend it because it's fun to watch a new science being developed or a new study. And anytime somebody's looking at something from a totally new perspective, it's fascinating to watch its genesis.
Is there a connection there between that and Umberto Eco's Foucault's Pendulum?
Oh, do I have it here? Yes, there it is.
That's one of your favorites you mentioned.
Yes.
So can you talk about that one a little bit?
Boy, how do I talk about this one? This one I really want to talk about. This is, I think Foucault's Pendulum is Umberto Eco at his finest. He has written a lot. For those of you who know Eco, he has written a lot. And he tends to write kind of in a similar vein, and this is just my opinion, but he tends to write very similarly to Salman Rushdie, which is, it's very intellectual. There are a lot of references to things that if you are not familiar with those things, it's going to go right over your head. A lot of his references will be in foreign languages because, of course, he wrote it in Italian and it was translated into English. So it's a little bit dicier to read Eco than it is to read somebody like, I don't know, James Patterson or whatever other modern author there might be, because you've got to get the references. And so Umberto Eco always felt a little full of himself, but in this particular book, it feels more like he's making fun of people who are full of themselves. So I enjoyed it more. And I remember one of my favorite parts in his book of this particular one, he was talking about how his character was talking about how there are 4 types of people in the world: fools, cretins, morons, and lunatics. And then he breaks down why everybody in this world is either a fool, a cretin, a moron, or a lunatic. And the best part was when he was talking about the lunatics, he says that lunatics are the people who, they do all these other things, but they also bring up the Knights Templar. They reference the Knights Templar as a secret organization and talking about how, these secret organizations are all powerful and they're controlling our destinies from behind the scenes. And he goes, those people are lunatics. They're absolutely off their rocker. And I would say, yeah, wholeheartedly. But this book was just so much fun to read. I definitely recommend it over his other stuff. I read
you need to have a degree in literature to be able to really appreciate it.
I think you need to have an open mind, and I think you need to be curious. The book is about how a couple of friends are making fun of conspiracy theories, and so then they decide to invent their own for fun, and then it ends up becoming real.
So like QAnon.
Yeah, kind of, except that they invented it, but then it becomes real. And honestly, it's been 30 years since I've read this book. But I remember the part about the 4 different types of people, and I remember that it makes fun of itself. So I would recommend the book, absolutely.
I think that's an important thing for people that don't read a lot of fiction to understand about. There's a certain type of book like this, which is almost like a slow news in the sense that it's these authors sometimes take things that are happening in the zeitgeist or things that are happening in their, conversations they have with their friends, and they realize, hey, there's an idea for a book here, and this is kind of a form of social critique in an indirect way and sort of a semi-anonymizing way of, this is what I think about this phenomena in the culture, and giving it a real 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional treatment, as opposed to just talking in an arid academic sociological way about it.
Yeah. Well, certainly that Salman Rushdie felt very similar with Midnight's Children and with the Satanic Verses. Being able to contextualize the history is very, very helpful. And it also reminds us, the reader, that all of these books, anything that's written, is, whether it's history or fiction, I think it is a window into a moment. And it's that moment in time in which it was written. And it's difficult often to extrapolate too much. The further you get from that time period, the harder it is to extrapolate, unless you're reading somebody who is absolutely universal, who's managed, because of their genius, to make something that lasts that long. For example, Shakespeare. Mm-hmm. Shakespeare is as meaningful today as it was when it was written. It might be a little harder for people to understand, but it's just as meaningful. Whereas books that talk about, hunting buffalo on the great frontier, it's harder for us to understand that because those things don't exist anymore. I mean, buffalo still exist, obviously, but hunting on the great frontier, hunting bison, who's doing that anymore?
Moby Dick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, who's hunting for a great white sperm whale?
There's a great. That's how Nantucket used to be. It was a whaling town, and then it turned into what it is today. But reception studies is a great little keyword to look up if you're interested in how books are, just for the audience, how they're received and how they're interpreted by different people. I wanted to ask you, what edition of Shakespeare do you like, and do you have?
Ooh, I have the Riverside Shakespeare, which was. I also have the Riverside Chaucer, which was what we were reading when I was in college. So I have those, and then I think I have a Franklin Library version of Shakespeare. I don't have anything really special. I don't have anything from Shakespeare that's like, wow, people who are actually interested in Shakespeare would take notice at. I've looked a couple up on Abe Books just to see like what's going on in terms of Shakespeare, because I guess they're saying that the first folios are selling for about 10 million each, and then the second folios are at about 500,000 each. So I don't anticipate picking up any of those anytime soon. But what I do have is nice because it's got, again, all the footnotes from an educator's point of view. You can read through it and go, oh, okay, so this is what is meant here, and then it ties over to this, and I do like those. Having that marginalia is very, very helpful. But the books themselves are just, they're student books, basically.
Okay, so we're picking back up where we left off last time, going through the books that Greg chose. So, Greg, why don't you go ahead with your next selection?
Oh boy, it's a big selection. You can see I've got books piled up over here and some over here. These piled up are ones that I think we've already talked about. So this pile over here just keeps growing and growing because I always go, oh, let's get another book to add to talk about, and another one, and another one. But be that as it may, let's start with the top. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Let me see if we can get a shot of that. There it is. This is nothing. It's not super pretty, but I like that it's a leather soft cover that was printed in, when the heck was this printed? This is a John Payne's translation. It doesn't actually say when it was printed. I'd have to look up when John Payne was around to get an idea of when this was done, but it's funny because it's only sold. I bought this for $2.50, and this is one of the books that was the most heavily influenced for Chaucer, and yet here it is for $2.50. But the Decameron is great because I wrote in my undergrad years, I wrote my thesis on comparing and contrasting the frame narrative used in Boccaccio's Decameron and in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, because they both use the frame narrative, which, as I'm sure you know, is just where the author is telling a story about people who are telling stories. And it's kind of fun, and it's not something that I think is in fashion that much anymore. I'm trying to think, is there any modern, have I read anything recently where anybody's using a frame narrative. I'm sure it exists. Maybe you see it in movies. I think you see it in movies.
Some of these adult cartoon shows where they go on I guess maybe that's not frame narrative, but like Grey's Anatomy or House, where it's a procedural. Well, so it's not really a frame story, but it is like kind of modular in a lot of ways, episode to episode.
Yeah. Certainly, yeah, procedurals do that, but I'm thinking specifically, like you mentioned House, which is one of my favorite shows. God, I love that show. But in House, if he and the gang had gotten together, in the commissary one day and they started telling stories, that would be a frame narrative. That's essentially what the Canterbury Tales is. It's a bunch of tales told by folks while they're traveling to pass the time. And Giovanni Boccaccio's The Decameron, which was written in, I think, help me out here, I want to say the 14th or the 15th century. I'm trying to remember.
I'm going to say like 1400s.
I think 1400s, yeah, somewhere around the 15th century. His tale was he had 10 people go on a journey for 10 days. They left, I want to say, it's based in Italy, and I can't remember the name of the town that they left. It might have been Milan, but they went to the countryside to avoid the Black Plague. And so they were on a journey out there, and while they're gone for 10 days, each of the 10 people tells 10 stories. And they're divided into day the first, story the third, day the second, story the fifth, or whatever it is. And some of them are absolutely wonderful. And I haven't, it's been so long since I've read this thing. I only remember a few of the stories. And
was there a contest element of it of like who could tell the best story?
I think there was, actually. Yeah, I think there was.
Because what came to mind is how Frankenstein came out of that sort of summer retreat where Mary Shelley and her gang of writers weren't they also avoiding something, and were they also avoiding a plague?
I would say they were avoiding asshole men, probably.
Well, there were men in.
That's true. I know. Painting with too more autostrophia. Yeah. No, now that you say that, it sounds familiar, but I can't place it off the top of my head. But I know that.
I mean, Shakespeare. The connection that I always think, and I want to show the Riverside as well, is like Shakespeare really went into the Decameron and took stories from there and adapted that. And I think a big thing a lot of people don't know if they're not super familiar with Shakespeare is that Shakespeare really didn't invent most of his stories. He was getting them from other places and kind of retelling them or putting his own spin on them. And I think that's kind of like it. Once you realize that, you look at Shakespeare differently because he's more of a kind of stylizer, or somebody who takes something and kind of does special effects to it more than coming up with a bunch of original stuff.
Well, certainly I think he took a lot from classical mythology and a lot of stories of famous people from around his time period and prior to his time period. And yeah, it was certainly fictionalized. I'm thinking of, the first thing that comes to mind is historical fiction, where they take a fact that happened and then they embellish it. And the first thing that actually comes to mind for me is Madeline Miller, who wrote the Song of Achilles, which is a retelling of Homer's The Iliad, but from the point of view of Achilles and his partner Patroclus being lovers instead of just being best friends. And as far as I'm concerned, I tell anybody who will listen, which now includes you viewers, that it's one of the greatest books I've read in the last 20 years. It's phenomenal. I cannot say enough good things about the Song of Achilles. Every time I read it, I just started sobbing, just like, this is amazing. This is so well done. And I'm blown away by it. It was absolutely amazing. But I'm repeating myself, so
What is can you be a little bit more specific about what you like so much about it?
The deep theme of love and loss, and watching some of the famous moments in the Tale of Achilles that you see in the Odyssey, or sorry, in the Iliad, when you see them told but with more details and from a slightly different point of view in this book is fascinating. For example, in the Iliad, there was the famous section where I don't remember what line number it is. I wonder, do I have it referenced? No, I'm not going to have it referenced, but there was a part in the Iliad where Achilles was told by his mother, if you go to war, you're going to die. So she goes, I'm going to hide you away so you don't have to go to war. And so she sends him off to this kingdom where he hangs out with these other princesses, and he dresses himself up as a princess so that he can't get discovered. But then Odysseus, wily Odysseus, as they always call him, figures out what's going on and sets him up so that, gosh, I almost don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil the Iliad. I don't want to hear.
There's, I don't know how many there are, but Shakespeare definitely has that theme of kind of women dressed as men and men dressed as women in various, that's one of the kind of tropes that he plays on multiple times.
Definitely.
And kind of the humor of that.
Definitely. And in terms of Shakespeare, actually, I'm going to go ahead and hold off on talking more about the Song of Achilles. So, guys, go read it. Spoiler alert, really good. It's really good. Actually, that's not a spoiler, but for Shakespeare, I've got a couple. I don't actually have as much Shakespeare as I probably should have. I never got to study it as much as I would have liked. But I've got what is this? Cambridge text, Peerage Books Cambridge text of Shakespeare, which is a lovely looking book. It looks kind of like one of those ones that would be.
Before we switch from Chaucer, can you show the Riverside Chaucer also?
Oh yeah, the Riverside Chaucer.
Because I want to kind of compare that to the Shakespeare Riverside or Riverside Shakespeare.
All right. Hey, I got to move some things around here. Oh, where are we going to put this? Let's put that there. So I talked about the Kelmscott Chaucer last week, all right, or whenever that was, where we talked about all the details in here. But then you asked about the Riverside Chaucer. Do I have too many books on my desk? I think I do. Uh-oh.
It'll be part of the blooper reel.
I was going to say, there goes my oldest book. Fortunately, though, it was already going to go get fixed. I'm already sending it away, so it's okay. The damage has already been done. So here's the Riverside Chaucer, and then, of course, I put the Riverside Shakespeare at the bottom.
And can you say what that white book is called again? The
Kelmscott Facsimile. It's hang on. Okay. There you go.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to do.
Can you show them how thick they are side by side?
Oh, these are mine. Yeah, these things weigh a ton. Let's see if it'll focus on. Is it focusing on the book? Or is it okay.
Just got it. Yep.
Yeah. So these are monster books.
I didn't realize Chaucer had written almost as much as, just in terms of thickness, it's almost as thick as Shakespeare.
Right. I was going to say, what's cool about the Riverside is that, at least because I know Chaucer better than I know Shakespeare, which is kind of crazy. But these books are both so filled with footnotes, endnotes, annotations, that they give you so much context about the life of the author and, what was going on and what this character means when he says that. And in terms of Chaucer, it's written in Middle English, even in this book. You can get modern retellings of Chaucer, but of course, as you know, anytime you get a modern translation or retelling of something that was originally in verse, like let's say something was written in verse in Italian, and then you have it translated and it's also in verse, you have to go, wait a minute, you had to stretch the meaning, right? How could you possibly get a translation in the same verse? And the answer is you can't, unless you cheat. So, but that's okay. It's entertaining. But I like that this is still in.
Could you show a page of just kind of like, I think the 2-column format is kind of interesting.
Yeah, let me see. Let's find I want to see if there are any pictures to it. Well, here's
I think it'd be cool to look at that and then show the facsimile so people know. Like, I think a lot of people might not know what the facsimile, what that even means.
I don't think you can get this close enough that you can actually read it. Can you read any of that?
I don't think it's necessary to read it, but you basically have every 5 lines numbered so you can reference and.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, like line 1300. Then you look down here, it says 1300. Double Nessa means duplicity. Double Nessa, duplicity.
So there's 4 notes on each page at the bottom of each column.
Exactly.
And most of them.
With this one, this is no footnotes. This is just, it looks beautiful.
Yeah. Once I saw this, I was like, I need to get one of those. Oh, you show a few other pages, like full text pages? Because that's like like that's a standard page.
Yeah. Look how beautiful it is. Is it going to focus? Oh, there, now it's focused.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is just gorgeous, though. It's just gorgeous. And hearing it in Middle English helps so much.
Could you show that page where it's like on the side? Is there a rhyme or reason to why some of these pages have the additional stuff around the edges?
So let me be the first to say that I ain't no expert. And the short answer is, I don't know. The long answer is, no, I really don't know. I think what they did was with each of the beginning of the tales of each person, they put that was the front page that they really did up and made it look nice. And then as you get, like, for example, because on this page, this is whose story is this? Sorry, I'm looking to see if it says whose this is right now. I can't tell off the top of my head which one this is. I'd have to read it to see. But I think it's just like the start of each chapter begins with, oh yeah, here beginneth the second nun's tale of the life of Saint Cecile. Right there. So that's what this page is. And then it continues over here. So I think that's what those beautifully detailed pages are. It's just the first page.
And the original, was it that size, or is this a reduction? Because it looks like kind of small in this. Like the text looks fairly small.
The text is actually, I would say this is quite good size. This doesn't feel particularly small to me. It's just, it's hard to see over Zoom.
Yeah.
But it's pretty easy to read. Like, you don't need glasses necessarily.
Was this printed originally? Was this like early printing press, or?
This was, I don't know, the Kelmscott Chaucer is, let me see if it says on here. Okay, he was born in the 1300s. So when was the Kelmscott? Does it say on here when the Kelmscott was? The Kelmscott was considered the preeminent Chaucer, the edition of Chaucer. And this is a facsimile of that edition, which is why it's called, they just refer to it as the Kelmscott facsimile or the Kelmscott Chaucer.
How do you spell that, Kelmscott?
Kelmscott is Kelm. Let's see if I can.
Yeah.
There it is.
Kelm.
Yeah, Scott.
Yeah. And it's Kelmscott Press.
Yeah, Kelmscott Press, or the Kelmscott facsimile. That's how my Chaucer teacher in undergraduate, in my undergraduate program, just said, "Oh, have you seen the Kelmscott Chaucer?" I said, "I have no idea what you're talking about right now. You're using words that I don't get." And then she started telling me more about it. And then I went down to a local used bookstore, and they actually happened to have this thing. And because it's a facsimile, it wasn't super expensive. 30 years ago, I probably got this for, I want to say about $40.
Wow. I was going to say like 100.
I don't think it was even that much. I really don't. It's got, like, there's some damage to it. It's here. Let's see if I can, like, they inscribed the front page. Let's see if it'll focus. Is that going to focus? I don't think there's enough contrast for it to focus. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so then there was a photo over here that they had taken out. So this book has been kind of damaged a little bit.
Yeah.
but I just, for the lettering,
really
of the
beautiful.
pages. Yeah. It's absolutely gorgeous. And I love breaking into Middle English every time I'm talking to my family, and then they just roll their eyes.
Can you show the Song of Achilles? I don't think we ever showed that, what that actually looks like.
Guys, I'm not kidding. If you haven't read this book, you are in for a treat. This thing is amazing.
Is that pretty recent, like the last 20 years?
Yeah, this one was, she wrote this and she won the, I think it was the Orange Prize in Fiction for this. And she wrote it in, I want to say 2012. Yeah, 2012. And she actually is a classics professor. Is she at Cambridge? Does she teach at Cambridge? I know she studied at Yale. Oh, there she is. Okay, so grew up in Philly, bachelor's and master's degrees in Latin and ancient Greek from Brown, been teaching both languages for the past 9 years. Also studied at Yale School of Drama, specializing in adapting classical tales for modern audiences. She lives in Cambridge. Yeah, this is her first novel. She wrote one other called Circe, which was also a retelling. I think this one was better, but Circe was really, really good. And then she wrote a short story called The Song of Galatea, which is another retelling, but it's a very short piece. And I'm not sure what she's working on right now, but I know that I will absolutely be purchasing it the day it comes out. Anything that she writes, I will gladly read her shopping lists. That's how good she is.
And the reason these things are called songs of is because originally these stories were told by bards who memorized it, and it was in meter, so it was sort of sounded like a song. And us reading these things as opposed to listening to them is sort of not how they were originally told or consumed.
Exactly. Yeah, I think they were all oral tales passed on, at various events, and they changed over time depending on who was telling them. And they wanted to, like, oh, we're going to embellish this page a little bit or this scene a little bit more, which is kind of fun. It's kind of fun, and we've gotten in. It's almost a shame that we've gotten away from that we no longer have traveling troubadours who show up and then we go down to the amphitheater and we spend half a day at the amphitheater throwing coins at some dude who's making up stories. I guess we have that with like stand-up comedians, right?
All we have left is like Marvel and DC redoing Batman and Superman over and over.
There you go. Oh God.
So anyways, we talked about Chaucer and Shakespeare. Is there anything else you want to say just in terms? I mean, I don't know if you really said why you originally got interested in Chaucer in school.
Boy, this is going to be a deep dive, isn't it? You're asking the hard-hitting questions. Why did I get into this? In college, I spent a lot of time not knowing what the heck I wanted to do. And at one point, I ended up in a couple of different majors that I shouldn't have been in. And I went to one of my advisors.
Like what?
Music. I did music for a while and found out that I have zero musical talent or ability.
What type of music?
Vocal performance. God. I feel so bad for every one of my classmates and teachers. Yeah. Classical singing, Italian singing. And oh, boy.
That's why you feel comfortable busting out the Middle English. It all makes sense now.
There you go. Or I was going to say I'm a glutton for punishment or something, which is why I was able to get up on stage and sing like an idiot. Especially when, everybody else, all my classmates and teachers were amazing. They were amazing musicians in the music departments. But then I switched from that. I went into a totally different program that I got my first F in. And I said, okay, this is absolutely not for me. And so I met with my advisor. And my advisor,
that second thing?
Accounting. Which you can probably tell because he spends so much money on books. He needs an accountant. Jesus,
well, right. You have that special software, so
yeah, there you go.
Kind of makes sense.
But no, yeah, I ended up failing that, and I talked to my advisor, and he goes, "Well, Greg, you almost have a complete major here just in your electives." Because I had been taking just every time it came around, I would take a poetry writing course or a fiction writing course. And I was just having so much fun taking those. And he goes, I mean, this is practically a full English major. You only need like 4 more classes or 5 more classes or something like that, and you're done, like in 2 semesters. I thought, oh my God, that's amazing. I had never even thought of that. I never considered being an English major. But I just said, okay, let's do it. Cause this was about, I think, halfway through my junior year before I figured it out. And I recall the head of the English department, or the one who was going to be teaching the classes that I needed to take, was a Chaucerian herself. She had studied Chaucer professionally, academically, written books on him, and she knew a lot about Boccaccio, and it was just sort of a general medievalist. And so she taught me, how to pronounce it. She taught me how cool it was to read it for fun, not even to read it, as a professional academic, but just to read it because, like, these are great stories. Are you kidding me? This is amazing. And that's one of the cool things I think about literature, is that everybody who's on the outside looking in, they think it's, oh, that's academic, that's classical text. That doesn't mean anything to us anymore. But when you read this stuff, you realize these are just darn good stories. And as long as you're picking the right stories, I mean, sure, there's a bunch of crap that was written 1,000 years ago that nobody reads anymore. So don't read that stuff. But there's a reason that, Chaucer and Shakespeare are still popular today. It's because they're just that good. They're so good. Or for that matter, Don Quixote. I know I'm jumping around a little bit, but
No, it's good.
I have this cool copy of Don Quixote. Who translated this? Oh, wow. No, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm trying to figure it out. Translated from the Spanish. Okay. Translated from the Spanish of. I missed that word. So this is translated by Charles Jarvis, published in 1895 by New York Publishing Company. And it's just a nice, cool old book. Nothing particularly special, but it's kind of fun to have an original copy, or not original, I shouldn't say. This isn't the first edition, but it's still old and cool, and it's falling apart. A lot of these old books I'm going to have to get repaired because they're just, you can see right there, it's just starting to come apart right up here.
Yeah. It looks like it was maybe part of a series. Just looking at the spine.
I know it. You would think it is, but I never saw the series. Oops, is that kind of focus? There it is.
Yeah.
But it's cool. And it's a great story. If you haven't read Don Quixote, that's a fun story to read. It was definitely, because that was another thing that I wrote about a lot as an undergrad, is chivalry and chivalric ideals. And Don Quixote was sort of the first kind of modern protagonist who was dealing with chivalric ideas. And as you read the book, you realize it's a satire on all of those things. But the ideas themselves are, as I say, I don't know enough about them to say whether they're good or bad. I think chivalry, like anything else, can be incorporated into modern living to a certain extent. But Don Quixote took it too far.
Yeah, I talked about this with Alexander Arguelles about how the great books of the Western world don't really contain anything that celebrates chivalry. They pretty much just focus on the satire of it. And he had said that he sort of agreed with that, and he thought that there was a major gap in the great books of the Western world in terms of kind of ignoring the Middle Ages.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Chivalric romances and
the
King Arthur,
Tristan and Isolde, the King Arthur, and of course Bullfinch talks a lot about the Arthurian tales, and you can pick them up in various places, and so much modern, especially with movies. I was gonna say, so many modern movies pull from these ancient tales.
Yeah.
And so much of art in general is informed by the art that came before it.
Lord of the Rings.
And if you start tracing these things back, you'd be surprised sometimes how far you can go. I mean, you can go 500 years, you can go 1,000 years back, sometimes 2,000 or more, and go, oh yeah, that they were talking about that, long time ago, and it's cool. It's cool to see that progression. And
yeah,
yeah, that's it.
You have the Jesus book, the satire book. Maybe that would be fun to.
That's a good segue. Yeah. Okay. So I have a bunch of. Well, let me start by saying I have a bunch of Bibles. Like this is the Gustave Doré's illustrated Bible, and it's got all of his illustrations in it. Then I've got. My parents always said I needed more religion than I had or wanted, and as I got older, I got further and further from it, not closer to it. So I ended up developing a real fascination for the Bible as a story or as a series of stories, just like the Decameron or the Canterbury Tales. They're just stories. They're cool tales, and they tell you a little bit about what was important to people who were writing back then. But I started getting into things like, the Skeptic's Annotated Bible. Then I've got this was great. The Holy Bible, the best goddamn version. And my favorite, the Bible 2. Because we all know that Jesus rode around on a pink Pegasus unicorn with laser eyes and machine guns. And this is a graphic novel that is absolutely over the top. I'm looking for an over the top page that I can show you. Well, here's Jesus coming in with his katana. I think he's got a katana, and he's doing all kinds of bad things to his enemies. There he is. And so is that from some people, but
10 or 15, 20 years.
Yeah, this one, when was this from? I almost feel like this is a vanity press, because who would actually in their right mind publish this? But it was so much fun. It was just, it's stupid fun. Oh, wow. This actually came out in 22. So this is really recent. Yeah, this is really recent. But I love stuff like that. It's silly. It's fun.
Does it take you through the parables, or? Because I think with the Decameron, I would say the closest analog to the Bible would be the four Gospels. And it's funny because I actually was looking this up several months ago. There's something called the Harmony of Parables, and it's on the Parables of Jesus Wikipedia page. And it's a table that numbers. Actually, I remember now. I was looking for what are there like official names for each parable where you can refer to each parable, and there's sort of a standardized name for it. And it turns out there is, at least on Wikipedia, they have a number and a name for each parable. And then where does it show up in each of the four Gospels? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And there's a fair amount that are just in John and aren't in the other three. But like those parables are really important to know because they just get referenced so often in novels and in plays, and even in like contemporary newspaper article headlines. Like they just show up all over the place. And so that's a good, like, if you're looking for, like, the Bible can be very intimidating to read the entire thing, and very few people have, but just those parables are probably the most important kind of references to have if you want to make sure you're catching, the basic biblical references.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I think to me, it's endlessly fascinating that these stories have existed for so long and been taken by so many people and turned into their own narratives. And I do think that books that make fun of the Bible are better appreciated by people who have read it and who know it well. I mean, for example, I've got, where is it? This one right here, the Boomer Bible, which was written in, I want to say this was written back when boomers were, nowadays we say, what is it? Okay, boomer. But back when this came out, which is in the late 80s, early 90s, boomers were sort of the movers and shakers. And nowadays I think we probably attribute that to more millennials.
Yeah.
This book is paced out and separated the way the Bible is. And so you've got, the first book of whatever, the book of this, the book of that, chapter, and it's all told in chapter and verse, just like the Bible. The first book of apes, called Kinesis, chapter 1. At the beginning, there was nothing but a big ball of gases. For a long time, it just sat there in the nothingness, getting hotter and hotter. Then it exploded. There you go. So, again, you can read this, I think, without knowing the Bible, but you wouldn't get as much out of it as if you knew the Bible and appreciated all of the history behind it.
I get the sense with some of these things that they're kind of like not actually that similar to the Bible, but they're kind of trading on the name and using it almost as clickbait. So do you feel like any of these books fall more into that category, or are all of them organized like the Bible in terms of books and chapters and verses?
Well, as I've said previously, and as I will say again, I was going to say, I'm no expert. Certainly, I'm no biblical expert, but I do think that they are similar enough that you can appreciate them. And I think that they're riffing off the Bible is genuine. I don't think that they're necessarily just saying, hey, we're going to call this the Bible and we're going to sell it because we're calling it the Bible and therefore it's going to sell more. I think they're genuinely trying to get their point of view across, which is that there are other ways to look at these biblical stories.
Yep. Like there'll be books like the Photoshop Bible, how to everything you need to know about learning Photoshop.
Yeah. Or, oh God, on social media, we see this all the time. And I remember freaking out my son once because I was showing all the different, what do you call them? Just different sections of social media, various social media, where they would talk about something and they would append the word porn to it, like book porn or, car porn or bicycle porn or whatever it is. And of course, it had nothing to do with porn other than the name. And the idea is that, well, it's a gratuitous example. So, we're sort of using the definition in the same way, but we're also sort of not. And
there's another one kind of like that now called core. So like norm core and other sort of, it's another suffix where people describe a certain aesthetic as whatever the stem core word is, and then core after it.
I haven't heard core. I'm going to have to look into that. I like that. Yeah, I think to a certain extent, I think there's nothing wrong with taking and adopting your own versions of things. I mean, that's language itself is forever evolving. So I think certainly to have a new use of a word is very normal and a very human thing to do.
Can you talk a little bit more about the Christianity you were raised in and how you kind of went
that I wasn't raised in? Yeah.
Or you were? Well, you made it sound like your parents kind of
they went
back.
They to a certain extent, I mean, both of my parents came from religious families, not overly religious, but religious enough that they had an appreciation for, okay, well, on Sundays, you go to church, whether it's, neither of them was Catholic, but certainly there was an appreciation of, well, religion is just a thing that you do. Everybody does it, so you do it. And I thought, no,
non-denominational.
I'm trying to recall. I think they were My dad might have been a Lutheran. My mom might have been, yeah, some sect of Christianity. And I've never researched this, and I probably should, because I've always wanted to know the subtle differences between each of the sects. Whether you're a Lutheran or a Presbyterian or a Catholic or whatever it is, they all have slightly different meanings. And of course, each one thinks that the other one is full of malarkey, as somebody famous might say.
There's a pretty good channel called Redeemed Zoomer that it's a pretty new channel, and it puts together a lot of these like kind of accessible drawings and diagrams and stuff. He kind of specializes in comparing and contrasting different sects of Christianity and some other religions as well.
Oh, cool.
So it's a pretty good one if you're trying to it's been really useful for me to just kind of not get lost in all the details, and he keeps it pretty light and entertaining and visual, which is I like.
Well, that's the thing is, you could go so deep into Christianity and how it's affected Western civilization. There's no end to it, whether it's in architecture or art or music. It's all there. It's everywhere. It's absolutely ubiquitous, which is fascinating to me. But it also, I think you were suggesting it can be intimidating because there's so much of it. It's so, our world is steeped in it, at least in Western civilization.
So I know we went on a bit of a tangent, but I was just curious, how
what we do,
where you started, and then how was it by reading more literature? I know some people move away from the religion they grew up in because they start reading stuff that causes them to question things. And so was that your story, or was there something else?
Fortunately, I wasn't pushed to take any religion at face value, which was nice. I wasn't told that, okay, well, this person did this and therefore, Jesus died for your sins, therefore you need to behave or something like that. I was never told anything like that. But I do recall, I think I mentioned this last time, that as a kid, I played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons. And in a lot of those books from when I was a kid, they would take famous characters and they would, I guess the most appropriate word is they would bastardize them and come up with their own retelling of them. And it was interesting to see that, for example, we would have the game would have all the different names for the devil, but would pretend that they are all different people rather than just different names for one person. So you would have a Lucifer, and then you'd have a Satan, and then you'd have a Beelzebub, and on and on and on and on. Even though when we use those words in modern non-game parlance, we're talking all about the same character. But the point is that sort of excuse me, seeing these characters as characters, seeing these personas as characters, sort of drove home in me the idea that, yeah, they are just characters. They only exist in the mind, and you can have adventures with them or rewrite adventures or do whatever you want. And they never went as far. I'm sure it's because between censors and public appeal and their publishers, they couldn't have a Jesus character, which would have been wonderful to have a Jesus Dungeons and Dragons character. Like, I'm going to play Jesus, and he's going to pull out his sword, and he's going to.
Now that I looked at the Bible 2 cover, it really does have that Dungeons and Dragons aesthetic. Right? You could put that right into a Dungeons and Dragons gaming card.
Now, see,
almost. Not completely, but
I don't know. I could see getting more into religion if it had this kind of a vibe to it. Like, dude, did you hear the latest story about Jesus that the troubadour who just came to town told us? Yeah, man, he's got laser eyes now. He gave up his eyeballs for dilithium gems that he took from Luke Skywalker's lightsaber, and I don't know, whatever. You can throw it all together though, and mash it all up and come up with your own stories. And I think that was originally the whole point.
There are also a lot of modern retellings of Shakespeare plays where like they try to there's this whole like little niche of movies where they keep the exact same dialogue, word for word. It's the exact same Shakespeare, but it's in like a modern day situation and they really like bend things around to make it work.
Yeah, and I think those are fun because again, when you go back and you look at all of the Greco-Roman mythological tales, those were characters, personas who were, I mean, literally they were deified. They were worshipped once upon a time by people, and then stories just started propagating around them, and they got bigger and bigger. And nowadays you can tell any story you want about Zeus, and we there are certain attributes that we ascribe to him. We know that he was a philanderer. We know that he was all powerful, that he had a short temper. We know that he was a male, but sometimes he could change his sex, and
turn into animals.
Yeah, he would turn into animals. He'd have sex with swans. He'd turn, people into swans. And the point being that we did it back then with the pantheons, and not just in our culture. And in many different cultures, they did that. They would take stories from all different cultures and translate them into whatever they wanted to, or I should say, retell them in whatever fashion they saw fitting. And I think there's nothing wrong with doing that with Christianity. And I guess that's sort of, to me, I saw it all as kind of even because I wasn't pushed on any one particular aspect of religion. I could sort of see all of them as kind of the same, because the one thing that I never liked was when they said that, this is a common trope that everybody talks about, but it rang very true to me when I was a real small kid, is, so one religion's right, but all the rest are wrong. Is that really what you're going to stick with? That's how it works. Everybody else is going to burn in hell except for this one religion. But that religion changes depending on, what country you go to or what language you speak. What? And that made me go, okay, they're all the same. And if they're all the same, then, we have carte blanche to retell them all in any way that we see fit.
There seems to, another thing that came to mind is that I think when I think about these different card games, like, or what are those card universes that have become the most popular throughout the ages? You have Dungeons and Dragons, you have Pokemon, you have Digimon, you have Magic the Gathering, and you even have like baseball cards, which used to be much more popular than they are now. And each of those, and I think with Dungeons and Dragons, and especially, there is this idea of you're creating your own story, and you're getting training from an early age to put things together and treat each of these cards as a piece of a larger narrative. So it kind of makes sense that it would develop that interest in you and just that belief. I think a lot of people that never write a book, never create anything, it's because they have these limiting beliefs, often from childhood, where they just never had the experience of doing this or that thing. And so, like, you look at Elon Musk and him shooting off rockets as a child, like that, most people wouldn't think of trying to do that. But for somebody who grew up with an engineering father and having sort of carte blanche to, potentially blow his fingers off and other things, it sort of makes sense how that would open up those vistas to him as an adult to take on very high risk projects that because I was okay as a child, as an adult, he felt comfortable going down roads that other people would see as very high risk.
I absolutely get what you're saying, but I'm having a real hard time, for probably obvious reasons, stomaching your example. But yeah, you're right. I think that the more a child is exposed to contradicting information, the more it can help them form their own worldview that is well, to use your word, non-denominational, I guess, or more egalitarian and less. There's less. What do you call it? Propaganda involved. It's like, well, make your own decision. You've got these people who say this, these people who say this, these people who say that. What's it going to be? I don't know. You can either mush them all together, which is what I did, and go, well, they're all basically saying the same thing. Or you can pick one that's your favorite. And I know people that have gone both ways. Some people stick with what they know. Some people go, I hate what I knew, so I'm going to go with this other thing. And then some people, like I said, they put it all in a blender and see what comes out. Mm-hmm. So, and actually,
get going pretty soon.
I know. I was going to say, looking at the time, I almost want to expand on that further, but you should probably get going on this time and then maybe pick it back up again next time.
Yeah. Do you want to put a bow on it, or is there any way to
put a bow on it? No, I don't think. Well, while you pressed record, I don't think I want to put a bow. As much as I will say this. Okay, as much as it might seem like, because I espouse the Bible too, and Jesus having laser eyes and riding pink unicorns, as much humor as I get out of that, I would be remiss if I didn't say that, I am to a point respectful of what everybody believes. I'm not trying to sit here and blow smoke at somebody and say that, well, religion is the opiate of the masses and yada, 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 yada. Whatever I might feel, well, first of all, who gives a shit what I feel? But secondly, I think that we're not doing anybody any favors if we start cutting people down for their beliefs. I think if we can respect everybody's beliefs and at least appreciate that there might be humor in it, that's fine. But we don't need to denigrate others just because they don't believe that, Jesus doesn't have laser eyes, and I might happen to believe that. Oh,
yeah. I did want to ask you, because a couple of these books that we've looked at, they have that red sort of coloring on the pages on the sides. Do you know anything, why that is? Like your Bible has it, just sort of the red.
Oh, yeah.
What do you call that? It's not gilt or gilding, but it's...
Yeah, it's... What would I call this?
Is that protective, or is it just for show? Maybe it hides the staining that would other foxing.
Yeah, I don't know, because the pages, of course, are... Sorry, having trouble holding this up. Yeah, I think it's just artifice. I think it just looks cool. That's the first thing that I would say is, I know that a lot of people do things in the history of the world because they think it's pretty, or they think it's different, or they think it's interesting. And that's it. However, like I said many times before, I'm no expert, and I'm sure that there could be, there might be some publishing reason for, well, when this was printed, the mites of the time ate through paper that we didn't paint on edges. I'm sure somebody could come up with something about that, but I think it just looks kind of pretty and interesting.
Yeah, if anybody knows, definitely let us know in the comments. So we'll wrap up here, and we have much more to get to next time. So we'll pick up there.
Assuming it's worth listening to. I don't know. Yeah, you're worth listening to. I don't know if I am, but certainly the channel is.
All right, so Greg, you've got another set of books. Let's jump in. Those books on your left.
Oh my gosh, more books, right?
First one, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's actually start from the bottom and end up on the top.
Okay.
So this is Medieval English Lyrics. This was, I recently went to my storage facility and was looking at bringing down some extra books for our filming here, and I found a bunch that were unsavable. They'd been sun damaged, water damaged. We had some rat infestations, so a bunch of them were destroyed. And I've been trying to pick up extra copies of them. So this is actually an extra copy of one of my books that got destroyed that I've had for I had the other version for maybe 40 years almost, and this is just it has different lyrics from different centuries, 14th century, 13th century. I mean, it's not going to do much good for me to do this to you because this looks like any other book, but it's just kind of cool because it shows you different lyrics from different centuries. And
I think I see footnotes there.
Yeah, it's got footnotes, and of course you can read it in Middle English a little bit. Or actually, it's not even Middle English. It's like early modern English.
What's in the footnotes? Is it translations of words or is it commentary?
Yeah, it's like line 139. Man, remember to correct your faults. So that's referring to, man, have in mind and mend thy meese. They're fun lyrics, and it's a cool collection that I saw in my college advisor's office, and he gave me the original copy of it. So I thought, out of respect to him, I wanted to just pick up another copy of it. Plus, I like just having anthologies of poetry and stuff, and the older stuff, the better. So this is just a fun little thing to add to it, even though I'm sure it's outdated in terms of the criticism that's been applied to it, because this was printed in 1964.
I mean, it says critical, so.
Yeah, but I always wondered because, literary criticism changes so much with the times. People will look at something and go, okay, well, they're talking, this is a reference to whatever it is. And then you wait 20 years and suddenly it's a reference to something completely different.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's to be expected as the academic process matures. But it's a fun book. I like those sorts of things. Same with this. This was an interpretation of religion, human responses to the transcendent. This was for a religion class that I took in college. This was our textbook, one of them.
Actually, I want to say one other thing about the last book.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think there's two different meanings of critical, and I think the meaning of critical for that book is that they've taken multiple manuscripts and tried to figure out what was the original and try to reduce copying errors. It's not a sort of critical, and now it's not that there's essays that are critically analyzing.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. You're right about that. And I'm thinking it does have notes, though. It's got a full section on notes where they talk about some of these things. And I tend to come from, I've got a bunch of books on, quote, literary criticism, where they do actually critique things in the vein of, the time or whatever it was. But you're right. This is just printing them out to avoid printing errors, to make them.
And that's sort of what Loeb does. Loeb isn't giving you a bunch of interpretation of the translations. They're just trying to make sure that it's a accurate representation of whatever the quote unquote original or best edition is.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that's like, you only really learn about that stuff if you're looking at books or texts that come from handwritten medieval or earlier sources. Like once you get past, I mean, what's the latest? Maybe 1600, anything after 1600, there's usually, you don't need to like look at multiple manuscripts, because I guess after Gutenberg and printing, it's not, you don't have people hand copying stuff anymore. So the whole idea of a critical edition doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. 1600s. That's Elizabethan, Shakespearean. You're starting to get into that.
Well, there are critical Shakespeare. I know that.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So maybe 1700. I'm just saying, like, if you don't read a lot of stuff that's older like this, then I'm not even that familiar with this stuff. But it just occurred to me that that's probably what critical means in that situation.
No, anyways, I think it's a good point. I like that. Yeah, no, and I will say that I tend to, when I'm reading the older stuff like this, I tend to cherry pick my reading because I'm usually reading for research purposes. Like, oh, I want to find a reference to whatever the thing is, or so I'll gloss through them and to use the word one more time, I'm not necessarily reading critically.
And you've got I think you have a great Norton anthology of literary theory that we either already talked about or we'll see later in the bookshelves. But let's go ahead with the next one you have here.
Yeah. So again, this was for my religion class, interpretation of religion, human responses to the transcendent, and we never read this whole thing. I like to keep all of my college textbooks if I can, and my high school ones. And I know that every time my son is reading something in school, if I can, I try to get a copy of it, just so that we'll always have it, because I think it's fun to look back and see how the reading lists have changed over the years with schools. Some of them,
Could you hold it up to the camera one more time?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure if we got it.
Let's see. Hang on. There it is.
Okay. Human responses to the transcendent.
Yeah, by John. Was it John Hick? Is that what it says?
What does the back look like? Is there anything interesting on the back?
Nope, just some text. Let me see.
Yeah, some blurbs.
Yeah, highly acclaimed.
Do you know if it's like a classic text that's used in colleges, or was at the time?
I think it was at the time. It's Yale University Press. I'm just trying to see. It's a lot of the reviews of it are from the Journal of Religion, Theological Studies, Theological Book Review, Southwestern Journal of Theology, whereas the author was the Danforth Professor of Philosophy of Religion at Claremont Graduate School in California. So I think it's kind of interesting that theological scholars are giving quotes here rather than non-theological scholars, because I would be interested in a non-theological blurb on this personally. But as I say, be that as it may, I was going to hold on to it just because it was something that we read at some point. We read some parts of it, and I can see, I've got some highlights in here, but it's nothing. Yeah, you can see a little bit. I used to do that. I used to love doing this to books, to highlight them and put in marginalia, and I'm still on the fence about that because, I love the idea of, I love it in theory of adding, highlighters and marginalia, but in practice, damaging a book you paid for, it just kind of makes me go, ugh. So I don't know.
There's a guy that we talked about. I think it wasn't Umberto Eco, but it was the other guy who had like a barn. And I think there was something about like his wife died before him and she had marginalia in all her books. And then he would kind of she died before him, and it may be the reverse, that the wife was reading his marginalia, but basically it was sort of, once one of them died, the other one sort of kept the relationship alive in a sense by always discovering new marginalia. I'm a big fan of marginalia because I need to do it to like
what's funny is
think about it.
It personalizes the book, and certainly when I find things, when I purchase something used and it comes with marginalia, I'm so excited. So excited. And I think it's that I tend to value other people's marginalia more than my own.
It always seems that they have better handwriting than I do also.
Yeah, that's true. Well, they're all writing in cursive, and I haven't used
like a fountain pen.
50 years, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'll use my roller balls, but I won't use a fountain pen. Those things just, I've never gotten them not to leak. So I'll stick with a roller ball, but yeah, I think I love inscriptions on books, on used books too. I think I showed you my Kelmscott facsimile of Chaucer, and it had a huge, what do you call it, inscription on the front saying, to my dearest whatever, may this book find you, yada yada yada. And it was lovely. And again, I wouldn't really want to do that to my books, but I love seeing it done, which is weird. I don't know. I can't quite rationalize that one.
So what's this next one?
I'm going to move on. Yeah. So this next one is Pagan Religions of the Ancient British Isles. Okay. Now this is right up my alley in terms of this is kind of what I'm interested in religion. I'm not interested necessarily in, let's interpret the Bible from a Christian point of view or whatever it is, but I love understanding the link between the pagan and the so-called, I guess, monotheistic, or the big three kind of a religion. Like anytime you can tie pagan religions and practices into Christianity, Islam, or Judaism is fascinating to me. And the British Isles, of course, have just some incredible history. So this was something that I picked up for, gosh, I'm trying to remember. Did I pick this up for a particular research project, or did I just get this for fun? I might have just picked this one up for fun.
Is that Stonehenge on the cover?
It is not Stonehenge. It looks Stonehenge-y, but it's just a cover design that was done maybe to be something reminiscent of Stonehenge. It says cover design by Miller Craig and Cocking Design Partnership. So I think it was just something they thought up and said, oh, that looks vaguely Stonehenge-y.
Are there any particular pagan practices or traditions that, and how they were sort of baptized into the Christian church that you find particularly interesting? Because my understanding of like the whole story of the Christianization of Europe is really interesting. And part of what they did, like I think even some of the most famous churches, they're allegedly built on the ruins, like the Hagia Sophia, they're built on the ruins of old pagan temples. So there is like a lot of this stuff in Christianity or in Christian tradition that comes out of or was built on top of in some way the previous pagan practices and symbolism.
No, I agree with that. And I will say that my scholarship is very much lacking in that area. I tend to take a broader view on this stuff, and I'm fascinated by pagan religions and by the human need for religion in general, as opposed to specific histories or how, this moment became this, with the exception of, years ago, I wrote a screenplay and did a lot of research for the Crusades. So I spent a lot of time focusing on the Crusades. Now, again, that's not a pagan to, what would you even call it? Big three transition, historical transition.
Abrahamic.
Yeah, thank you. But it was very much a huge historical moment, and it was a lot of fun to research. But just in general, I tend to paint with very broad strokes when it comes to my fascination with this stuff.
Yeah, there's the cycles. There's the like Arthurian cycle, King Arthur. Maybe this is a good time to ask you, what is that whale behind you on the bookshelf? Is that a whale or a fish?
This is actually 3-in-1. This is, I just got this recently. This is a Salish design. The Salish people were one of the First Nation people of British Columbia. And this was done by a local artist, and it is a combination orca, salmon, and then right down here, there's a raven. And they tend to do a lot of art that incorporates those animals, those three animals, either together or separately. But I just thought this was just such a cool piece of traditional art that I'm like, okay, I love that. I love it. Also, orcas are just cool. I mean, you've heard about those stories recently about how they've been ramming boats outside Gibraltar, I think it was.
I didn't hear about that.
Oh yeah, pods of orcas have been teaching each other how to ram yachts, and in a couple of cases they've caused some sinking.
Yeah.
And as far as I know, I haven't read too much into it. I don't know why they're doing it, just that they are doing it, and they're passing on their knowledge to other pods, which is crazy. But yeah, orcas are pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then
this set. This is part of a larger set.
Yeah, so this is the Sir Walter Scott's Waverley novels. This is part of a set of 48 volumes that are his complete short stories and novels. He wrote, most famously, Ivanhoe, which is actually these two right here. Let's see if I can show you the spines. Let's see if we can get that in focus. There it is. Yeah. And this particular set was printed. When was this printed? I want to say 1860. Sorry, hold on. I forgot. 1879. There it is. This was printed in 1879. Oh, and it has that smell. Oh, you guys can't smell that, but oh yeah, that's nice. There's nothing like, an old library, especially if it doesn't smell like smoke or anything. If it just smells like book. Yeah, you're gonna spend the next hour and a half just watching me snort this. But no, these are great. I have not read all of them. I picked up a set of Sir Walter Scott's works many years ago to used bookstore for absolutely dirt cheap, and a bunch of those got damaged. As I think I was mentioning, it was a combination of sun damage and vermin damage, and so on and so forth. And I've always wanted to have a better copy. So I picked some up recently, which is these, and I had read Ivanhoe, I want to say 40 years ago, or at least parts of it. I'm not sure I read the whole thing, but I was a little too young, I think, to understand it. So I'm hoping to go back to it at some point in the near future.
What's it about?
So Ivanhoe, well, he was a Scottish author, and Ivanhoe, I know, was one of the first novels that was set in a, I'm trying to remember, how do I say this? Set in a time period that, due to its popularity, became
a bestseller.
Bestseller, but also it became a lot of people were referencing it, and it's kind of in the vein of a lot of Alexander Dumas. It's and a lot of there are overtones of the Count of Monte Cristo, the Three Musketeers. It's just sort of one of those older knights running around, popular period piece stories, I guess, is how I would describe it. But as I say, it's been so long since I've read it. I need to get back into it. One of my fears in doing this interview with you was you or somebody else is going to call me out on specifics of these books, and I was going to go, oh boy, because even books that I've read recently, I tend to read them and then they're just gone.
Yeah, I'm the same way. So
okay, good, thank you. So please don't think too critically of me to use the word again.
Yeah, we're also going to do a section later on in the video on how to store, or how you store books, damage and other kinds of things, and I'll maybe have a few things to say on that as well. But that's kind of, there's always the sort of shadow library of things that are in overflow or in a storage unit, and we're not showing those, but that's going to be a concern for people who have a book addiction like we do. So, but for now, we're going to get into the camera that you have next to you, which we weren't originally going to talk about, but once you started telling me you were taking the pictures for the video, and then once you started telling me all the details, I thought some people are going to be really interested in the camera. And so maybe you could give the specs first, because you were sending me some pictures that were like, what were they, 500 megapixels or something?
They were pretty large. Yeah. This is, you and I were talking about this a little bit before we were rolling camera, but my fear had been that potential viewers of this who are caught by YouTube's algorithm, who say, hey, you're into books, come check this out. And then we start talking about a camera, and you guys are going to be going, what? But like Timothy said, because it's part of, the picture taking process for the library, it's worth discussing. So this is a monster. You can see how big it is. I mean, it's enormous, and it weighs a good, what's that going to weigh? 7 pounds, maybe 8 pounds. It's heavy. It's really heavy. And this particular camera is 150 megapixel camera that produces a file that is, I want to say, about 500 or 600. Actually, you know what? I can tell you.
I mean, some of the files you were telling me are like a gigabyte, right?
Yeah, exactly. I can't even, because the way as a photographer, what I do is I will, I'll shoot the image and I'll ingest it into the computer, and then I'll start playing with it to get it ready for the client. And one of the first things I do is I'll open it in Photoshop and make multiple layers of the file. And as soon as I make multiple layers of it, it's already so large that it blows out Photoshop's ability to even save it as anything other than what Photoshop calls a large file, which is a particular format that nobody can view unless you have Photoshop. And so my job is to, of course, deliver an image that you don't need Photoshop to use, which means that I have to then do all the edits I want to do and then shrink it down to the size that I need to, because I can't send these full-sized files. They're just
what's the actual resolution? What's the like max resolution?
Well, let's see, 150 megapixels. I think we can do some math here. But in the meantime, let me just check to see if I have. I'll just pull up one of the images, and I can tell you right off the top of my head, because here's one. Let's just open this one up right here and see what this is.
Because you were telling me it's sort of a weird file format that is the raw file, and then you turn it into a JPEG.
Exactly, because all cameras have their own proprietary raw files. Like with Canon, it's a CR2. With Nikon, I think it's an NEF. With this company, it's an IIQ. But I'm just looking at this one photo that I opened up straight from the camera, and this is coming in so straight out of the camera, it's 187 megabytes, which is, what are the pixel dimensions on it? Let's see if it'll give me the pixel dimensions. Those are, come on, give me the dimensions. 14,000 wide by 10,000 high, roughly. And so as soon as I start making changes to it, like let's say I'll just add 2 layers to it, and I won't even adjust it. Like if I try to save this now, it's going to be crazy how large it is. But I will go ahead and save it as a large.
So what size large SD card? What size SD card do you use in that?
1 terabyte. I've got a bunch of 1 terabyte cards, and I swap them out all the time. Of course, you got to swap out the batteries because the thing will get so hot from shooting so much. There's just so much data transfer and stuff that the batteries will go out really quickly.
So can you say again the company and the model of it?
Yeah. So it is, let's see if you can see it right here. Phase 1 is the name of the company. And this is the XF body. This is the IQ4 150 megapixel digital back, which is this section right here. And this particular lens is a 35 millimeter lens. So it's just a 35 millimeter prime lens. It's what is it?
And could you point out the viewfinder also? Because I think that's sort of the distinguishing.
So this whole thing up top here is the viewfinder all the way back to here. So
and why don't you see that on sort of a normal DSLR?
Well, you do.
Or it's just in a different place?
No, it's built in. Like if you look at any, Canon or Nikon, they've got the viewfinder up top, and you look through the viewfinder and it goes down to the mirror in front of the shutter, and then it goes out the lens. So they all go like that. They make this little zigzag. It's just this one is a little more pronounced because this camera is modular. So you can take off that top viewfinder and you can put on a waist level finder like those old Hasselblads. Yeah. So you can use it like this if you want to, instead of using it like this. But because I came from 35 millimeter format, I'm used to shooting like this.
Yeah.
If I came from, large format, like 4x5 or 8x10, then that wouldn't matter so much. I'd probably shoot more like this.
And because why does it have a modular? Why is the digital back modular from the body?
I think it's just their proprietary design that they thought would be successful, because you can change out a bunch of different backs. They have a bunch of different backs at a bunch of different price points with different specialties. You can change out, like I said, the viewfinder, the lenses.
So roughly how much does each of those 3 components cost? Like the lens versus the body versus the digital back? Well,
the trick is to buy used. I only buy this stuff used because nobody can afford this stuff new, unless I suppose you lease it. And leasing it is probably the best option. But what do you think about this? I think a new body is about $5,000 just for this part right here with the viewfinder.
Mm-hmm.
A new lens like this is about $7,000. And we're talking, of course, US dollars. And the back is about $50,000, $55,000.
That's very counterintuitive that the digital part is like what's so valuable about it? Like what is it doing that's so special?
When you compare a file versus another camera, especially, a smaller camera, it's night and day. It's absolutely night and day in terms of its quality. Its sharpness is spectacular. I can't say enough good things. It slows down the whole process of shooting, but in terms of image quality and it's just light years beyond anything else I've seen.
Wow.
Hasselblad had some really good stuff for a while, but I ended up with Phase because they purchased Mamiya, and I had been using Mamiya. And Mamiya has made great cameras for years and years and years, and they went out of business, I want to say at least 20 years ago, maybe even longer than that, because I've been shooting used Mamiyas since about 95. And then I switched to this company about 2005 or 2006, and I've been using them ever since. And then I keep my Canon camera as sort of a backup camera.
Which Canon is that? That's your backup?
Well, right now, like the one that I'm talking to you on right here, that I'm using as a webcam, is an EOS R5.
Okay.
But I also have the, what is it? Oh gosh, I'm blanking on it. The 5DSR.
So the 5DSR is your backup, and this other one is your webcam.
Yeah. Well, and the R5, because it's an R, and I have that's the mirrorless camera, because mirrorless cameras are apparently the way of the future. And I've got a whole bunch of non-mirrorless lenses, but I wanted to try out one of the mirrorless cameras, so I picked this one up, and I use it periodically on smaller jobs, but on the big stuff, it's this bad boy.
Yeah,
it's that thing. Yeah, it's a monster. It's a monster. Yeah.
Well, I know there are a few people who are going to want to know. So,
don't buy new, boys and girls. Buy used. Buy used.
Because the numbers you gave us were used, right?
No, I need new numbers.
New. Okay,
yeah, new numbers.
So yes,
it's new. That like this whole system, new is about $65,000. Used, you can get it in pieces anywhere from 10 to about 25,000, depending on which backs and lenses and accessories and stuff like that. But most of the price is in the back. It used to be the most of the price was in a lens. Like when you bought
That's what I always thought. Yeah.
Yeah. When you bought a Canon 20 years ago, the price was always in the lens. But nowadays it's in these digital backs. And it's also, I think, a function of the fact that this company is a small company. They're not producing cameras to the level of Nikon and Canon, who make 100,000 units a minute or whatever the heck it is when they turn everything up to full power. These are very much a niche company with a small market.
Does it shoot video or just photos?
Nope, just photos. And even though it's got things like its ISO will go really, really high, you almost never want to take it beyond its most basic, its lowest level, which is ISO 100 or ISO 50. Anytime you start going up from there, quality goes down. Even on a camera as awesome as this one. One thing I don't like about this camera is it can do so many things. It can practically make you coffee in the morning. It'll do everything you can think of, but it's all in submenus. And so you've got to go to a menu, go to a submenu, go to a submenu. And the software is just crazy. It's not that it's complicated. It's just that there's so much depth to it. You could just keep digging into it and go down another layer and another layer. And I find that's kind of annoying. What I liked is, my old 35 millimeters, they were simple. You got 3 buttons, boom, 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 and that's it. But with this, you can set up, time delay. You can set up bracketing. I'm not really in that headspace. I'm thinking about books now, but you can do a lot. You can go crazy with this stuff. So it's very much a specialty camera that exists for a specialty purpose, and that purpose is to take the highest resolution photos you possibly can with the sharpest and the best quality, and then send them out to people who pay you the most money.
Yeah,
that's what it goes down to.
That covers our desk portion, and we're going to switch over to doing part 2 of our bookshelf tour now. So I'll share the screen. All right, so we're back. We've got another set of books to look at from Greg's collection, some new purchases here. So, Greg, why don't you get us started? with the first set, the first book?
First of all, I gotta say we're gonna end up doing this monthly. I think because there's always going to be a new pile, and I suppose that's probably true for most of your viewers who have libraries as well. You can just never get enough, right? You can never get enough. Like, what did you say to me the other day? You said something like I was calling you like my pusher. You were pushing drugs on me. And you're like, yeah, you can never stop. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, these are a few. Some of these I pulled out of storage, but I had never read them before. Some of them are new purchases. A lot of them I got on incredible sales at a local used bookshop. So always support your local used bookshops, folks.
Let's actually start with the motorcycle maintenance one, because I've actually just been reading about that, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on that one.
I have not started it yet, but I have heard about this one forever and ever and ever, and I thought, yeah, I've got to finally get into this thing. Originally, I was purchasing it because one of my son's teachers is a philosophy doctorate, and my son is getting really into reading more about philosophy, and I picked that one up and started looking through it, and it looks like it is more of a quasi autobiography with philosophical underpinnings than it is specifically, like a book on Plato or whatever. So I'm really looking forward to reading that one. That's probably about number 19 on my list.
It's one of those books like Chicken Soup for the Soul, where there's so many other books that have taken the same title formula and adjusted it. But there's also actually, I don't know if you're familiar with Cal Newport. He wrote the work Deep Work. He wrote the book Deep Work. He's a writer at the New Yorker now, writes on productivity, and he's one of the biggest names in the productivity space and accelerated learning space. He's got this concept of focusing on quality and making that sort of one of your North Stars for achieving deep work, and his newest book, Slow Productivity. So there's an interest in terms of history of ideas. There's an interesting parallel with the motorcycle maintenance book, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance.
Well, I like the idea, what you were just talking about of quality, that if you're gonna spend your time on this planet doing a thing, make sure that it's a thing of quality.
Do you know the Greek arete? I think that
sounds familiar, but I can't place it.
Quality is actually like the translation of arete, which is like, I think for the Stoics and other Greek philosophers, was sort of the summum bonum.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. We've recognized for a long time that, you can do a thing or you can do a thing well. And so many people, myself included, sometimes just do a thing.
We were just talking about how you get like 30, I was saying 30% of the time when you get a book from Amazon, it's actually, and you buy it new, it's actually dinged up. And you were saying you had bought some Loebs and Dumbarton Oaks from Amazon and Harvard University Press, or like straight from Harvard. And the ones from Harvard were actually new and undamaged, but the Amazon ones often have issues.
Yeah, I felt like the Amazon ones had been sitting on the shelf too long, and sometimes they would get, I know there's a technical term for it, but basically these front corners would get absolutely crumpled. They'd just get crushed, or the spines would be broken, or there'd be a box cutter rip across the top. And I just said, the heck with it. I'm going to go to Harvard, and hopefully they're going to take better care of their own products. And turns out they did. Yeah. So again, as much as I try to support, I can't call Harvard an independent publisher, but in that they're selling their own works, I like that about them. And I like the local bookshops that we should support. Every now and then I go to Amazon, which is to say I go to Amazon a lot. Shh. I don't like to admit it, so I don't know why I just told all your viewers. Sorry, folks. Moving on.
We advertising for Bezos.
Yeah, right. Oh my God. Let's just bury this. If we put enough content all around this line will disappear. Okay. So I'll now recite the alphabet in every language I know. Okay. I have a couple of books here on. Let's see here. I'll show you this one first. This is folk tales of the Coast Salish, the Salish being a First Nation people in British Columbia. And every time I travel someplace or I find a region that interests me or something like that, I try to pick up the culturally significant book of myths about them. Find out about, let's just say, the First Nations myths from whatever First Nation might be in Arkansas or wherever it is. If I happen to be in that area or I'm studying that area or something, I try to pick up one of those things on it because it's fascinating. This is another.
Let's actually dig into that a little bit.
Oh,
so if you're traveling to some new city you haven't been to or town, what is your sort of normal routine, or what would it look like for you? Do you just go on Google Maps on your phone and punch in bookstore and see if anything is interesting, and then you drive over or take an Uber over?
Exactly. Yeah. If I am wherever I'm visiting, sometimes I'll be in, actually New York City, and in cases like that, there are plenty of bookshops, of course, where you can find myths and fables from the American culture. New England, you got things like Paul Bunyan and Babe the Ox. You've got Johnny Appleseed, and all those Disney movies that they made. That those all came from Americana myths and legends. So those are fairly easy to find. But I try to find things that are more difficult to find, which is why, and that usually the First Nation stuff is pretty difficult to find. A lot of these, I was in stores that would cater to these types of books for tourists, but they didn't have any of these. Mm-hmm. So I had to actually order these online. I thought, oh, cool. Do you have, if you guys are like, can you see it in my camera? Oh, no, you can't, but where I put, here, this thing. I showed you this on one of our earlier chats.
Yeah, I was going to ask if that was connected.
Yeah, this is done by a Coast Salish artist, and I got this in the store where I also thought, oh, I should be able to find this, right? Nope. So I had to order this, which was unfortunate. But these things, of course, you can get all the time. Although I still love it. I don't mean to diminish the work of this. I think it's really cool. But yeah, wherever I'm going, I'm trying to find something of maybe not the dominant culture, although I have a big fascination with the East Asian countries as well, because from our perspective here, that's considered more of an exotic locale, whereas over there, we're considered the exotic locales. But I pick up, Chinese myth books all the time, Japanese myth books all the time, Vietnamese myth books, anything I can find, basically.
You've traveled a lot to East Asia.
Not at all. Never been. I know it sounds weird, right? No, but I'm fascinated by, I've got a lot of African myth books too, and I've never been to Africa. But one thing I found in perusing all of these books is that a lot of the tales are very similar to each other. And that's kind of what I'm always looking for, is I'm looking for that tie-in to show how each culture is connected, not how they're different, but how they're connected. And with a lot of these myths, a lot of them start the same way. They all sort of have the all-powerful sun deity and then the opposite moon deity. And then the tales are usually, depending on the cultures, they're sometimes they're humorous, sometimes they're horrific. A lot of the Teutonic myths, of course, involved
Did you read Freud's Totems and Taboo?
I have not. But that sounds like that'd be right up my alley.
Yeah, well, I was just looking at Freud for some other project, and I pulled up the Wikipedia entry for that, and apparently Freud was really interested in like anthropology, and like in his period during the late 1800s, early 1900s, there was a lot of sort of amateur study and fascination with anthropology, which it's not taken that seriously nowadays by anthropologists, but it's an interesting side of him. And he had a theory about the monotheistic, the Abrahamic faiths, which was that he believed it went back to ancient human history, where he believed that the previous arrangement of society was based on was more like a chimp or something like that, where you have an alpha male and you have a harem. And he believed that society at some point, all the lower males killed off the alpha male, and they created the society we have today of monogamy and the Abrahamic faiths. But I guess especially Christianity. I'm not sure how much he covered Islam, but the father god sort of and the guilt is sort of associated with that killing off of the father archetype, who is that alpha male, from our sort of imagined past. So I had never heard of that.
Interesting.
And that was kind of at the top of the summary on Wikipedia. And I was like, wow.
And what was the book was called? Totems and...
I think it may be just Totem and Taboo.
Okay. Totem and Taboo, yeah. No, I'll definitely check that out. I like that stuff, even as it doesn't apply to religion specifically, but it still applies to sort of more, how would I describe this? I want to say less theistic cultural beliefs or traditions. For example, the burying of the dead is a very religious thing. It's filled with religious symbology, but it's not specifically a religious act to do it, because burying the dead was done by pagans as well, or like you said, non-Abrahamic cultures. So things like that. Like when I pick up a book on myths and folktales, I'm not necessarily looking for a religious tie-in, but it's fascinating when I see it and I go, oh, okay, yeah. And in a lot of cases, I think they've been a lot of especially I shouldn't say the First Nations. I don't know enough about it. I'm very much an armchair appreciator of these things. But I think that a lot of the myths and cultures and fables have been informed by the arrival of Christianity. And so it's sometimes difficult to find tales on these cultures that precede Christianity.
Yeah.
So that's been a tough one. I mean, even for example, the most famous, I believe, Snorri Sturluson was a Christian, and so he was putting a little bit of Christian spin on those myths that he wrote about in the Eddas. Or I should say that he wrote about, but that he translated. Again, please don't vilify me if you respond in the comments, please, if you think I'm wrong or if you're an actual scholar of this stuff. That's just sort of my take on it, for better or worse. But this is the same sort of thing. Daughters of Copper Woman. This is also retelling of Northwest Coast Native creation myths. This was I was able to get this one locally up in British Columbia, and anything that really supports women's arts or the creative process, be it writing or painting or whatever it is, from a woman, I'm very interested in things like that. So that's something that I'm always trying to fill out the corners of my collection with. Hence, actually, that's probably a good segue into, oh my God, all of these right here. Hold on. Am I allowed to grunt into my microphone? Yeah, these are Claire North and Jennifer Saint, books about famous Greek women and goddesses, Atalanta, Electra, Hera, Penelope, all of those things. And I have not read these yet, but I picked them up because I'd been reading Madeline Miller. I think I talked your ear off probably last time about the Song of Achilles and Circe and stuff like that. So that really got me spinning off into these things. And I'm hoping, I started reading, what was it? I think it was Jennifer Saint's, was it Arachne? I think I started reading about Arachne, and I hate to say that I didn't think that she was quite as good as Madeline Miller, but I want to revisit that book, and then I want to jump into all of these too, just because I'm always interested in how different people spin tales that are more commonly known. And certainly we might, even if we don't know the stories of these characters in these titles of these books, we have probably heard of them. Probably everybody's heard of Hera. Not many people may have heard of Atlanta or Electra, but everybody's heard
the Electra. There's the Electra complex, which is sort of the other side of the coin of the Oedipal complex.
Oh, okay. So we went right over my head with that one, but that sounds interesting. So yeah, that's my take on these things, is that, well, not Arachne, Ariadne, that's what it is. Jennifer Saint's Ariadne. That's what it is. That's the one that I was reading. Let's see here. I gotta make sure that I'm moving things on camera so that you guys can still see things.
This was Atlanta. Isn't Atlanta a reference to Atlantis?
Atalanta was a heroine who, I'm trying to remember who, somebody dubbed her the most beautiful woman in the world, and she wanted nothing to do with marriage, and her whole story was that all she wanted to do was run and play sports and have a good time, and she did not want to become tied down to marriage and to, taking care of her man and everything like that. So she famously said, "I will only marry a man who can beat me in a foot race," because she could beat everybody who ever ran up against her. And this one guy, I'm trying to remember, I can't remember his name, but he pled to the gods to help him beat her in the race so that she would marry him. And I think it was Aphrodite who agreed to help him. And she gave him these 3 golden apples. And what he was supposed to do is, when they were running against each other, he would take a golden apple and he would throw it off to the side, and that would catch her eye, and she would stop and pick up the apple, and then he would get ahead, kind of like the tortoise and the hare. Yeah. And he would keep running ahead, and he did this twice, and she caught up and passed him both times. And on the third time, he threw it far enough away that he actually was able to win the race, and then he got his prize. And I guess she was happy because she got her golden apples. But I think there was the versions of the story that I have read suggest that she wasn't as unhappy as we might think about having to marry, because she was proud of the fact that the guy had beaten her. And so she was happy to give herself to a man who had beaten her, as she called it, fairly, even though from our perspective, dude was a cheater.
Is there sort of an element of the trickster archetype in there?
I always thought there was a little bit, but I'm not well versed enough in all of these different ones that I can make direct comparisons. I think that an element of a trickster is multicultural. So I think you'll see elements of all of these archetypes, as you've talked about before, in a lot of these different things, and that's the fascinating part. But yeah, the story of Atalanta is a fun one. I enjoyed that one. Yeah. And even if you just read it on Wikipedia, it's a fun read. I actually ended up writing an unpublished manuscript about Atalanta. I tried to get it published, and I got moderate.
I was going to say that I'm starting to notice a pattern here where you must be working on some kind of adaptation of your own to justify all this.
I'm always working on some story. And I think I told you at the beginning of all these conversations that we were having that I started off my career as a writer, writing long and short form fiction. Well, I mean, first, in order to get money, I started working as a copywriter and a copy editor and a reader and stuff like that for a literary agency. But eventually I was trying to sell my own fiction. And so I was always dabbling in story ideas. And when I made the transition from writing to photography, it was using the same muscle, because it's, you're still telling a story. It's just visually instead of word processorally or literarily. How would you say that? Literally? Not literally.
Literally.
Yeah. But so it's very close to my heart. The stories are always close to my heart in some respect. And the whole idea, like I said a minute ago, of making the world a smaller place is fundamentally important to me. And so I like seeing how things compare and how they work together. I'm not so much interested in what drives things apart. I don't need to know how, oh, well, we're different from Norwegians because I want to know, oh, we're similar to, Pakistanis because that's the stuff that's interesting to me. Anyway, be that as it may.
What's the next set here in this box set?
So this box set is the complete Greek drama. I've got this whole set in the Loebs as well, but this is all the extant tragedies of Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, and the comedies of Aristophanes and Menander in a variety of translations. This was something that I picked up years ago, and I actually pulled this one out of storage recently because I realized that I hadn't actually ever added this to my online catalog, or I should say my software. Not
could you hold it up a little bit closer to the camera?
Sorry about that. Yeah, and then I'll turn it around so
it looks really nice. Yeah, could you show the back also, because that's cool. Yeah, wow, that's really good looking publication.
Yeah, I'll open this up so we can see the inside. So it's a Random House Lifetime Library. This was published, I want to say, in the 60s. Let's see. Oh, copyright 38. Look at that. Okay.
It's hard to imagine Random House. I don't think they publish stuff like this anymore of this quality, right?
Yeah, let's see if we can. I don't know how well you can see that.
Yeah.
Nope, tipped it the wrong way. There it is. So yeah, it's real nice little book. And I kept these in pretty good condition, so I was pleased to see that after having had so many of my books destroyed by...
Could you just open it up to the middle and show how large the font is? Because that's always a concern with these kind of books, is like, do they crush everything down, or is it pretty healthy? I mean, that looks pretty good. That looks very readable.
Yeah. This is actually, I opened up to Electra right here. And of course there's some sun damage to the box, but that's okay. You can see if you hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see this is actually, looks like it's tape, but that's actually sun damage. And there's sun damage up there versus down here. So it was sitting on a shelf for too long where it was getting direct light.
And that's actually
in direct light.
Yeah, that's part of the point of a slip box like that, is it does always prevent the sides from getting sun damaged.
Exactly. So here is Heirs of the Roman Empire. Let me see if I can a little bit closer.
Yep. That looks
from Cornell University Press, from their Development of Western Civilization, edited by Edward Fox. This is just part of a huge series that Cornell did. When did they do this? I feel like this is older. And I had a book, one of these that I had inherited. I think, was this from my mentor? This might have been from my mentor that got damaged. And so I picked this one up recently, but this is from, the forward is from 1960. So this is one of those 60s paperbacks, those academic paperbacks, of which there were just tons and tons of these things. But this series includes Ancient Israel, Ancient Greeks' emergence of Rome as ruler of the Western world, decline of Rome and the rise of medieval Europe, et cetera, et cetera. It just goes on and on and on. So this is a fun little series that I'm hoping to get more into. I still am trying to find time to spend more time studying Roman history, just because I'm studying Latin on the side, and I thought, I should really learn more about Rome, because I know very little about it, and yet I think it's influenced so much of Western civilization that it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
What else do we have here? How about this one? Medieval English Lyrics, Critical Anthology. This was also a replacement for a book that had been damaged. These are literally medieval English lyrics. This was printed by Northwestern University Press. Also, I'm going to say in the 60s. Let's see if I'm right. It's 1964. Yeah, there it is. Edited with an introduction by R.T. Davies. And I think I know that name because I think I have some other things that he has edited. But yeah, it's just, I always like seeing lyrics. Let's see how close I can get that so you can see that. Seeing books of lyrics and poems, I think they're just, from a particular time period, I think they're just a lot of fun. And it shows you what people were caring about. They always say if you look at the art of a culture at a given time, you can see what was important in that culture and what wasn't.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, I think all of our cultures were always fascinated by death, and we're always fascinated by love, and security, things like that. So that's what I really enjoy, is finding, as I said, those commonalities between us. Here's one I picked up. I spent too much money on this. I have a bunch of Updike books, and I picked up the Everyman Updike. This one was a first edition signed. I never purchase signed books because I think it's ridiculous, but I saw this one and I had so many of these. I thought, okay, I'll purchase this is my first signed book that I think that I ever had. I specifically don't like buying them just because I feel like somebody's signature makes it overpriced. Because the suggestion, of course, is that you're going to sell it, and that therefore it's going to be valuable. And I'm much more interested in the content of the book and in reading the book than I am in somebody's silly signature on it, which is probably anathema to many people who collect first editions. Sorry. I just like them for the content. You guys are probably smarter than I am anyway, because you can have a much better curated and more valuable library. But yeah, this has 4 of his books. It's the full Rabbit Angstrom series. All 4 of his novels is what that book is. Let's see, where should we go here? Probably from the top down again. North American Falconry and Hunting Hawks. This is a book I had as a kid, and I just pulled it out of storage and entered it into my catalog, because this is something when I was a kid, I grew up, I wanted to be a falconer. I was so interested in being a falconer, and I read about who's the author, Frank Beebe, was a famous falconer, and this is back in the 70s when we were still coming off that sort of, gosh, I don't want to paint with too broad of strokes, but certainly the way I was raised, there was a bunch of appreciation of the outdoors and of outdoor activities, and some of them being stranger, like falconry. Like most urban people never thought about falconry, unless I suppose you're in the Middle East, because they're big into falconry these days. But I don't think most modern folks in suburban or urban dwellings think much about falconry. But I will say I've been around falconers, and when you're holding the bird on your arm, or when it flies and comes back, and you grab hold of the jesses, which is the little strings that you have tied, that you hold them by the jesses, that have little bells on them. Oh man, having a wild animal like that just hanging on your arm is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So I had to bring that one out of storage, just because that book meant so much to me. I must have read through that whole thing at least as much as a kid can, many, many times. I'm looking at it. I'm trying to qualify that. Yeah, the binding is never broken, so I didn't completely destroy it. But I remember just reading through it over and over, reading particular chapters. That's a fun one. Let's see here. I don't know. Did we talk about this one already? We might have.
Yeah, because I asked you about Stonehenge.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, so we'll put that one aside. Encyclopedia of Occultism. I think I might have talked about this one as well.
I don't think so.
Okay, but oops.
I did. I know. Actually, I had asked you about the Eye of Horus, but beyond that, I don't think we really got into this one.
Oh yeah, University Books, New Hyde Park. This was when did the first edition of this appeared in 1920. But I'm always a sucker for anything that has to do with demonology, occultism, the darkness within us, what makes people. I'm just trying to see if there's some cool artwork and stuff that I could show. Maybe stuff like this. Hang on. You just see it's filled with cool, weird esoterica. And I just love this stuff. I absolutely.
Is it like that all the way through? Are there like images on every page?
So I think they have this is just going to be an encyclopedia. So the plates are at the front, and then down here they just have encyclopedic entries. I don't know if you can see that. I'm trying to move it so you can see it better. Sorry.
No, it's pretty. I get this. I get the idea.
Yeah. I don't know if viewers are going to have to pause at some point to, zoom in on that and go, wait a minute, what was that? I can't quite see it. And sorry, what I should have is another camera set up. Actually, I could do it. I probably should have done that a long time ago. I have a whole nother camera setup that I use to shoot straight down on things when I'm teaching so that you could see things and then we could just switch back and forth. But it would end up crunching half the video. I would, become this small if we did that. I was telling you about my fascination with Asian mythology. So stuff like this. This is actually an independently published one, but I try not to purchase independently published ones. But
Could
this
you
one,
put it a little closer because it's not totally focused. The occult. I think some of those books that have in the foreground are actually confusing the autofocus. So
okay,
it might be better to move those off the desk. Yeah, out of the screen, out of the shot.
Let me make some room over here. I have a nice big desk, but it's getting filled up. One moment while he restacks his plethora of. Oh my God. Okay, let's try this again. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you can see.
Yeah. So I'm curious, to what extent do the samurai fit into mythology, and to what extent are there parallels to like the Arthurian cycle?
I think there's always, at least in my very limited reading and appreciation of this stuff, my non-scholarly reading, I think that there is always the archetype of the lone warrior, the one who's going to become the hero. Although I also know that in a lot of cases, the samurai, I believe, were vilified in many retellings. Whether accurately or not, I couldn't tell you. But as for the tie-in to Arthurian or anything like that, I have not read enough of this stuff. I tend to collect so many of these so quickly that there's just no way I can keep up with reading all of them. And I end up using them. I go, oh, okay, so maybe I need a character to spout some Japanese myth about thing or whatever it is. And so then I'll go and I'll pull down all of my Japanese myth books and I'll spread them all out and I'll spend like 3 weeks going, oh, okay, yeah. So in this case, like this one I haven't read yet, and I've got a few other Japanese books that I haven't read yet. But I suspect that, like I was saying, because there are so many commonalities in that sort of lone warrior aspect, that you're going to see those convergences with other cultures all the time.
I mean, the knight, I don't know. I just don't know enough about the knights, but I thought they were less lone warrior. I mean, Don Quixote is kind of like that, but I thought they were usually sort of combined arms with foot soldiers, and they were kind of armor. They were armored and like faster, and they were kind of flanking or doing other high speed stuff. But I thought they were usually with regular sort of peasant foot soldiers.
I've heard that yeah, you can't really, no man is an island, right? Like you have to have your support team with you. And so I think that they probably did, but also I would imagine, not having read this particular book, that I don't know if they're going to go into the attendance of any samurai in this particular book, but I think it's very reasonable to assume historically that samurai had attendance. Because otherwise, how are you going to get into your armor? How are you going to keep your sword sharp? There aren't enough hours in the day. You've got to talk to people. You've got to do this, that, and the other. It's like all the militaries of the world, they have their flagships, but their flagships are flanked by, every other. You've got to have an entire fleet to go with them to support the flagships.
Yeah.
So I think that makes a lot of sense.
What's this next book they have here?
More Native American myths. This is another encyclopedic set. Actually, sorry, let me rephrase. It's not an encyclopedic set. It is. Let's see if I can get this closer so you can see that. This is just one story.
So it's an anthology.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's the word. So this says it's collected myths from 1636 to 1919. I'll get this closer so you can see. Right there, 1636 to 1919. I don't know why they picked those particular numbers.
Sort of like beginning of American colonies to World War One.
Yeah. And so here's Canadian Inuit, Alaskan Eskimo, the Yupik. See if you can see those. Song of a man waiting for a seal to rise. Stuff like that it's interesting. You know, the culture surrounding things that we don't think about anymore, but that if you're hunting seals on the ice pack and you're sitting there for hours and hours and hours waiting for it to stick its head up so that you can snag it or shoot it or stab it or whatever it is. It's the closest thing that I have in my personal experience was when I was trying to photograph grizzlies in Alaska. And of course, for them, it was culture. For me, it was just, 3 hours in the rain. But don't they say that culture, what's the saying? You're probably going to know this. I'm going to totally destroy the saying. There's something along the lines of culture is just repeated history or something like that. Or I think I'm totally screwing it up.
One about history is just it, or there's something about like newspapers are the first draft of history, but I don't think that's what you're thinking of.
No, but I guess I'm just getting at if one person does a thing, it's not going to be culturally significant. But if 10,000 people do a thing over, 400 years, then it becomes culturally significant, even if they're all doing the same thing. And so I think that, that story of waiting for the seal to rise, I can appreciate it because I've been there myself in a certain regard. And so it's very common to, I think, human understanding is that we're always, we're waiting for the thing to happen that we need to happen. And I suppose you could extrapolate a whole bunch of different personal and individual experiences from that. But that shared culture of we need this thing to happen, or we don't have food tonight, or we don't have comfort, or we don't have safety. Again, that's that common ground that I love finding. And so when I was up in Canada recently, that's when I think I purchased, I can't remember if I ordered this one or if I purchased this one locally. I think I might have purchased this one locally. But yeah, I'm looking forward to adding this to the collection of stories I hope to create. I'd like to write about a First Nations character or a group of characters at some point. But right now, I'm just an outsider with very little knowledge. But I do hope to. Like I've written a lot of stories about both young men and young women who were Caucasian and lived in a nondescript American location. But I have not written about multicultural or ethnic people, or even just people different than, I guess the majority of the American white population, because that's obviously, they always say, write what you know. But I feel like we could all better ourselves by spending more time in the mindset of other people.
Mm-hmm.
That feels like almost like a cop out. Like I'm saying something without really saying anything. Be that as it may, it's at least worth appreciating.
Yeah,
even if I end up
building a collection like this is the first step to getting a better understanding of different cultures.
Thank you. Yeah. So you always say it better than I do. I guess that's why you have this channel and it's not my channel. All right. More of the same. Salish people, myths and legends. This is just another one of those. Just like what was it? Folk Tales of the Coast Salish. This is from the
sort of Tesselization,
like an N.C. Escher kind of thing.
N.C. Escher.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's supposed to be salmon. Yeah. This is from the Native Literatures of the Americas series, published by University of Nebraska Press. Features an array, here you go, of trickster stories centered on coyote, mink, and other memorable characters. So yeah, this will be one thing I love in these cultures, the First Nations cultures, is that they always personify animals. I just think that's so much fun to read. And you see a little bit of that on the internet when people will personify a dog. I know we've all seen that where they'll say, the dog will say bork, bork, or they'll call it a pupper, and then in the dog's voice, the dog will say something like, "Oh, help me out here. What does the dog say?" Every time a dog talks, it's like, "Me good dog." It's always sort of spoken of in a childlike voice, as if the dog does not speak English very well. And I think that's the latest iteration of this kind of thing where you personify non-persons and tell their stories through their own voices. And I think that's fascinating. I love how, I'm sure that there have been stories told in the voice of, oh God, what was his name? Bucephalus, the horse of Alexander the Great.
Yep.
I'm sure I know there have been historical stories about Bucephalus, but I'm equally sure that somebody has written about, "I am Bucephalus, nay, nay, it is I." I gallop forthwith, or however he might speak. And I love that stuff. The 8 Pillars of Greek Wisdom, picked this up, used recently. The guiding principles of Greek civilization were not meant merely to fill textbooks. They're pillars for living a full and satisfying life. Author takes you to the heart of Greek wisdom. The 8 pillars are humanism, pursuit of excellence, practice of moderation, self-knowledge, rationalism, restless curiosity, the love of freedom, and individualism. Yeah, so this is just one of those things that I saw the title and I go, oh, okay, yep, we're going to have to pick that up. The author holds a doctorate in Greek and Latin literature from Columbia. Okay, yeah, so I think he knows what he's talking about. A little more than I do. I think he knows what he's talking about. Let's see, what else do we have? Godwin's Kabbalistic Encyclopedia, another encyclopedia set about Kabbalah. Let's see. Let me see if I can show you. This almost looks, even though it's not independently published, it almost looks like it is. And I'm trying to find a page I can show you. So it's just got some things in English, some things in Yiddish. Yeah, it's got the Sephriotic tree in there. And my knowledge of this and the entertainment I find from this sort of thing comes directly, again, from Umberto Eco, who was a huge influence of mine. Even though I haven't read all of his stuff, I have most of his published works. I probably have a good 80 to 90% of everything he's ever published. And it was a lot. He wrote a lot of smaller things, but he spent a lot of time talking about the Kabbalah, and that, I spun off on that and went down the rabbit hole many years ago of reading about that stuff. And again, my fascination with it is that it's a different side to something that we know. That is something familiar. So, and it's that esoterica. And actually, speaking of esoterica, here is a perfect segue. This is the Taschen. I was telling you about the Taschen set from the Library of Esoterica. They have a bunch of them in a series. This one is called Plant Magic. And then they have another one in the series, which is Astrology. And then they've got a couple more in the series as well. I don't have them all, but and these actually I just got them. I haven't even removed them from the shrink wrap. But the other one that I have has been a lot of fun to look at. It's I think it was Demonology, and it's filled with pictures, and it's just, Taschen books, as you know, they're just a step above. They're wonderful. They feel good in your hand. They smell good. It's easy to read them. So it was hard to say no to those when I saw those. Oh, the Library of Esoterica by Taschen? Absolutely. Can't get enough of those. Actually, I'll end with that one. Are we tired of listening to my voice yet? I think we are. The Essential Plato. This was recommended to my son by one of his teachers. So I thought, okay, I've got a bunch of Plato already, but I didn't have this particular one. This was by, oh gosh. This is translated by Benjamin Jowett, I want to say in the late 19th century. is when the translation starts. Oh yeah, Benjamin Jowett translation of Plato was first published in 1871. But this particular book was published in 99 by the Quality Paperback Book Club. And it's a great reference. It's got the Republic in there, Credo, Symposium, Phaedrus, Charmides, all these different ones. So this is just a great reference to pick up. I think we all need a little more Plato. Here's another one. This one I'm not so sure about. This is tough for me. So one of the problems I have with a fascination with occult and demonology stuff is that sometimes it's a historical book that you picked up, and sometimes it's a how-to book. And you don't really know until you get into it that it'll say, okay, now inscribe, the pentagram on the floor with the goat's blood. And you go, and then I go, oh God, okay. I don't need to know any of that. I just want to hear about, the cultural significance of it or why these things exist. So this one, I'm not yet sure if I'm going to keep. I have to spend a little more time looking at it. I might end up, if this is a how-to book, I'm probably going to deep six it because I'm just not interested in how to perform witchcraft. I know a lot of people are pagans and Wiccans and stuff like that. Well, even actually, that's interesting too, isn't it? Because pagans, people who refer to themselves as pagans, I believe some of them are practitioners of witchcraft. Isn't that correct? I think that's right.
I think pagan, in the way it's used within the Christian context, is really just a description of outsiders. And so it's not really specific to another tradition. It's just a umbrella term for outsiders who are not Christians and not Abrahamic believers.
Well, I would agree with that insofar as that goes, but I think, and again, I could be wrong because maybe I'm thinking of a different word, but I want to say that there are people who refer to themselves as pagan. Well, there's heathens, true, right? Yeah. But I want to say like, oh, I'm a practicer of paganism, which generally means that they are a Wiccan, which is to say they practice the Wiccan witchcraft. Or what's the other one?
There's neo-paganism, which is sort of an eclectic mix of various occult traditions. So, but I wouldn't agree that witches or warlocks describe themselves as pagans generally.
I must be thinking of another word. But that's also making me jump off then to what is the term for practitioners of believers in Odin and Thor and the Norse myths. There's a particular term for that. The people who are keeping the Norse myths alive as if they were
Celtic
religions.
They're Is it Celtic or is it?
No, it's definitely not Celtic. It's I would recognize it if I heard it, and it's okay. Now I have to do a quick Google search.
Just thinking of like a Renaissance fair.
Yeah, right. No, but this is going to drive me crazy. Practitioners of Norse beliefs, maybe? What the heck do they call themselves? Oh, there it is. Is it Ossetru? Oh, shoot. Ossetru and heathenry, Old Norse. Okay. Modern Icelandic, the Aesir faith that believe in the... I'll see, this is what I get for speaking up too quickly on a video when I should have researched this first.
Actually, heathens, according to ChatGPT, heathens is a general term for followers of Norse paganism.
Okay.
And then there's Odinists who worship Odin, one of the chief deities of Norse mythology.
Did you just use ChatGPT for that?
Yeah, as I said, this is what I'm getting from ChatGPT.
Oh God! Hey, no, I don't want to spin off on that one. Okay, that's fair. I will definitely trust your answer then. Here's another one. This is one of those DK books. I love me some DK books, and this is just a great. It's an overview. Of course, they're always filled with. DK books are so visual, and they're filled with. Oops, we're right. I got to go this way, and then I got to go that way. Nope, still got to go this way. Yeah, so they're just filled with art all the time. For anybody who doesn't have any DK books, but you're really into the visual aspects of them, they've broken everything down into bullet points, so they're easier to digest, supposedly for young readers, but let's be honest, for older readers too. It's just nice seeing things broken down into what on radio might be called a sound bite or something like that, and to have all the artwork for people who are really visual. I think that's so helpful, and I love those because they're great reference books. Like, oh wait a minute, who was the philosopher who did the? Oh yeah, it was Kierkegaard, or that was Sartre, or whatever. You can just go grab it and pull it up. So I'm a huge fan of DK books. I'll end with that one because that one I have the most to say about. So this is California Water Atlas, this book is actually still in print. This is an older version of it from the 70s. Oh, crap. Okay. Things are falling out of it. I don't know if you can see that. It just talks about all the different water systems around the state. It's published by the state. It's published by... Sorry, it's so hard for me to even open this thing. Yeah, just by the state of California. I'm trying to see if it says anything here. Now, let me show you one more piece of art where I can find something that looks interesting. You can tell this thing's big. Actually, hold on, I'm not going to be able to do that. How long I do this? I don't know if you can see.
You should move it, I think, to your right.
Sorry. Thank you. Everything's backward for me. So this is one of those interesting sort of research books that was printed purely for academic and historical significance, as opposed to, that's not something that you just sit down and read cover to cover by the fire at night, with your hot cocoa and your spare. Yes, this is a letter from the state, October 24th, 1979, Edmund G. Brown Jr., governor. And it just talks about, show you the letter. It's kind of cool. Oops. It just talks about the book and why it's significant. And water studies in a huge agrarian society like California are always important. And now with the wildfires and things like that, they're even more important. So this was one that was handed down to me years ago. I just pulled it out thinking, okay, that's kind of fun. I don't really have any need for it, but it's kind of fun to have. And this is my last of my recent purchases. I've always been fascinated by Baba Yaga, who traditionally was the wild witch who would fly around in her mortar and pestle and would abduct children and do all kinds of things. But as I was glancing through this book, they were saying there are actually many, many iterations of Baba Yaga. And she isn't always evil in them. But the idea of the Baba Yaga as that sort of spook or specter that's used to scare children into behaving is fascinating.
Sort of a boogeyman character.
Yeah, exactly. Every boogeyman. A boogie everyman, yeah. But also, she had a hut that danced on chicken legs, which, who thinks of that? She flies around in a mortar and pestle, and her hut has dancing chicken legs. That's wild. I love that stuff. And
I think just the idea of having chickens around, like being in an agrarian economy where everybody's a farmer, everybody has chickens.
Yeah. Well, and of course, the fact that she's a woman too, shows you, the misogyny that has been prevalent in all cultures since forever. It's always the evil witch. You never hear about the evil male doing the thing, and generally these are tales of domesticity. So again, she's got the mortar and pestle. She's a cook. She's a woman. She cooks. She lives at home. You see that time and time again in multicultural stories, and it's fascinating. It's fascinating historically, and it's also unnerving as just a human being to vilify half the population like that. You saw that in, what was that book? Kramer's and Springer's the Malleus Maleficarum, the witch's hammer, where they were talking about. I think you and I talked about this early in one of our earlier sessions. Yeah, but to me, it's the same sort of thing. It's like, oh, let's it's easy to pick on women and to turn them into witches, and their familiars are their black cats. So when we kill the cats, then the rats are going to explode, and then here come the fleas, and then people die of the plague, et cetera, et cetera. Again, I'm no historian, but there's way too much evidence of vilifying of women in historical contexts, even going all the way back to Hera, who was continually considered the shrew and the harpy, because her husband was out having affairs with everything from swans to young women, and it's disappointing to me, but it's interesting historically. Mm-hmm. Again, so much of my knowledge and what I say is based on my own personal experience without a lot of historical context or academic context. So I can't speak into these things as deeply as I would like. When I read all of these books, as I said, I'm either doing it just for armchair research or for a little story I'm writing, but it's not, these are not doctoral theses that I'm writing. These are just me sort of having fun. So if you haven't already figured this out, viewer, please take all of my words with the biggest grain of salt. And what's our favorite saying? Do your own research. Anyway, yeah. So the joke that is not a joke is, Timothy, if you and I keep doing this, I'm going to have new titles pretty much all the time until I run out of money and I get buried under my books, or my wife hits me over the head with them and kills me. Yeah, I regret that I don't read as fast as I buy. And I think I would like to believe that other people have that problem. It's not just me. It's a shame. I want to have read everything cover to cover that I have, but I haven't. And that leads to some awkward pauses in conversations, unfortunately.
I don't know if I asked you before, what are those globes in the background?
Oh, dude. Okay, hold on. I got to take off the headphones. Hold on a second. Okay, so the biggest one is so big that I can't pull it down right now. I would need to go get a ladder. And since we're actually recording and streaming, as it were, it's harder for me to get that. If you wanted to pause it, I can go grab it. But this is the smallest one. Oops. How am I going to focus it? There.
Small blue dot.
Yeah. And so when you start looking at it really closely, sorry for all the catch lights of my webcam lights here. But this is, which one is this? I always forget the name of this one. This is, I've got it written down right here. This is, there it is. Shadokite. That's what this is called. This mineral is shadokite. And it's got some malachite in there. It's got some copper in there. Oops, sorry, still not focusing. There it is. You can't really see it, but there is right here. I know it's hidden under the catch light. There's a little brown speck. This whole area is copper. That's what the brown is that you're seeing in this.
What's the deep blue?
The deep blue is going to be the shadokite itself.
Oh.
So it's shadokite. It's got some copper in there. It's got some...
but most of it looks like it's turquoise.
Yeah, that's the turquoise that I'm talking about.
But there's also a deep blue area.
You're right. So let's see if I can get that to focus. Turn back this way. Yeah, there's a deep blue and then the lighter blue. And I think that they are variations on the mineral. I don't think that they are different minerals in there specifically. I think they're just variations in color on the same mineral. At least that's what I was told.
Yeah. Well, let's pause the recording and you can go grab the big one. Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right. We're really going off the rails here talking about these things, aren't we? Like, why are we looking at rocks?
I feel like now that they're in frame, people are going to want to know and I want to know. So, but okay, let's show the big one first and just get that out of the way. God damn it. It looks like a globe. It looks like Sort of like Jupiter.
Right. This thing probably weighs
I had Sauron almost.
65 pounds, maybe 70 pounds. It's heavier than it looks for its size. It looks like it's about the size of a bowling ball, but it weighs about as much as 3 bowling balls. It feels like maybe more. It's really heavy.
It looks like the heaviest kettle bowl.
Yeah, that thing is. Oh my God.
Gym.
And that's called Crazy Lace Agate, which I believe comes from a mine in, is it Mexico or somewhere else in Central America? I can't remember. Either way, it's Crazy Lace Agate. The other one I wanted to show was, let's see if I can get this one to.
Sort of Antarctica at the bottom.
Yeah. This one is, there it is. Banded Black Sardonyx. And I just think this one's so cool for the stripes on it.
So these come like that, right? Or
Exactly. Yeah, they come like that. And this is the one, I don't know if this is going to work. I might actually have to turn off all my lights to make this work. This is, oh gosh, what is this? Caribbean calcite? Hang on, I've got it right here. There it is. This one is, yeah, I was right, Caribbean calcite or Caribbean calcite. But what makes this interesting is when you hit it with a UV light, I don't know if you can see the how it sort of comes to life. Like, oops, hang on, I got to hide my face. Then I got to put the light over here. So at night, especially when you hit it with a UV light like this, all those veins pop out, and it's really cool. But even this thing's heavy. This is probably 11 pounds, maybe 11 pounds. Yeah, about 11 pounds. These are, some of them are very, very heavy. But as I said, you know, I got into this stuff when I was a kid. My mother was a geologist and she was teaching me all about rocks. And then I started applying that to the stories that I like to write. And it was just a no-brainer. They all just go together. It's all about telling stories. Sorry, I'm out of breath from holding that big one.
Yeah.
That thing is so heavy. And then I've got to climb back up precariously because, of course, I have the biggest one on the highest shelf. I don't know why I did that. Oh, that's right. If I had the biggest one on the smallest shelf, then I'd put the smallest one on the highest shelf, but you'd never see the smallest one. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised the bookshelf can even handle that much weight. That's, bookshelves can only handle like 50 pounds.
Well, you can see that the black things underneath that shelf that you're looking at I've got brackets. I've got a big heavy-duty braced bracket, and then I've got an L bracket on the side of each shelf as well. And then that vertical section, of course, goes to the floor, so it's braced by that as well. But yeah, combined, there's probably 650 pounds of minerals up on it goes across 1, 2, 4 shelves, and you're only seeing the bottom one. So it goes all the way up and they get bigger and bigger. And I've been collecting those for years. There are a few things I collect, as you have seen, books and these things. And then I collect little toy miniatures, or at least I used to. I sort of stopped that because it just got too expensive. It's actually cheaper to collect books than it is to collect toy miniatures anymore. And by toy miniatures, I mean like the little, like fantasy wargaming, like Dungeons and Dragons or Warhammer, or all those little guys that are like 28 millimeter scale size that are about that big. Those things are ridiculously expensive to purchase, and it's not worth it. Plus, I'm out of room. I just have no more room. If you were sitting here with me looking around this office, you'd be like, dude, you don't have any space for anything else in here. It's crazy. I mean, I can't even hang a picture. There's just no room. But be that as it may, I don't know, Timothy, if you wanted to talk about, because I sent you a couple other pictures.
Yeah, I can. Sure.
So these are just the books that are behind me right now, and I didn't make a lot of. I didn't really talk about these previously because I felt like they're just gaming books, and so they didn't really warrant a lot of discussion. But for those of you who are into gaming books, this is my Dungeons and Dragons collection, which is the first 3 shelves from the top, going down, and they have various editions starting back here in the 70s. Yeah, those are the earliest editions. From starting about 78 or 79, and then we go through first edition, second edition, third, 3.5, fourth, and fifth. Yeah, okay, good. You can zoom in a little bit. Yeah, I wasn't sure about the quality of the photos. But I have, for those of you who are interested, I've got, I think, all of the first edition books.
I think this is actually the better one. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah, much better. So those ones that are in there where you can't see the spines, those are just the modules or the adventures. And then, of course, you've got the boxed sets, and then you get into the books. That book right there, Deities and Demigods, that purple one, that was always one of my favorites that kind of got me into mythology, actually. That was the drug that started it all for me, because suddenly you could see all of the deities from different cultures in one. And when I was a kid, I assumed that the Dungeons and Dragons people had just made it all up. But no, then I realized, oh, no, they're actually just pulling these from other cultures. That's really cool. Yeah, so I have, as I was saying, I think I have almost all, if not all, of the first edition books.
Why are some of these things in plastic sleeves?
Because they came that way, and I didn't want to take them out. I'd rather keep them protected.
Is that sort of like collecting comic books where...
Yeah, except the difference is that...
norm?
Yeah, I'm trying to decide, do I... Yeah, I'll keep them in there. I'll pull them out periodically and look at them, and I'll put them back into their sleeves. As you can see, again, they don't all have sleeves, but a lot of them do. And it's just a better way to keep them safe. And I'd like to think at some point that this will be, if I sold this would be my son's college education. But I think that's wishful thinking. These aren't worth that much. They're worth a lot, but they're not worth that much. Not with the price of college these days. But what was I say? Oh, yeah, I don't have a lot of second edition books. I have, I think, all of the third edition books, and including 3.5, which will mean something to the viewers who are really into this stuff, which is going to be that second shelf down, starting from, yeah.
Maybe we should just quickly go through the rest. Don't these go left to right, or how do?
Yes, they go left to right across the top, and then, yeah, exactly.
So is that everything you wanted to say about the rest of these?
Yeah, these are just extra box sets. Again, I don't have... Oh, no, that's true. Okay, I am missing... So I don't have a lot of Dark Sun, and there are a couple other versions that I don't have in there. But I got a lot of the second edition, like that's Planescape there.
So what are... You bought these mostly as an adult after you stopped playing?
Yeah, a lot of them I had... Well, I didn't have nearly this much when I was a kid, but I had friends who, when they got out of the stuff, they would give it to me because they knew that I was a hoarder this way. Yeah. So like a lot of that first edition stuff I got from them. A lot of the third edition stuff I would purchase at various used places all the time. So yeah, this is all...
It's actually, for people who aren't familiar, like what's in a box set like this? Like what's actually in there?
It's going to be a combination of adventures and maps and what do you call them? Sorry, starting points for stories for adventure, or not starting points.
Yeah,
setups or something. It'll say, you have arrived at the da-da-da-da-da because you've heard about the monster of the da-da-da-da-da. If you choose to partake, do this, that, and the other.
Yeah, I was listening to a podcast about this tabletop exercise, sort of a simulation, and it sort of goes back to wargaming in a sense. But these kind of tabletop simulations are actually used in government quite a bit to prepare for emergency scenarios, counterterrorism type stuff. So,
wow, keeping it real here, nice.
Strategy games are sometimes recruited for that kind of stuff because it creates a sort of thinking that isn't seen much elsewhere. And we sort of talked about this in my Benjamin Keep interview for people that want to check that out. He played a lot of different strategy games, poker as well. Do you play poker at all, or?
No, I've tried it a couple times, and I find that I start laughing too much, or I have too many tells. I would not be good at poker because I wear my emotions on my sleeve, and I can't hide stuff well. With these sorts of things where you can think open-endedly and out of the box, these types of games are much better for me than strategy games like, let's say, chess or poker or things like that. these, you can literally do anything that you can imagine. And so that was, one of my strengths is, okay, well, I can imagine craziness, so let's go nuts. But yeah, this is where the third edition stuff starts. And it just, actually, over the years, I've given away a bunch of this stuff. I think, I'm trying to think, do I have, yeah, I've given away versions of a lot of these things over the years because I don't really play the game anymore, but it's still fondly remembered. It's like, a first girlfriend. And so I like to hold on to these things because it's a first girlfriend that the wife doesn't object to me having in my room. But if these spilled out into the other rooms of the house, oh boy. Yeah. That's my dream, is to have a single room library with every book in it. And I want the room to be big enough that it'll hold, well, a lot more books than I have now.
There's your shield.
Yeah, exactly. There's my Athena. Yeah. That's a brass shield, and I have a brass spear and a brass Athenian or Trojan helmet.
What kind of shield is it?
It's supposed to be like an aegis, sort of similar to what Athena had. Okay. Pull up the Athena statue, see things. So this is the aegis with the Medusa's head on it. This is a one artist's version of it. But the idea was that she had this magical shield, and in a lot of the cases they describe it as being made of, I think it was just wood and covered in leather. But a lot of other people will turn it into this big detailed thing. And I just got these for a photo shoot because I have also brass greaves and gauntlets and all kinds of things. And I've been preparing for the longest time for a shoot. I just have to cast my Athena. Yeah, this is all the 5th edition stuff.
Your wife doesn't want to do it?
No, she tries to stay out of it. I've shot her before, but generally speaking, yeah, she tries to stay out of it. Yeah, so then this is all either specifically 5th edition or 5th edition related. And then on the bottom shelves, so yeah, this is all, yeah, I think they're alphabetical, mostly. I might have missed a couple here and there. Yeah, sorry, this was a single shot that I did, and for those of you who know photography, I shot it. I stopped down at the aperture a little bit to get a little more focus, but I could have either bracket focused to get everything in focus because I was shooting it off angle, or I could have just shot each one and then compiled them all in Photoshop, composited them together. But yeah, now we're getting into, these are non-Dungeons and Dragons role-playing games. So these are just big role-playing games that have nothing to do with Dungeons and Dragons.
What's the difference between each of these? Like, how do they fit together, and is there like a taxonomy or something, kind of like
Dualismal? In the sense that I think they're all 793.93 is where I've put them all. So they would technically, if they were downstairs, they'd be next to all my photo books. But what these are and how these are different, or how they compare to Dungeons and Dragons, is that they're all, what do you call it, cooperative storytelling. So you sit down with anywhere from 1 to 5 or 6 other people, and you just have a night where you go into a particular genre depending on what kind of game you want to play, and you make up some characters, and you put some numbers into it. Like, oh, well, my character's strength value is this number, and their whatever other value is this number, and then based on those statistics and the genre, then you just use your imagination to tell these big old stories together. And you might be doing something like breaking into a bank, or assassinating the king, or whatever it is that's relevant to that particular genre. Going into outer space. You can be pretty much any character from any genre you can think of, and I've got a lot of different
So that's part of the variety here is it's you like you and your buddies come to a bookshelf like this and you're thinking like what kind of scenario do we want to, it's almost like choosing a movie. It's like, do we feel like an action movie or a rom-com?
Exactly.
Or a war?
And I will say that games that involve cooperative storytelling are some of the most powerful for fueling your imagination and developing self-confidence, which is why I think that they were generally marketed toward older kids and teens and younger adults because they help develop skill sets that I would argue are necessary later in life. The ability.
Is there an element of like leadership here? Like, do you think it develops leadership skills in any way?
I think it can, in the sense that it develops confidence. Yeah. And certainly there is the person, if you think of it like a film set, with each of these games, you have a director and then you have the cast members. And
is that what a dungeon master is?
There you go. Exactly. Yeah. So you have the person who sort of leads the story objectively and who will say, okay, you tell me what you want to do. And then the player says, okay, I want to do this thing. And then the director / dungeon master, game master will say, okay, either that's going to work or that isn't. What do you want to do now? And then there will be consequences to actions. And if, especially in terms of leadership, if you are the player who has played enough and now you say, I want to be the director, I want to be the game master. Okay, cool. Then you have that whole thing that you've got to work on your skill set to become the director. And then now we're kind of out of that into that's my dictions. Well, that one on the left is this that I showed you previously, I think. This was my dictionary that I had rebound. Yeah. And I still love this thing. I almost never use it anymore, and I'm actually sad. This is one of the things that the internet unfortunately killed for me, or smartphone apps where you can just quickly find something and I don't have to go to the book. But I miss going to the book. I miss going to the book so much. And then the other, get my voice back to the microphone. The other things are all gaming related. The only one that isn't was that dictionary. And then behind that shelf on the bottom on the left where the chair is hiding it, there's nothing there. That's just storage. I just got some boxes and stuff. So that's a whole shelf that I could actually add more to.
Do you find that other people you used to play with have similar sort of creative interests, or is it like what does that creative interest, is that what draws people in the first place? Or do you have a lot of, are there a lot of like math types, STEM types who are also into this? Or does it tend to tilt towards more creative literary types like yourself?
Well, I think, first of all, I have to qualify my answer by saying I can only speak to my experience. And I don't want to, castigate or say something wrong about any other players. But for me, my friends and I, when we played it, they have since gone on to be, let's see, one of them is an archaeologist, one of them works in IT, one of them is a school principal, and then I'm a photographer / past writer / quasi-present writer. I don't think that there's any trend that I've noticed where players who play these games generally become certain things. I think I've heard of accountants playing. I've heard of actors playing. It's really big for actors. I know when the Dungeons and Dragons movie recently came out, I think it was 2 years ago, or whenever it was, they had what's the guy's name? Chris Pine as the role, the leader, or the main actor in the movie. And he, if I recall correctly, didn't know anything about the game, and they had to teach him how to play it. And he thought, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. Because actors inhabit other characters. They inhabit characters and bring them to life. And that's really what these games are about, is somebody will say on paper, okay, you're this character, now act out what that character is going to think and feel and do and all kinds of things, and give them backstories and give them future hopes. And then the idea of the game master is to thwart them at every turn, but also to, give them praise when they need it, to reward them for successes, and to, hurt them for failures.
How do you end a game? if you're doing this for like, what's the average amount of time? 3-4 hours?
Per session usually. I mean, these games. Some people have been playing these games. Like I think the creator, one of the creators, I think, is still playing, and this game started in like '73, and I think they're still playing the same game today. Started in '73, so it comes down to. But I mean, in that case, players have come and gone. Sometimes they leave and then they return. Sometimes they never come back, and then somebody else fills the spot. But ultimately, the game is sort of done because it's collective storytelling. It's done when you collectively decide it's done, and that could just be that people move away, people get spouses or whatever, or they get other responsibilities or work or something like that, and you just like, okay, well, I think we're gonna let this one peter out. I'm not gonna say it's rare, but in my knowledge, I've heard that it's rarer for everybody to collectively say, okay, we're all going to end it here. This is the perfect ending. It's usually just people come and go. Life happens and it gets in the way, and then the game just kind of stops.
But what I'm getting at is like, there's a lot of variety on your bookshelf with like different scenarios and different genres. Mm-hmm. So I guess what I was thinking is, so you maybe play one of these out, pick a scenario, sort of like a movie. It's like, tonight it's a rom-com, tomorrow it's an action movie, and then the next night it's a documentary. Mm-hmm. So it sounds like you're not switching around that frequently to different genres. It sounds like you're picking one thing and sticking with it for quite a long period of weeks, months, years.
Yeah, exactly. In some cases, I think you can play a lot of these. Technically you can play any of them in one night if you want to. You can do it's effectively a short story. Yeah. And then if you want to take them into longer form fiction, you can absolutely do that and just keep going with them. If you all have the time and, the ability to sit down at a table together and do it, or do it over Zoom, like a lot of people do nowadays. But yeah, it just, because it's collective storytelling, it's up to the group as to when they want to stop it. Mm-hmm. And you could stop, you could play, if you met your friends every night for a week, you could play 7 different games and play one a night, and you could switch anything you wanted to. It's just they're designed to be free form and to go as long as you want them to go. And some people like them to go, we used to play for probably when we were kids. There's also the question of attention span, but as kids, our attention spans would take us maybe 3 months, and we might play twice a week for 3 months. Wow. And then that would be about it. And then at the end of that 3 months, we go, okay, we're done with this. Let's do something new. And then we might spend 3 months, just riding our bikes around in dried up creek beds and stuff like that, and not even thinking about these games. And then eventually, rain comes, or, we all want to just sit down inside and be warm. It's too cold out. And so then we break out the game again. And it might even only be for that night. But again, the appeal is that you can do anything you want with it. You can have it last as long or as short as you want. And you get to be with your friends. And that's really what it comes down to, is that you get to hang out with other people and you guys tell stories together. And I can't speak highly enough of that aspect of it. The ability to sit down with people and to have you all go into your imaginations and try to out-imagine the other person is one of the greatest things ever. And I would imagine, I'm not an actor, but I would imagine that's kind of how actors feel too. When you get really into your character and you are in a play or a movie with somebody else who's just as good as you are, and they're bringing it too, there's that sort of that euphoria that you get of, we're all collectively doing amazingly at this. And we're really showcasing who these people are that we're playing.
And to me, it's sort of, the closest analogy would be improv theater.
Exactly. Yeah.
And usually improv theater is improv comedy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So that's the only issue that I've ever had with Dungeons and Dragons movies, is that they always make the movie about the genre. They never make the movie, which is it's a fantasy, quasi-medieval, magic-y kind of genre. But what they never do is they never make it about the gameplay itself. The only people who've done a good job of that in my recent memory is the creators of Stranger Things. with Stranger Things, the show, they showed the actual players playing, and they drew the metaphors of the characters from, or of the, the villains and everything from how the characters themselves played.
Is this a
And that's,
TV show?
yeah, Stranger Things on Netflix.
I'm not familiar with it.
Oh, you just got a bunch of downvotes, buddy. No, so yeah, Stranger Things is a Netflix show that's in its, I think they're in their third season, and they're talking about a fourth season, or it's on the way, or I don't even know. But it is
I just don't watch TV anymore, or really movies. So
no, it's tough. There's so much else to do. I get it. Like, I could never, if I never turned on the TV again, I would have plenty to do. But I'm also a visual nut, and there's nothing like sitting down with a movie.
I mean, I want to go watch it. So is there a specific season or episode where I would be able to watch what you're talking about?
I think the first episode of the first season, probably. Like with anything, because one thing it does is it's not episodic in the sense of old time broadcast shows. Nowadays, the shows that
there was a show called The League about fantasy sports, which I don't know if you have seen that.
I don't know that one.
No, it was it was decently funny at the time. I think the guys have gone on to do other shows now, but it was 4 guys who were all like dads, maybe in their 40s, and they all played I think it was mostly fantasy football. And it was sort of right before all the gambling got legalized in the last few years. And it was sort of the first show that really, I think, focused exclusively on that and just the lifestyle that can be built around fantasy football, where sports and fantasy football becomes sort of an all-encompassing lifestyle. So that's what I was imagining.
Yeah, no, and I think that's accurate, because to the extent that you want to put time and energy into it, it'll go as far as you want it to go.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can say that about pretty much anything, like from philately to books to, I don't know, whatever. Philately, collecting stamps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like that used to be the huge thing. Like all of our grandparents were into philately. I just like saying it. Yes, I am pronouncing it correctly. Okay, I just stopped for a second. Philately? No, philately. But yeah, I think it's no different than anything else. It's a pastime. But what makes role-playing games in general fun, as I said, is that it's collective. You're working with other people, and you're learning social skills, especially as when the young adults play it, that they might not otherwise have learned.
Yeah. Well, I have a humor course where I got my first humor course was just on sort of a general theory of humor, but then I realized that a big part of what's interesting with humor in a social sort of real life situation is it's with other people, it's with colleagues or friends, and there's a game element of humor where somebody says something funny and then you figure out a way to build on top of it or respond to it. Kind of like the joking over text back and forth where you were like, you're pushing, and then I was like, grow or die. It's sort of like there's a dyadic, or there's it's sort of a multiplayer game dynamic. And I wanted to understand how that works. And to me, it really is, what I'm preparing for my next course on this is really how valuable this type of creative thinking, where a fair amount of conversation, especially humorous, informal conversation, is about creating narratives or understand it, like creating fiction, creating characters, creating situations, understanding dramatic plot lines and stuff. And even like watching some of the political rallies, you see how, or just the rhetoric, how much it's about narratives and characters, and like the people eating pets kind of stuff. Like that's what everyone wants to talk about. Like, I keep on seeing like I have like the New York Times podcast, the New York Times editorials. I get it on my YouTube feed, and like they can't stop talking about the eating the pet stuff. Like for an entire week.
Yeah.
So like people really latch on to these humor. It's sort of like stamp collecting in the sense that you're narrowing something down to a postage size thumbnail sketch, and there's something funny about that sketch, and you can only fit a very sort of a thimbleful of content or story elements to the point where it's kind of like short stories on steroids, where these are like the most like haikus almost. They're like the smallest. Wasn't it Steinbeck who had the thing, or Hemingway who had like the one sentence story? Didn't you bring that up about?
I don't think it was me, but I do
like
think it was
parents had like the parent
Hemingway
wanting to sell a pair of baby boots.
Yeah, two sentence horror stories. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
I never heard of that. That's cool.
I think there's actually a subreddit called like 2 sentence horror stories or something like that, where
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, where in 2 sentences you got to tell a whole story, and the one you just said was for sale, baby shoes never worn, and like that's the whole horror story right there. And it's like when you think about it and you take that apart, it's ghastly.
By the way, what was the TV show you mentioned?
Stranger Things. Yeah. But I think you also hit the nail on the head earlier when you were mentioning improv, because all of these games are collectively about the yes and principle.
Yeah.
Because you're with your other players and somebody will say, well, I get on the horse and I gallop toward the trees. And the other person can't contradict them and say, no, you don't. I mean, kids will do that when they're playing. No, you don't. You don't even have a horse, you idiot. Well, yeah, I do. And his name is, Bucephalus or whatever. Like, no.
And there's the element of George Lakoff where it's like, don't think of a blue elephant or purple elephant.
Yeah, right. I love that. I always love that one. Whatever you do, don't think about boobies. Oh, shit, no.
Inception.
Yeah. But the funny, not funny, haha, but the sort of satirical element to all of these games is that they take themselves very seriously on paper. And each of these books, they flesh out the genres in excruciating detail. And it's up to you to how you want to interpret it. And almost universally, to your point about humor, the players take them into Crazyville, into absolute absurdist humor. And that goes back to the problem that I had with the Dungeons and Dragons movies, is that they try to play it straight because all of their intellectual property is playing it straight. It's always, you're in this dark dungeon and you know that the monster's creeping up on you. And then, but in real life, it'd be like, one of the players would go, I had beans last night, so I fart really loudly. And then everybody starts laughing, and then the whole game kind of, you're like, okay, we got to recenter this. So it's constantly about players, I think, coming into contact with the genre and trying to decide how much do they want to stay in the genre versus how much do they want to just have fun with their friends. Mm-hmm. And I have never seen a serious game played all the way through where people don't just lose it at some point over something absolutely ridiculous that would never make the final cut in a movie. That would be one of those.
Maybe that's your next TV show that you write.
Yeah, where they take it seriously, where they absolutely
no, or where they make a mess out of it, or they, like if you watch it, I would recommend watching an episode of The League, and it'll give you a sense of like maybe what the opposite end of the spectrum is to these sort of playing it straight movies.
I like that. Yeah, I already looked it up when you were talking about it earlier, so I'll definitely check that out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that I would recommend, even if you're not into fantasy, types of games, I would recommend some sort of cooperative storytelling game akin to.
It's almost like girls playing with their Barbie set, like playing house.
Yeah, or boys with their G.I. Joes or whatever.
So
and
could you actually just talk a little bit about how a D&D game differs from those two examples? Because I feel like G.I. Joe doesn't have as much story element necessarily as like a Barbie session or like a playing house. I guess they're both fairly stereotyped, but
in a sense, I have so much I want to say about this, and this is almost needs to be like an afternoon discussion where we're in the same room and we can kind of walk away, collect our thoughts, and then come back and go, yeah, but, or yes, and I think when playing with miniatures, with action figures, with G.I. Joes, with Barbies, whatever it is, first of all, there's no centralized narrative, unless you might say something like, I'm trying to, I've never collectively played action figures with anybody where, unless they are the IP, the intellectual property is specifically related to a genre, like for example, Star Wars. I used to play Star Wars action figures with my friends, and pretty much it consisted of, oh, you got me. Oh, I'm going to climb up here. I'm going to fly away, and that's it. But there's almost not even any talking. It's just making sounds. It's making laser sounds and engine sounds and going, whoa. And then you go, whoa, that's cool. And then like you throw them all up in the air when your mom announces that she's got grilled cheese sandwiches for everybody. You're like, okay, let's go, let's go do it. Whereas these games these ones in the picture are specifically designed for, okay, there's a narrative, you've got to tell a narrative. So there's structure to it, as opposed to toy games that kids play that are, there's no time frame, there's no structure. It's just make sounds, laugh, push her off the bed if she's giggling too hard, or kick him in the shins if he said something stupid, or that. Those are pretty much the only rules. It's kind of like, for those of you who are older like me, you might remember Calvin and Hobbes, the comic strip. In Calvin and Hobbes, there was a famous game that Calvin played called Calvin Ball. Calvin Ball is probably my favorite game ever. I've never played it. No one, I don't think, has ever played it because it exists only in the comic strip. But in Calvin Ball, there are no rules to anything. And I mean no rules to anything. And which means that every game devolves into fights and screaming matches and punching. But from a 6-year-old's perspective, it's hysterical and it's wonderful. In those games, it'll be something like, I take the ball and I run toward the goal. Oh, well, you just entered the invisible force field, area. So there is now a force field, so you can't actually make it to the goal. Oh, yeah, well, I use my invisible force field acid to dissolve the force field so that I can make it to the goal. Oh, well, the goal just moved now because you're in the transmogrified area and it's transported over there, or whatever it is. That's, again, the principle of the yes and. In Calvin Ball, it's always yes and. In these games, it's always yes and. The difference is that these provide a complete structure so that hopefully you won't completely devolve into, yeah, shut up, I hate you. Yeah. It'll actually, you can play it through to the end. So they provide you with a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it's up to you if you want to stick with it or if you want to go off the rails.
Why doesn't it always just devolve into a Hobbesian red in tooth and claw, all war of all against all?
Well, at that point, you have to decide: are these really rights?
Leviathan that is the dungeon master the Leviathan?
In the sense that he is the person who, from a narrative perspective, puts obstacles in your way. Yes, in that sense, he's the dungeon master. He or she is a combination of director and screenwriter and general antagonist. Because of course, as you know, all good fiction or screenwriting or anything like that, you always have to have an obstacle in the character's way, something that stops them from getting what they want. And if they succeed and get, part of the way to what they want, then there's another obstacle that comes into their path. And so that's the game master's job, is to always put obstacles in their path, but then to reward them when they pass those obstacles. And if you get to a point where, you just say, well, no, there's a force field around you. You can't do anything. And then people go, well, then what's the point? The narrative is dead now. So why are we playing? And that's when you, like I said, you have to decide, okay, are you guys really my friends or aren't you? Because in a perfect world, everybody would cheer on each other's successes. In reality, it doesn't always happen because people are feeling petty or mean or, for various reasons. But I think at the level that the game wants to be played, yeah, you're supposed to, you cheer everybody on, you help everybody out. And at the end of the night, you go, wow, I had a lot of fun with you guys. And then you say, I can't wait to do this again. And then friendships and bonds are formed. I mean, you hear about this a lot with MMORPGs, people who play World of Warcraft, about the amazing stories that they've shared with each other that you can't really even talk about them. You can't, us as games, you can't replicate them. They just, it's part of the moment. The experience is what is the defining factor.
So did you just label all this stuff games?
Yeah, I had them. These shelves have moved around with me a bunch of times, and
I don't see anything else. It's just like games.
No, this is all just games, and I'm probably not going to go any further with this collection because A, I'm out of room, B, I'm out of money, and C, I'd rather spend, the other money that I have on other things.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is a good sized wall. I don't think that I need to. It's monstrously large, and I could take the shelves all the way up to the ceiling and put in, built-ins here, but even the price of built-ins is crazy, and I'm not good enough to want to do it myself. So I would have somebody do it.
What is this picture?
That is a painting I purchased from a guy that I met online many years ago. He was just some customer service guy, and he happened to mention to me about his artwork, and he gave me his online portfolio. And I went there, I'm like, dude, I love this. And are you at the top of the picture? Or can you go higher up?
That's the top.
That's the top. Okay. Yeah, I probably should have taken the whole ceiling. Actually, I think, you know what?
The other picture has it.
Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, that's what I wanted to show you. Yeah. So there's just something I liked about the idea of, I see this as a storyteller bringing life to almost a Promethean story. There's almost a, molding the clay to make the human and to give the human the fire.
Yeah.
Sort of
an
aspect
was
to this.
Sort of like the inner child thing you had mentioned earlier, because I viewed it as like the younger version of himself without the beard, but with the same hat.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Reinventing himself, reimagining himself. Yeah, that's my office mascot right there. Bluey.
Is that a reference to some story?
No, it's from Dungeons and Dragons IP, but it's just, I just think it looks really cool. And those two right there from the Lord of the Rings, those two on the right, the middle one and the one on the right.
What about this?
That is another Dungeons and Dragons one. That was actually on the cover of, hang on, do I have it? Sorry, hang on, let me reach for it. Nope, there it is. So this book came out in about 81, and they decided to make a little statue based on this guy because this thing was so popular. So yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how many people are interested in this aspect of what we're discussing. And I'm not sure if, yeah, those are some of the miniatures that I've collected over the years. And I love that each one of them, again, they have little tales of their own based in just how they were sculpted and painted, and they all tell little stories. And so I try to, at all times in my life, surround myself with stories, with narratives, because I think that those are the most important thing to our humanity. And I don't say that lightly. That's one of the defining features of my personality, is that I am absolutely intrigued by narratives and stories, and I want to tell them and I want to share them because it's the sort of thing that makes the world a smaller place. It brings us together. We all share stories. So games like these games that you play, it's another aspect of it.
Was that really driving you back when you started? Because that sounds like something you came to more recently.
That's something I came to probably in my mid-20s.
Oh, okay.
Is that I really liked the idea of
this indicates to me that you were already into Dungeons and Dragons and creating and stories prior to that realization.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. It's like, well, we do things as kids that we fall in love with, and then as we get older, we look back on them and we go, why were we into those things? What does that say about us? And so I spent a lot of time in, my mid-20s looking back at my childhood, going, okay, well, how do I define myself? And certainly you can get, I think there's a certain level of introspection that we all sort of require to become capable adults. And looking at yourself and questioning, who you are is a very important task that I think we all need to do. And I think the first time it really happens is probably when we enter about junior high and we say, who are we and how do we fit in? And then it happens again in about our junior year in high school and we say, who are we and what school do we want to go to or what do we want to study? And then in our early 20s, in our earlier career periods, we're going, okay, how much do we value this job, or is this going to be what defines us, or are we going to move on from here to something else? And so I think we have these moments where we periodically ask ourselves those questions.
And then later on, familiar with Tony Robbins at all?
Yes, a little bit.
So one of his frameworks, which I think is sort of a key element of his Unleash the Power Within seminar, which is his like major introductory level thing, weekend thing, is he has this thing of state, strategy, and story. So state is like being in a sort of pumped up, motivated state, or just being aware of your emotional state and how that can affect your thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And then second is strategy. So like knowing you, like even if you're pumped up and you're motivated, you still have to have strategy and have sort of a step by step. And then the third part is story. And that's sort of what made me think of that, is what you were saying about people really they want to see themselves as a character within a story and a meaningful story. And if they don't feel that, there's a sense of personal ennui or not sure what the other word was I was going for.
Well, I get what you're saying, though, in general.
Purposelessness.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that we all want purpose. We want to know that our time is well spent here, that we are doing the right thing and moving in the right direction. I mean, nobody wants to say, there are nihilists or people who have emotional difficulties, who, if they can't define themselves, sorry, I'm spinning off because I'm watching you zoom in. I'm like, okay. Yeah, just made some fun miniatures years ago.
You made these?
Oh, well, no, sorry, I purchased them. I designed them and then purchased them. There's a company,
you designed them?
So there's a company called Hero Forge. It's an online website, and you can go there and sign in, and it gives you a whole bunch of building blocks to design miniatures, and you can put different colors on them and different features on them and different things in their hands and different poses, etc. And then you can order them, and they'll 3D print them up and paint them for you and send them to you. No. So that's what that was. That was from years ago. But back to the point, because I don't want to lose your point. I think I might have already lost it, which is that I think story is one of the most important aspects of life, because story is how we share who we are with those around us. And it's necessary in our lives for us to be able to share who we are, because if we're not sharing who we are, then we're not developing our social qualities to the extent that we could. Because ultimately, our existence on this planet is very social and it's very tenuous. And to be left alone, to be alone in general, to feel alone is heartbreaking for a social creature. I mean, we've seen so many stories come out of solitary confinement. And there's you can't develop as a human being in a situation like that.
There's a dramaturgical tradition within sociology and ethnography with guys like Irving Goffman. He's got a book called The Presentation of Self in Everyday Life. And it's just a really interesting dramaturgical approach to understanding what people are doing when they're being social. And it's informed my theory of humor, but even like taking it a step further and generalizing beyond just humor to everyday interaction, even just little things like saying good morning. That's another one of those postage stamp like fictional sort of you're manifesting a good morning by saying good morning. You're manifesting a postage stamp sized image of a good morning in the mind of the person that you say good morning to. And so even these little things that we do are part of manifesting a collective fiction, you could call it. And even people talk about the US dollar, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrencies and other currencies as collective fictions. And they're sustained by stories and sustained by collective belief in them. So I think this stuff really goes a long way in understanding just everyday conversation and everyday interaction.
Yeah, I think you've thought about it much more in a much more scholarly way than I have, but I think most people intuit that we are social creatures and that, life is easier when we're together than when we're apart. And I think that the people who are angriest are the people who feel alone. The people who are the most hateful or fearful are the people who feel alone. And which is why we have so many, I think, identity politics going on. And we're constantly trying to find that collective group to which we can belong. And, like what you see on this wall or what you've seen in my library in general is nothing but an ode to how we work together, how we can work best as human beings by working together.
Yeah.
Yeah, my little statue there, yeah.
I think that's a good place to wrap up this session. Actually, I did want to cover this briefly.
Okay.
So
there's the encyclopedia from 1996 that I still have. Don't really need it. Could free up some shelf space, but, what the heck.
So you've got 12 volumes of the Micropedia, which is the short articles, sort of like those Wikipedia articles that are just a paragraph or two.
Yeah.
And then you have the Macropedia where you have the knowledge in depth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an ash symbol, the AE there.
Yeah. And you purchase this all as a set. Like you don't buy them, the Micropedia separately from the Macropedia. It all comes together as one set. And I don't know if they're still printing the Britannica. I know it exists on the line, but I don't think they're printing it anymore. I don't know when they stopped, but I think it was within the last 5 years or so.
Yeah, I think it was around 2010. But World Book Encyclopedia is the only one that's still in print and updated every year.
Okay.
And
well, there is something nice about it.
Company actually owns it, and I think they almost kind of keep it as a pet. I'm not sure that it can't be making much money.
Yeah.
But he's talked about it in some of the What's their company called? The Buffett company.
Oh gosh,
I can't believe I'm
blanking on that too. I actually know that one. That's a lot of times you ask me a question and I have no idea. That one I feel like I actually know.
Because they have a real estate thing now, and I see their real estate signs. Anyways, yeah, there's actually some
Berkshire Hathaway.
Yeah, Berkshire Hathaway. They own the company that owns World Book. I think there's multiple shells there, but you can actually search Google, YouTube for Buffett World Book Encyclopedia, and there's some interesting stuff of him at his annual event in Omaha talking about it. So you want to say a little bit about what you got going on here with these other games?
Yeah, so these are, instead of being role-playing games, these are just board games. These are things that they're much shorter form. You would sit around. The trend, I think, in board games is they're tending to get longer and more complicated, but there's a lot to be said for you have guests over for dinner and you're going to play like Cards Against Humanity, or you're going to play Monopoly or something like that. And so these are just the shorter form versions of things like that. Oh yeah, these are just some self-printed books, and I just hid some information, but just some silly like print on demand kinds of books. Usually the stuff I was using for my marketing, I was sending them out to people, so these are extras.
What service were you using?
Blurb.
Is that just blurb.com?
Exactly, blurb.com. And
I can't believe I've never heard of that. I mean, these look really nice. These are like hardcover, small format.
Oh yeah, no, they were like each book, I would get one, I think not every season, but maybe 2 a year for several years going. And the hardcover ones ended up being pretty pricey. The more pages you add, the pricier they get.
Like how much?
$30. Oh no, way more than that. Like $110
for one.
For one copy. And then so what I would do is I would print up like maybe 3 of them and I'd keep one for myself, and then I'd send 2 of them out to either who I'm hoping are going to be my 2 new favorite clients, or I might send them to a repeat client. And this is all in the photography world. So this is all photography related stuff. But yeah, they're too expensive for you to send out, because I'll send out cold emails by the hundreds or the thousands, but I would never do this. That would be
so like if you get 3, if it's $100 for one, how much is it for 3? $200?
I think it's like, well, I haven't done this honestly. I haven't ordered these since before the pandemic, but I would not be surprised if it's like $275.
Yeah,
$280. Oh, you're gonna save. We'll take 50 cents off your order. Oh gosh, thanks. But yeah, I'm trying to think here. These are a lot of the board games still in the shrink wrap because we never got a chance to play them. Haven't played them yet.
Who is that?
It looks like what's his name? President
TR. Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, it looks like it. The bully, yeah, the term bully, yeah, that sounds like, because he's always saying bully.
Bully pulpit.
Bully to you, yeah.
Where's the which ones are the? I don't know if those are the same etymology, but
let's pretend it is.
Let's pretend.
Why not? We're not here for facts. We're here for truth, the truthiness of everything. So yeah, these are things like if we were going on a local vacation, my family, we would take these and put them in the car.
Yeah, these floppy disks.
No, that's actually a card sorter, because if you zoom out for a second, where is it? That white thing right to the left of that card sorter that's unlabeled, that big tall white thing. Yeah, that's a collection of cards from the Harry Potter trading card game. And we got really into that as a family for a while. And so, but we got it because the game went away years ago. We were able to buy all the cards for I think it was like $40 or something like that. We found some used thing online. I got the little card sorter, and then you can just run through the card sorter. They get all nice and shuffled, and you can divvy them out and just play the game in, an hour with family.
What about the pandemic? What about this pandemic game?
Well, this is one of the reasons I didn't really want to show the shelf, because I have a lot of these games which is to say the vast majority of them are games that I heard about online. And I thought, hey, we should try this. We should have people come over. We should, pull this game out on a Saturday night. And we just never ended up doing it. So this is a game that looked like a lot of fun. Yeah, 45 minutes to play, 2 to 3 people. But we never hooked it up. So
This
I have a
full literati.
Yeah, Bluffing with Wild Words. But again, unfortunately, we never got a chance to play it. I've looked through it. I've looked through a lot of these games and gone, oh man, we gotta play these. Oh, I got some cobwebs I gotta clean up too. Look at that.
That's great.
Yeah. A lot of these things, they're super cheap. You see them in a tourist shop or something like that, and you go, oh, okay, we'll give it a try. It looks like fun. My son and I used to play, actually my wife too, we all used to play Pokemon Go. And then when he was really young, and then we saw Monopoly Pokemon, oh my gosh. Or Harry Potter, Clue, wow. Clue was such a good movie from the 80s. I don't know if anybody remembers it, but Clue was so much fun with that. Oh, what's his name? The guy from the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Tim. Nope. Original. No, not Tim Robbins. Maybe it's not Tim. I'd have to look it up, but I'm blanking on it.
What's Ambassador Chess?
It's just a chess set that looks really nice.
Oh.
It wasn't super expensive. It's not one of those, $500 sets or anything like that. It's just, this one was probably $80 10 years ago. And the pieces look really nice.
What do you think about Catan?
Yeah, that's how I've always heard it. It looks like a lot of fun, and I've tried to get into it a little bit, but I have not been able to find people to play it with me. So, as I said, this is one of the reasons I didn't really want to show this
aspirational
side, just because, it's all aspirational. I have all these things that I wanted to try. The closest we've come is playing Cards Against Humanity. And, I mean, I can see it's fun. It's fun. But you can see by the level of dust how often it gets taken out. So these things, unfortunately, they sit there, and I hope that at some point we'll be able to bring everything out. But usually in front of this whole bookshelf, I keep another empty bookshelf because this is in a back corner of the room. So I put a 60-inch tall bookshelf right in front of this one and back it all the way up against it so that I can add more books to it at some point.
What's the story with this hand?
I was working on learning figure drawing. So I got a little hand so that I can make different poses and learn how knuckles and joints work so that I could draw hands better. I like illustrating in general, but I'm very, very bad at it. So I was always looking for ways to get better. I've always thought, in my other dream life, I would be an illustrator or a graphic designer or maybe an architect. Those are the 3 things that have always drawn me.
Well, we've covered a lot of good stuff today. Is there any final thoughts you want to share before we wrap up?
Well, I think more than anything else, I think this whole thing sums up what we've done today, sums up how I feel about libraries in general, and why I think that books are important is because they are all narratives. And narratives are stories that are shared between different people that tell us who we are. And not only do we need to know who we are as functioning adults, but we need to understand that sharing and being social is so important. And I know I'm beating the dead horse here, but whether you're reading Plato or Nietzsche or some beach read or one of these games, you're, I think, exposing yourself to those things, to the power of narrative and to the power of socialness, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately that's what it's all about, is we want to not divide the world any further. If anything, we want to bring it together. And that's what draws me about books, is that I'm surrounding myself with people who are smarter than I am, who have more specific knowledge about a thing than I do. And it's my romantic ode. Collecting books in general is my romantic ode to knowledge and to knowledge makers or knowledge seekers. I think that all of these things are, it's like collectively being best friends with all of these dead people from hundreds and thousands of years ago. But it's an homage to learning. And I think that, I don't know if you and I were talking about this, but whenever you stop learning, you start dying. I think we need to continue to learn as we age, always.
Grow or die.
Grow or die. See, there you go. You got it.
Yeah, I used to not be as into fiction. I used to be pretty heavily nonfiction. And what really changed things for me is realizing how much stories are actually everywhere. And I had sort of a blindness to that. And once that veil was lifted, I started understanding why this stuff is so important and valuable and interesting. So,
yeah, that's good.
For those of you who maybe have a similar sort of mindset to what I had, that's what made me kind of wake up to the value of fiction and the sort of, I think another metaphor that might help some people is, in the world of engineering, you have modeling and simulation. You have simulating aerodynamics of a fighter jet or of a race car. You have simulation of fluids and for emergency planning and atmosphere and weather prediction. But that kind of stuff is also used to, like stories basically, or tabletop simulations for wargaming or political type wargaming, or even preparing for a debate, like when Trump and Harris were preparing for their debates. Harris has somebody on her staff who plays Trump. SNL is kind of our collective way of simulating a lot of times what's happening behind the scenes. There's actually a funny SNL one from a long time ago where they have Reagan and he pretends to be really stupid when he's around like the everyday people, and then he turns into like a genius behind the scene, and they keep on having people interrupt him in the Oval Office, and he turns back into like bumbling old Reagan, and then he transforms back. So but there's just like the way because social interaction is not predictable, it's not deterministic, the only way that you can learn about it is through simulations, and stories function as sort of evolution's way of allowing us to think about things and plan into the future and imagine what could happen, and to store information about like going out for a hunt or going and picking berries or healing somebody from a certain malady, keeping track of the sequence of how things happen and identifying patterns. That's all encapsulated in a story. So understanding how stories sort of were useful evolutionarily, and how even animals have their own kind of way of storing knowledge in a story, like when they put mice or rats through a maze, they're sort of memorizing the maze as if it were a story in a sense. I've just started to understand more and more that there's all these phenomena that we can't really understand outside of using stories to structure that.
Yeah, I think that everything, you can break it down into a beginning, a middle, and an end. And I mean, I don't think I can say anything now that we haven't already said, but you can find purpose in stories, purpose in narrative, and
our viewers can let us know down below in the comments how you think about story, if what I've said or what Greg has said resonates with you, and anything you'd add to that. And we'd love to hear that. Maybe we'll do another session sometime and incorporate some of the things you said. So
God knows I'm going to have more books.
Yeah.
At some point.
So
once my wallet. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we'll wrap up here for today. Thanks a lot,
Sounds
Brett,
good.
and we'll
Absolutely.
look forward to seeing everybody in the comments.
All right. Thanks, Tally. Thanks, everybody.